Hi, guys. This is Bob Denison, and welcome to day 5 of our virtual boat show series. We are here. I think, Ryan, are you there with me?
I'm here.
Ryan Alexander is with me, who you guys have gotten to know through our walkthrough videos. And if you work here or have ever been around a boat show of ours, you've seen Ryan on the docks hanging out with us and making us look cool from every angle. So, Ryan, you just did yesterday, and this all came together at the last minute, which is kind of our style. You just did a kind of like what day 5 is going to look like. Thank you for doing that. Can you give me just like sort of your opinion on what makes this show different and kind of give everybody an idea of what those two big things are, the docks and the people?
Yeah, so I get a little bit of that jealous feeling when my morning emails come in from Boat International and all these other companies and brokerages that are doing the virtual boat show thing. And I think that's just rooted in ideas like this. You got to be protective of, because they're really hard to pull off. They require so many different moving parts. And so part of that was Josh, your marketing director, sending me a script and saying, hey, if you can just record a voiceover for this.
Right.
So yeah, just set up a camera and kind of over the past few months of since this has started through till now, just kind of getting to know the process myself a little bit. Figured that making a video that says, this is where you click if you want this is where you click if you want that, because it can be confusing, but this really is this is one of the coolest things that has happened in this industry in a really long time in terms of boat shows.
Can we just say the world? One of the coolest things that's ever happened in the history of the world.
Right.
I am a fan of what we're doing as a company and what you have been able to do to make it virtual with the video walkthroughs. I have enjoyed a bunch of the other virtual shows. I think Boat International has done a good job. AIM Media has done a good job. And I think that what they have hit is hopefully what we're trying to hit too, which is the making the boats engaging, and then also the people part. Like, they've done the interviews a little bit differently. This is obviously me just going on every 15 minutes and talking to somebody new. I love this, obviously, because I get to be on camera a lot. But the people part of it has always been like my favorite part of a boat show, is just bumping into an old friend on the docks, or hopefully a new client, or somebody, even a broker. And I hope that we create that a little bit. Yeah. And today we are, and I don't, sadly, you're not going to be on for more than the next 5 or 10 minutes. But we have, I'm going to give you, so I'm going to give you the guest list real quick. We have Dickie Bannenberg coming on at 11:15. 11:30, we have the Yacht Dame coming on with a special guest. Fly Navarro is going to be talking fishing with me for about 30 minutes. You and I have been fishing before, Ryan. You know how terrible I am at killing fish. Not because I don't want to, I'm just not good at it. So Fly Navarro is going to give us some really, really cool insights on that. We have Congressman John Shadegg coming in at 12:30, who was a congressman from Arizona for a long time, from 1995 to 2011, and a big supporter of the marine industry. One of my favorite yacht designers, Gregory Marshall, is coming on at 12:45 p.m. All these times are Eastern time, by the way. And then David Parnes is coming on at 1 p.m., who is a $1 million listing guy and somebody that we've talked to in the past, just not here, but just doing collaborative stuff. He's great. Tim Elmes is one of the cool guy realtors here in Fort Lauderdale that everybody loves. And then Billy Swizzle, who I have gotten to know through this. I didn't know him before, but he's a writer for Forbes and has been a big supporter of what we're doing. And he's one of the most fun guys to talk to. So if you have time today, Ryan, I need you to tune in then, because he's awesome. So put that down on your calendar, 1:30 for a half an hour. John Jarvie is going to talk about insurance. How boring is that? But luckily, he's interesting and nice, so it'll be a fun thing to just catch up with him. He's a dad recently, so that'll be good. Daryl Wakefield from Westport will be on at 2:15. Robb and his son, David Maass, Power Maritime Attorneys at 2:30. Josh Flagg, also $1 million listing, is coming on at 2:45. And by the way, Ryan, what many people don't know is that a nickname that you have for me and a few close friends is Bobby Boyd, right?
Right.
Josh Flagg's husband name is Bobby Boyd.
No way.
How amazing is that?
So, Bobby Boyd?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask him. I don't know if his real last name is Boyd or if it's like me, my middle name, but we're going to find that out. actor from Hollywood, Adrian Pasdar, is coming on. Stephen Moll is a guy that is traveling the world and attempting to circumnavigate the planet on a jet ski. He's coming on at 3:15 p.m. He's got a show called Dangerous Waters that's on Amazon Prime, which is pretty cool. And he actually went from Seattle to Russia on a freaking jet ski.
That sounds mortifying.
How unbelievable is that?
That is as scary of a trip as you can take.
With a jet ski, and he didn't. Right. Yeah, so we're going to talk to him about that. Vincent Finetti is going to come on with the CEO of Sunreef, which you just did a video on a Sunreef. How are some of those boats?
They're amazing.
That's from 3:30 to 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Jill Madeira's coming on from 4 o'clock to 4:30 with a special guest captain and yacht chef. And then Wiley and Laura Sharp are coming on at 4:30, and they're going to be making us painkillers, which is one of the most famous island drinks of all time.
So how do you come up with the questions or what you're going to talk to these people about? Is it all on a sheet of paper in front of you, just bullet points?
Yeah,
like that alone is
just this right here. So we have bullet points, and we hopefully are going to have some interesting things to talk about. I'm always scared because some of these people, while I admire and love and respect them all, for some of these guests I've never spoken to in my life. So I don't know like what their mood is and how if they're willing to deal with my just sarcasm and stuff. And then at 4:45, I just wanted to mention this. Please spread the word. I really want it to be a cool thing. It's the first time we've ever done it. I think the first time anybody's ever done it, we're going to do a virtual sounding of the horns, which is usually like the mark of the end of the boat show. So this is our last day, and that's going to happen at 5 o'clock. So try to get your friends together, and we're going to try to do that together as a group. So yeah, thank you for letting me read off the entire day's list of guests on here. Also, can you tell us, Ryan, real quick, about getting to the docks, which is the other part of the boat show, and what you can do there when you get to the docks? It's spread up between 6 docks, and how you can interact with people via chat. And
yeah, so one of the things that we see on our YouTube channel is that there are people who love walkthrough videos, and there are people who love being able to click through a boat on their own. And so taking those two things, putting them in the same place is a way of bridging the gap, I think. So what you can do is you can click the docks, and when you're walking the virtual docks, if you hover your cursor over an image, it will show you every different way that you can interact with that boat. So for essentially any one of these listings, you're able to talk to the broker if you have any questions, watch a walkthrough video, or you can do a virtual tour. Not every boat has both of those options, but a lot of them do.
Yep. And I think we're up to close to 200 now, which is awesome. I have I think we put another 20 or 30 boats on, and it's our hope that, even if you're obviously not going to buy anything today, hopefully you get to know the boats a little bit better, get to know our brokers a little bit better. So when that time comes, you'll have an idea of kind of what you like and what you want. Because that's what a boat show is about for many people, is just getting on a variety of different boats. This is obviously not as exciting as doing it in real life, but it's hopefully a little bit closer than just like a standard photo gallery, Well,
and I'm sure there are a lot of people who are going to view this who have never actually been to a boat show. Boats are very hard to get on at boat shows unless you are with a broker. Like if you are trying to just peruse to get a lay of the land, it is next to impossible. This is so much different than that because it is all access, everything, crew spaces, engine rooms, things that are hard to get into typically.
Yeah, and that's I think one of the most annoying things for me about boat shows these days in real life is that you don't, like the ordinary guy or whoever, unless you're with a broker, it's just hard sometimes to get on the really, really cool boats. And I get it because owners and captains want to make sure they're not just opening up the gates and there's kids running around with ice cream. But I do like this because you can essentially kind of get on every single boat and talk to people throughout the day about them. So real quick, you and I tomorrow, I just want to remind you in case you forgot, you and I are going out on a boat with our wives. And we are, I don't even know what the weather looks like, but I think it looks pretty good. I'm looking forward to that. And it's fun down here in South Florida to have that ability to get out on a boat in real life is really, really cool.
Yeah. When I saw that the marinas were going to be closing down here, I just thought all of those people who have boats sitting in there, they think to themselves, this is what I bought this boat for. And the fact that the waterways have opened up, if from my apartment, not to brag, I can see that the intercoastal and the ocean, and just seeing the volume of traffic pickup has been awesome. Yeah, Lady Laura actually was anchored right out in front of the breakers here in Palm Beach for the last like 5 or 6 days. So seeing boats out on the water is definitely exciting. So I'm pumped to go out tomorrow and get to do it myself without a drone.
Yeah, no, it'll be fun. Yeah, please leave the drone behind, and we'll have a good time. Captain Grant's going to be with us. It'll be really cool. Thank you for joining us, Ryan. This was a last minute thing as per our usual, and I appreciate you filling in as we just sort of talked about the day. Please tell Jen we said hi, and I will see you tomorrow.
Will do, and I will be tuning in from my little apartment here in Palm Beach.
Do me a favor. Ask some questions. If it looks like I'm struggling talking to somebody, write an interesting question in the chat to make me look smart.
I gotcha.
Please. Cool. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it, man.
See you, Bob.
So we have now, and this is going to be the rhythm of the day. As you can see, the day is a little bit different, or the frame is a little bit different. Our marketing team and Josh and Devin and Mark Anthony and Cassidy, we've approached this booth a little bit differently, and we are going to be bringing on guests throughout the day. You'll be able to see the name of their company and their name, and hopefully that provides a little bit more context as to who I'm talking to in case you join us kind of midstream. But our first guest today is Dickie Bannenberg, who I am really excited to talk to. Hi, Dickie. How are you? And I think Ken Denison, my uncle, second favorite uncle, is going to be joining us too. I have got, he is a friend of Dickie's father from years ago, and he is going to be saying hi as well. Are you guys there? Can you hear me? All right, hold on one second. And that will give me time as they come on to change my virtual background to some cool Bannenberg projects. This is one of them. And we're also going to be talking about one of my all-time favorite boats, Predator, the Fed ship. I am Lauren Duthé. I'm here with Lauren, by the way, as usual. Does it look like they are there? No? Okay, cool. Well, I'm just going to be talking about, hold on one second. I'm going to go to break. So I'm going to break. I'll see you guys in a few minutes as we bring on Dickie and Ken Denison. Thanks. Hey guys, sorry about that. We had a glitch in this thing that we've created. Let's just call it the Matrix. But what's so cool, I was a little frustrated because things went down. But what's amazing is we're talking to Dickie Bannenberg live. You're in London right now, right, Dickie?
I am. That's not so amazing, but I suppose it's good to patch over to London.
It is unbelievable. No, it's really, really cool that we can live in a world right now where this is even possible. So, Dickie, welcome to our virtual boat show.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me out of the Denison bullpen into your matrix. So
yes. And just so you know, my Uncle Ken, who you certainly know him a lot better than I do, or you know him better than you know me. He insisted on being on this interview because he wanted to talk to you and see you. And this is his first time doing an interview on our virtual boat show. So just be warned. If he does something wrong, I'll jump right in and save him. Okay.
Way to go, Ken.
He'll be found.
Ken, I mean, he's going to tell you. Ken and I did a long interview. How long ago, Ken? About a month, more, 2 months.
2 months ago.
Okay. Yeah. And I kind of just about survived that, but it was a good tour into Denison, Broward, Bannenberg history.
That was a great event. I think, Dickie, that's going to be that Denison Family Honors event is going to happen sometime, we hope, during the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show, which we think will probably be a really great time to bring something like that out to honor someone like that and the way they're going to do it. So we're looking forward to seeing you again live in the new video version.
Okay, just about ready. I mean, that dated my father and Broward. That what you tell me, you're the expert. Was it 1983? It was
1982, and my brother Kit actually it was 1980, and John had called up apparently because we had a hull under construction, and the owner, the gentleman your dad was had signed him on, basically said, "I need a boat right away."
Okay.
So that's what started it, and with that,
people who say, "I need a boat right away."
Yeah, we do. Yeah, don't think about it too much. Because if you do, you won't buy one.
Yeah.
But what had happened is very quickly he penned something very rough, as your dad could always do, sell a dream very quickly, and then he gave it to us, which completely upset an apple cart that my dad had been selling apples out of for 30 years.
Okay, I've heard that before.
And I would say that single thing. This is why your father and was so critical in the whole history of yachting. He did that often to lots of places, mostly at Ocean Pass. Mm-hmm. But he took us at that timing. Berger was really leading the industry by anybody's calculations. Mm-hmm. We were second fiddle, and we would generally take orders and things that they wouldn't do. That's how we ranked in that period of time. And he came in with this very modernistic design, very, very sharp-edged kind of boat. And obviously, from that point forward, we can say that was the turning point at Broward Marine that brought them up to 93 and became, having the biggest order book in the world.
Yeah.
And it was your father that did that. And he really started it, along with lots of other people, Richard Hine, mm-hmm. Alan Hollison, all the other people, Jake Coyle, that were part of the design teams that we brought on. But the guy that really pushed the ball down the hill first was John Bannenberg.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. So I look forward to seeing a film when it's done.
Yeah. What are you working on? What are you working on now, Dickie?
We're a pile of stuff. The next project that'll see the light of day. Well, it's already seen the light of day in some of those kind of trial sneak spy shots. But our 87 meter, which is in the water at Lursen and due for delivery in about 3 weeks or so. I mean, I guess that's already worked on, but that's the next one that'll get a lot of coverage, I guess. A few more in build. There's something else at Lursen, 55 meter, 100 and something meter plus Explorer elsewhere in Europe. And we've got a pair of 55 meters sister ships at Heason, where we've done the interiors. And then we've got, I said to Bob, and in fact I said to David Johnson, there's something we'd like to give you guys a preview, in fact a world exclusive preview of it, which is a 43 meter that we're announcing next week.
Yes, can we please learn more about this?
Well, you can. You can allow me to share my screen. Does the Denison
Yes.
matrix. Does that work?
Yes.
Relies on the operator doing it properly. But let me see if I can make this work. So.
By the way, while you're doing that, I'm going to put up a few of your designs and also one of your father's that Ken is going to ask you about called Thunder. He's trying to sell it right now, so he needs.
We know about Thunder. So look, I'll just give you a couple of shots. So this is a 43 meter, and we've called it. And what we had in mind was a yacht for the new change times, really. So the idea being, it's not excessive, it's not looking to show off. And in the words of, there was a good little phrase in GQ magazine the other day saying, we're now living in the age of sweatpants and are never going back. So the idea about this boat is just for relaxed living. It's not about hedonism. It's about connecting with the water with a great beach club, with a beach shack with two sides of the hull folding down and this elevated platform above it where we drew the name Strayed from. So we think it's pretty neat, and we'll be sending that out and revealing that all next week. But we thought it'd be good to give you guys a preview. So that's all I can do at the moment. There's a few more images, but I'll just thought I'd show you a couple of those as a preview.
I love it.
Come up all right. So, but I think it's a pretty nice way of life.
I love how you tucked away those tenders and toys up under the foredeck brow. Can you go back to that one?
Yeah.
It's really cool up there.
Yeah, they're tucked in there to kind of optimize space, keep it neat, still keep that other little platform in the platform language of the boat. So I think we're pretty excited about this. So that'll be out and about next week. But there you go. You guys have got a preview. Anyway,
I love it.
That was enough of that. There you go. So that's a kind of cross section of what we're up to at the moment. I can see Thunder on the screen behind you, Bob.
Yeah. So this is we're going to talk. I'd love to talk a few minutes about some of your designs, and this has got to be one of the most. Is it annoying for you? So I'm third generation. Yeah. And I'm constantly bombarded on the docks about people that want to tell me an old story about either my grandfather or my dad. You should hear the ones about Uncle Ken. Does that ever get tiresome for you?
No, it would be wrong to say it's annoying. It's not annoying. And he is the Bannenberg. I've got the same name, but he's the Bannenberg. So, it's fair enough. So I'm entirely used to it. And they're not shoes I can directly fill in any shape or form, but it's always great. What I love hearing about, when people come up to you and who I haven't known about and say, did you know, your dad did this and we did this together. And, still to this day, I get new stories like that. So
that's the best part of a boat show for me is when people tell me those old that I've never heard before about Grandpappy Shushy, my dad, Uncle Ken, Uncle Skip, and it's just neat to sort of relive that with them, because not only is it neat to hear, but it's also great to see the joy in people's eyes when they retell it.
Right.
Hey, Dickie, of all the boats and the catalogs that your dad did, and obviously all extremes, we've seen them all, from the Corinthia, the Majestic, those lines, very sophisticated, to the completely whacked out designs that we see in some of the Ocean Pass work. But the Thunder, in terms of its technology at the time, where do you rank this boat? Because what I'm told, there wasn't really a budget to build it. He just had this crazy story that I want to go someplace for lunch and I want to have a 7-meter pool, and your father just said okay, and he did it. Where does it rank in those?
I guess it is pretty high. Of course he had a very willing and supportive and open-minded client, who's prepared to kind of go along with this adventure. So that helps, or beyond helps, makes it all possible. And you're right, that was one of the kind of early, almost a spec item, the ability to go from south of France at breakfast and be in Portofino at lunch, or, someone will work out the mileage and tell me that's either correct or not correct, but I think it is.
They were Sardinia, Saint-Tropez to Sardinia for lunch, and then Sardinia to Portofino for dinner.
Okay, there you go. I knew you'd put me right.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, so many radical things about it. The gas turbine, obviously, but probably more than that, just the way she was, conceived, but constructed. In that huge molded form, where so much was already molded into the hull shape. Compression posts and housings for equipment. So much was sort of pre-done and laid up like that. That it really was very groundbreaking. And now she's for sale, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
Yeah, she's for sale with you guys.
Yes, we currently have it on the market. She's undergoing another refit and probably be ready to actually sea trial and test probably next month. But she's gone through a series of refits. Last one had a definitely non-Bannenberg interior. It was done by the Cavalli studio in Viareggio. It was there for a year getting that done. But the styling, as you see behind Bob, and the look of that boat is still singularly unique. There's just not another one like it. And that's, I guess, all of the boats that came out. You just see the lines, you knew automatically what the boat was. There was no duplication of a Bannenberg design.
No, you're right.
And a true custom yacht. And it, by the way, it taxed anyone boat builders that are watching this. They will tell you it took every bit of their skill sets to put one of these together, and it really pushed people to places they've never been. I don't think he did it intentionally. I don't think he did that. No,
it was just part of the journey in different ways to create things. Like funnel casings. He got the idea from some jet fights, and I can't remember what they were, F-15s or something. When he visited the United States Navy aircraft carrier, he was inspired by the fuselage. So sketched it on the plane on the way home, put it through the fax machine. Remember that? Through to Ocean Fast and the Naval Architect. So it was an amazing process like that.
Yeah, and using carbon fiber at that size of a project was just from an economic side. They'd say today, just the hull alone would be over 25 million euros to rebuild just the hull form.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. The Gunter Weichel, who was the gentleman that still has Weichel in Australia, he was the one that was contracted to do that work. Yeah. And he told the current owner, if I had to do that again, not the interior, just the hull shapes, that's what it would cost to build that in that product line.
You'd have to change his pricing this time.
Oh, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
That former design that you showed, is that being offered to any yards or?
No. We're sort of free agents, if that's the right word. So it's not connected with any one yard. So anyone who likes the look of that and wants to be a non-hedonist and have this laid back living, just either get in touch with us or via you guys, and whoever wants to build it, we'd be delighted.
Well, I think that's a lot of people, they don't understand how that process works. And maybe Bob, if it's okay, he could walk us through how does a designer that has designs, how do they go about taking this design and then with you going to various places to shop it? You're part of that process, aren't you? Of the selection of the yard.
Are you asking Bob?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, me? Sorry, I thought you were after. To a degree, we're part of the selection. I mean, we are designers first and foremost. So what we really care about is doing a design for a client. It's initially designed without an individual client in mind. So that's our chief driver. If a client wants our opinion and input about yards we've worked with, of course we're more than happy to give that. But we've been fortunate enough to work with most, not all, but most of the yards around, the leading yards. So we hope we get on well with everyone. And it's a horses for courses thing. Certain yards, this is in their sweet spot and their capabilities. 43 meters, it won't suit everyone. So to that degree, we've got a view and an opinion. But you guys and Bob and his colleagues, that's what you're doing too. Advising and helping put a spec together and matching the client with the yard. You don't need to match them to the designer because we're here. So that's all part of the collaborative process.
Great. Great.
Dickie, does it sound like, are you living in do you have birds in your place, or do you just have your windows open?
Oops, I just have my windows open.
It sounds so relaxing.
I failed the sound test. It's real, Bob. It's not digital bird. I promise. It's we've got those in London. So yeah, it's out the window.
Good. That's awesome. Well, thank you for joining us from London. I was told that we have to wrap up here in a few seconds.
Okay. I can see Predator behind you. That's quite nice to see before we go. So.
Yep, we actually we have a few slides that we were going to be. There's just so many. That's one of the challenges when somebody like you comes on. I mean, one of my all-time favorites is Pacific, which I think will be coming on next.
It's our interior and Herman Fraser's exterior, but that's pretty cool. And
Joy,
which was our sort of first it was our first exterior of the kind of what you might call the new era. So that was really important for us. That boat. We love her. Thank you for putting them on behind you. That's good.
Yes, and so the new project, the 43 meter. With your permission, I'd love to share it with everybody. We do these kind of blog posts and recap. If you could send that our way, I would love to.
By all means.
Love to share that with people. It's really exciting. I love the use of glass. I love the idea of the sort of just connecting to the water, connecting with the people around you, and less about worrying about what you're wearing and how cool you're looking.
Yeah. No, we'd be delighted. And, doing stuff with you guys is great. As you probably know, we're in working quite closely with your David Johnson on a project at Heaton. So, very, very happy to send something over.
Excellent. Thank you, Dickie, very, very much. I appreciate it. Sorry for the technical glitch.
I'm sorry for the bird song.
No, it's perfect. It's one of the more relaxing sound effects of all time, if they're real.
Okay, they are. Thanks.
Thanks, Dickie.
All right, pleasure. Bye, you guys.
Thanks.
See ya, and I'll see you in a few hours, Ken.
Okay, thanks.
All right, bye. All right, thank you very, very, very much to Dickie Bannenberg, and thank you to Uncle Ken for crashing that interview. It was really good. He has a much better understanding and context of what Dickie does, and certainly his father, who is regarded very, very much as a legend in our industry. There's not many names in our industry that sort of crash the boundaries outside of yachting, but even people that aren't yachting enthusiasts probably have heard the name John Bannenberg, and he's one of those people that not only was excellent what he did, but there are thousands of stories just about the kindness and generosity of the man, which has certainly been passed on to his son Dickie. Now we're going to be bringing on Andrea, who is our guest, joining us. I think she's still up in New York, and she is going to be coming on here now. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Sorry, we're running a little bit behind schedule. We had a glitch. We had a crash, but we hopefully recovered with some. Did we recover? Did we look cool doing it, or was it a disaster? I couldn't tell. I was just staring at myself here, and I was trying not to panic. But thank you for joining us again. You are the person that's been on this show, or on our virtual boat show, more than anybody else. So congratulations.
Well, thank you then. 4 times out of 5, so yay.
Yes. Well, no, didn't you do all 5? Because you were on with Vincent on day 1, weren't you?
I thought that was day 2, though.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, they just all kind of blur together right now.
Okay.
They all just look the same at this point. So welcome, and where are you joining us from?
Well, hi everyone. I am still in New York, specifically in Brooklyn. We still have our restrictions out there. I know I see you guys in Florida enjoying not only the water, the beaches, the yachts, but getting your hair cut.
Yes.
On Monday, my Facebook was blasted with all of you guys sharing your stories of your new hairdos. Yeah, jealous.
Yep. It's amazing how much activity is happening at the salons the last few days. It's unbelievable.
I know. It's crazy. I personally can't wait for a manicure more than a haircut, but yeah. So I don't know. Let's start. Everybody here, if you saw me before and you're still coming back, thank you for accepting the torture one more time. we're going to talk about, if you saw my social media, I didn't announce who was my guest. My guest is actually Bob. We're going to talk about social media, digital marketing, and virtual boat shows. So who better for me to have as a guest?
Perfect.
So Bob, thank you so much.
Happy to be your guest.
No,
hold on. I need to so I'm not in control of the conversation. You are in control of the conversation. You're asking the questions. I'm giving the answers, right?
This is correct.
Okay. It's going to be weird for me to do. I'm going to do my best. If I start, it feels like I'm taking control. You just need to just tell me to back off. Okay.
I'll do my best to keep you on a leash. We will do our best.
Thank you.
For anybody that's new to social media, digital marketing, and virtual boat shows, don't worry, understand. A lot of times we hear these three terms merged together and we think, oh, it must be all the same. It all must mean Instagram. It actually does not. Social media does mean all the social network. It's pretty much is how you network instead of in person, but through platforms that allow you to do it digital. That's pretty much the basis of social media. Digital marketing is a little more in depth. It's pretty much going the traditional marketing world, moving into the digital world, and it helps you from how do you create leads and all those sales funnels that you would do in person. You're now using data trackers, SEOs, little keywords on Google to attract people to your website. So you may have heard of SEO, email marketing, content marketing, social media marketing, and PPC. And for those of you, it's pay per click. You can actually buy a word or bet on it for a certain amount and say, anytime someone writes Denison Yachting, I don't want them to go to Denison. I want them to go to Yachting because they see that everybody's searching for this. So I can pay for Google to actually redirect traffic to me.
Yep.
So that's pretty much the basis of digital marketing. And here we have Bob, and he's going to tell us a little about how he was able to use these tools to get people to his page and how he has actually achieved many of these steps. But before we do that, I actually worked with Vincent about doing a course about virtual boat shows. And one of the things is that people get really bored because we're only looking at a square all day long. So there's different things you can do to make it more engagement, like talking to an interviewer, or doing something a little bit more fun. That's what we're going to try and do today.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's see. Oh, seems like I do not have access to share.
So here's what's going to happen. So Devin and or Josh is working on the producer side. I think they just need to make you a presenter or a host, and then you'll have full ability to. You're looking to share like a slide or a screen?
Correct.
There you go. You are now officially the co-host. So.
Perfect. Let me try to do it again. See if it does it. If not, I will just tell you guys about it.
Perfect.
Which is also fine. Let's do one more shot of this. Perfect, here we are. Share. So if any of you guys, and this is when I don't know if you downloaded your virtual background, we are changing this up and we're gonna use a very infamous show to go through the questions with Bob here. And it's Jeopardy. Let's introduce Bob here. He loves spending time doing Saturdays and do it like that. Loves spending Saturdays cannonballing in the pool with his son Rivers while listening to Youth Lagoon. Hey Bob!
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
Can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what do you do in yachting, and pretty much why are you here?
So I have a company called Denison Yachting, and we help people buy and sell boats and charter yachts. And so I am here as your guest, I think, to talk a little bit about one of the things that our company, I think, does pretty well, which is digital marketing.
Correct. Actually, before I met Bob in person, I had heard a lot about not only him, but also about his firm, Denison Yachting, because they were saying that they were at the front leading what and including digital marketing and digital trends in the yachting industry. We do know that other industry move at a different space. So it was really cool to meet someone like Bob that actually had already integrated these amazing tools.
Thank you.
So that's what we have in here. Next one. So Bob is going to choose from some of our categories here. We have fuel costs, social media, blink boats, digital marketing, budget ballers, virtual boat shows, and yacht parties.
What, so is this real? So I'm actually just going to pick a category and a dollar value.
We're actually going to, this is only for effect, but we're picking social media, digital marketing, and virtual boat shows.
Perfect.
So,
I love it.
Yeah, go for it.
Virtual boat shows for 300, please.
So what made you, how did you come up with the idea to create a virtual boat show?
So I'm going to actually, we need I need to answer this in the form of a question, right?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be too, that's going to be too complicated. So the question was how did we pivot into virtual boat shows?
Yeah, where did the idea come from? You guys were the first one to launch virtual boat shows, so you weren't copying anybody. How did that come about?
So we actually were copying somebody.
Oh.
And we have been, I try to mention this every single time I can, although I probably don't enough because I like to pretend that it's my idea. But the very first virtual boat show, and I think it was called a virtual boat show, was Marine Max. It was in a different context. It wasn't necessarily because the Palm Beach boat show was canceled or because there was a quarantine. But a few years ago, and they've got an awesome marketing department. Abby leads a great team there. They came up with a virtual experience. I believe they called it a virtual boat show. And it was a few years ago. We saw it. We liked it. We kind of had it in the back of our playbook. We have a team here that has a playbook with a bunch of different things. And when the quarantining started happening and the Palm Beach boat show was canceled, our marketing team went into full on let's do this as fast as we can and as good as we can. And Josh Vallis, our marketing director, led that effort. And we just put it into motion. Within 5 days, we had day one of the virtual boat show live. And for us, it was important that it was engaging not only with the boat, so it has to have a video or a virtual tour, but also that this kind of thing happened where you could talk to people. So that's what we tried to pull off. And hopefully it feels like a virtual boat show a little bit.
I actually agree. When you guys first talked about it, maybe like you were saying, someone else did it before you guys, but I wasn't really paying attention to virtual events until we were in the COVID situation. So for me, you guys, when you posted about it, it was like, what is it even going to look like? I had no idea vision-wise what you guys were going to achieve and how would you achieve it. So let's go to pick another category then, and I'll go to another question.
Social media for 400, please.
Social media. So when did you guys at Denison start with producing content for social media? When did you guys start? And what do you see now happening with social media? What are the differences in trends?
So social media, we were really, really early adapters, not just because, we were so smart, but it was more of, I didn't have at the time a lot of money to spend to do things like print advertising. I had a very small real boat show presence, very small ads in the back of magazines, and social media for us represented something that was very, very gritty, and you could interact with people live, and it was free, which was awesome. And that free part was a huge deal to me. And so we immediately started to share ideas, post pictures, post closings, encourage people. And it's sort of, I think we were probably one of the first people in our space that actually tried really, really hard to make the social media thing work.
And it shows. If you can tell us right now, what are your numbers on, like, say, Facebook and YouTube and Instagram?
Okay, so we'll start with Facebook. We're just over 50,000, which is awesome. Yes, and on Instagram, so we have a bunch of different accounts with our names on it. Jill Madeira, Denison Crew. I wish I knew exactly how many followers she had. I don't know, but it's probably 5,000. Alex Clark, Denison Super Yachts, is over 100,000. And our sort of Denison Yachting General channel, we just hit 20,000 yesterday. And then the one I'm really, really proud of is YouTube. We have 78,000 followers right now. So that was a tough one to build up there. But yeah, in each one of those, it is very much a labor of love. And we have different people leading the charge on each of those different channels.
Awesome. So if you guys didn't hear, let's repeat. One of the main reasons to go on social media, it's free. The social media platforms are already free for you. You don't have to pay anything monthly. Even if you only have one subscriber, you don't have to meet a certain criteria to get access to free stuff. Yes, of course. When you reach a certain threshold when it comes to people engaging with your platform, YouTube gives you a little plaque, a metal one, when you reach 100,000 followers. You're almost there. Oh, yeah. Instagram allows you to do share buttons, allow to put music in your story so you can make it more engaging, easier to convert to lead because you can redirect people faster and faster. And Facebook groups are all the rage when you want to attract people and continue conversation within a niche. So yeah, I think what have you seen when you started? You were saying you were one of the first ones. So was there nobody posting at all, or who else was in the space and you saw, I'm gonna, they're doing this, I'm gonna do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many great firms doing it now. Even back then, there was a lot of people doing it now. We were part of the clutter of first people to start posting things. And I think the thing that we missed, that we now do a better job of, but we're still not great at it, we're pretty good, is the social part of it, so the engaging. And there was some companies that were doing a really good job. One of them in the very beginning, I thought did a great job of the social engaging part of social media on things like Facebook. There's a company called 26 North. 8-9 years ago, they really were having conversations with people, and it wasn't just push, 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 but it was the, hey, let's have a conversation, because the social part of social media is pretty important.
Yes, exactly what Bob just said. We went on social media to socialize on these platforms. It's not about pushing your product. If you only sell, same with a salesperson, you're not going to create a rapport, loyalty, and people will not trust you to actually then step into purchasing. So you have to give education. He's saying introducing people into your platform with interviews, knowledgeable people, telling you what's happening in the industry instead of us having to look for ourselves on Google and so forth. So give, and then ask for something. Another category before we move out of Jeopardy. Where do you want to go?
And I think it needs to be, our producers are screaming at me that we have to wrap it up. There's something happening here. So I just wanted to warn you. It's not me. It is.
Oh.
So it's Lauren, and you know Lauren. She is. So, but let's do one more question, then let's do and
I'll do a wrap up, I guess.
Yep. So let's do virtual boat show for 200.
Virtual boat show. Okay. Can you tell us basically one bad story of something that's gone wrong? Not what happened today, because that's just too fresh. And something.
Hey, there is a bad thing happening, but that's what I think is cool about our team, and they are willing to push the limits. And when you try things nobody else has done before in exactly this way, definitely there are going to be times where just things crash, somebody doesn't show up on time, a computer will fail, the internet, the platform you're using. I mean, there's so many different things that can go wrong, but I kind of love it because failure only, I would say, when you push things as hard as you can, that is going to represent, in some cases, failure. And I kind of like it, because if you never fail, if you're never having problems, it means you're probably way too comfortable. Every day has had something. Day 2, our chat platform that we were using for the booth crashed like 3 times, and it was absolutely just a nightmare. And it was sad and depressing and the whole thing. But what I loved was not only were our guests really cool about it and understanding, so were our visitors, so were the people watching, and our team just rebounded. And we have to constantly remind ourselves here, because we do push each other really hard, that when something does go wrong, we're not transplanting hearts or liver. Like, this is not life or death. This is fun. It's boat shows, it's yachts, it's great people. And worst case scenario, like if it dropped right now, nobody's dying, right?
Yeah, I've been actually at many boat show, at many webinars, and I've seen, and these are being the leaders of social media, so you expect nothing to go wrong. Yeah. And things have crashed, and other people like moderators have gone in and was like, let's answer frequently asked questions, because we have no host at the moment. Yeah. So people are very understanding of technical difficulties. We all know that you're doing something new, so it's okay if we fail. It's okay if we have to like wrap up and do something else. So don't be afraid if you guys are gonna try new technology. We are here for you. So let's go on the wrap up because this has been a very short segment.
I know. I'm sorry. It's our fault. This thing, yeah. And we have another little issue coming up that I've got to resolve with our team. So I'm sorry we had to cut yours off a little bit short. But let's wrap it up a little bit. But I still want to talk to you. So let's talk about something. Tell me what you're doing with VaynerMedia.
So I'm specifically, VaynerMedia is a big media agency based in New York, founded by Gary Vaynerchuk, who is, in my regards, the front leader of social media, or the godfather. That's how I describe him. Okay, so within VaynerMedia, there's a couple of agencies. I am personally at the Vayner Speaker Bureau, so we do speaking events. So doing virtual right now is all we talk about, so that's quite interesting. VaynerMedia is still going strong. We have many, many clients that still need our advertising, and I still need our creative. A lot of productions has gone in-house. So many of the things that you now see on TV produced by us and produced by many, many other companies out there, including, I heard yesterday, about even Honda and Ford. They are producing them in-house and using animation and other digital effects to actually bring the whole thing together. So we're all really pivoting. Gary's doing tons of events like this, bringing on great people to share content. And if you look at, I don't think he's sleeping. That's pretty much what's happening at Vayner. We don't know if we'll be back or when will we be back because of social distancing.
Yeah, it's been, yeah. Go, sorry.
Go. I'm like, I feel like Gary right now. That's just like,
no, it's so good. Yeah, we've known a few people from Vayner over the years. I have never used an outside agency. I will tell you this. I was planning on just telling you this next week off air, but I'll just tell you now. I mean, we've known each other a little bit through the years. Through this, I feel like we've become friends. It's really cool. You've been such a great supporter of us and have been so friendly and giving and awesome. I would love to engage with you guys on that front. We do so much in-house, but you guys and what you're doing at Vayner, you specifically, we need to tie that in. So you definitely need to send me a proposal. I think we are inevitably going to work together. And you have been a real thought leader in this space and have impressed a lot of people in the industry. I want to be one of the first to like really tap into it. So let's talk next week about that. And the next guy coming on, by the way, is Flagg Navarro. And he has sort of risen up as this guy that is probably like the Gary V of the fishing segment of the yachting industry and does so much of what VaynerMedia peoples talk about. And he was excited that you were going to be on here. So he has been listening this entire time. So you have to stay now and listen to him. Oh,
but before you bring him on, how do people like get in touch? Up there, you see, I put a virtual background here where you can find me on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter. I am new to TikTok, so you will see content as of next week. And last but not least, before I steal more time of the Denison Boat Show, is I was actually nominated as a social influencer by A Crew, which is a great platform that promotes webinars, discussion talks, and helps people in yacht crews to get ahead. And I'm one of them, so go vote.
That's awesome. Shoot that link over to Josh Ballas or Lauren, and we will promote that and share it throughout the day. So good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you again. I really, really appreciate it, Andrea.
Okay. Bye, guys. Okay, enjoy.
Bye. That was cool and different and fun as per usual. I am going to, we have these slides that happen breaks in between guests, right, Lauren? And I haven't given the team the ability to do any of these. So I'm going to let that happen right now. I'll be back in a few minutes with Flagg Navarro. See you guys in a second.
Cool.
What is everybody doing on this crazy Friday? Bob, back to you, my brother.
I don't like any of that. I'm the host. This is difficult for you. This is like when I see Jimmy Kimmel going on like with like Stephen Colbert. There's this like he doesn't understand he's the guest. You do so many of these for 7 weeks. You've been doing these every day, hosting your own. You have to let go. Let me ask the questions. Let me do the intros. Let me do the outros. Let me do the jokes. Are you cool with that? He doesn't look cool with that. And he's frozen. I think I shocked him into complete frozenness. Josh, Devin, can you guys help me? Is it frozen in real life or just on my screen? Okay, so I'm just going to keep talking, and I'll let you guys know who Fly is. Fly Navarro is obviously, as you can tell from the background, one of the thought leaders and one of the real-life fishing leaders in the Sportfish community. His social media presence is absolutely awesome and all over the place. He has been doing and hosting live events and webinars for 7-8 weeks now, just about every single day, across a bunch of different channels, including the Palm Beach Boat Show. And Fly is going to be joining us as soon as he gets his feedback on. And we're going to talk a little bit about fishing. We're going to talk about social media. We're going to talk a little bit about sharks. And we're going to talk about what real life, like day in the life of a fishing charter captain, fishing like experienced guy, when they're going to be able to get back to normal. We're also going to find out if it's true that bananas are bad luck on boats, specifically fishing boats. Fly, are you back? Is anybody, can somebody, I'm assuming you guys are already. Okay, cool. So maybe Lauren can reach out and give him a call. In the meantime, I'm going to show you guys some pictures of Fly. And I am going to change this right now. Lauren, can you change the background to the what is that shot? That'll be a good one to stall people. He may have, so this is, he may have actually, maybe we could bring the Yacht Dame back on because he's not surfacing. Yes, Lauren's asking for his number because she doesn't have it. Hold on 1 second. And maybe what you can do, Devin, if the Yacht Dame is still there, maybe we can bring her back on in the meantime until Fly gets back. 1 second. So, here.
Hi guys, I'm still here.
So you said you wanted more time, and we're giving you more time. What do you want to talk about now?
Well,
how about this? How about you and I talk about the Monaco show and the Cannes show?
oh wow, yeah. What are your thoughts about the Libra, Seabass, and they're still moving forward? What do you think about that?
Oh, look at this.
Again.
Why? You're back, but you're muted. He acts like he's such an expert with social media. He doesn't even understand. There he is.
I'm back.
Oh, Fly. I will tell you more stuff later then.
Oh, no. It's so funny because the moment you said something, my power spiked. And I'm laughing because I'm like, these are the things that exactly happen.
Right.
With all this crazy stuff.
Well, and I was giving you crap about trying to take control of the interview, and then you just went out. So I thought maybe that was like a self-defense mechanism. Like, oh,
intimidation.
Yeah.
Listen, Bob, after as much time as I've spent on social media, I love haters.
Right.
I really do. I embrace them. I thank them.
If you didn't have haters, you'd be doing something wrong, right?
The best part is when I do the, hey guys, Bob Denison just commented. Could somebody take care of that for me, please? And They do. They do. I'm so glad you got Andrea back. Andrea, I sent you a note on LinkedIn saying how much I enjoyed.
I already accepted, Fly.
Oh, did you? I was too busy trying to get back on this thing.
So, by the way, it was an interesting thing because we are going to talk to Fly about social media. We are going to talk about fishing. I'm going to ask him if bananas are really the curse of boat foods. But one of the things that he did mention was he actually sent you a LinkedIn invite because of the header that you have up there.
Yeah, I heard. No, I was still on. I Actually, I know what you're saying about having a very interesting background, and that's super cool. Gary actually still has his background to his office, but it's depends on what you want to promote. If you want to promote with stuff in the back and you want to use it as props, that's awesome to have. If you want people to focus on what the messaging, and if you have a very short time with the audience, that's why we use them. And I actually don't have a green screen behind me.
No way.
Really?
I do.
I do not have a green screen.
So
Well, then what do you have behind you?
Oh, we have to talk, I tell you. This is me, baby.
Brooklyn.
Yes. I love it.
So
I have to lower my hurricane shutter so the light doesn't bounce in so bad.
real quick, because we are going to have to kick you off again, Andrea, in a second.
Go for it.
Unless Fly just wants you to hang out with us for the next.
She's welcome to.
I feel like you have to say yes. You'd be a jerk if you're like, no, Bob, I just wanted to be me and you.
No. I would love for her to stay in.
So let's do this. I'm going to ask her a question about you right now, and then we're going to jump into some fishing stuff. Andrea, feel free to chime in.
Okay.
What would Gary V think about a background that with a clown? Was that a costume or is that a?
No, it's a cutout with my Fly Zone fishing hat on it. My crazy clown.
Is that disturbing? Would he see that as a good thing? I don't know. I don't like it.
If it helps your branding, you don't have to like it, but if it keeps adding to your persona and your personal brand, you should always have it in the shot. I would actually move it forward and have the hat right next to you so we could actually see the logo, because I can't distinguish it from here.
Well, see,
so
I got the logo right here.
But
exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. He's using the props. That's why Gary, when he does his tea with Gary, he has a curtain so people focus on him and the interviewer. But when he needs to promote his brand, his virtual background is his office. So yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
And in Fly's defense, his other handle is Crazy Cuban. So that crazy clown thing in the background helps support that a little bit.
It also goes along the lines of when I go on a diet, instead of me trying to stop eating, I just feed my friends more so they look bigger.
Right.
So with the clown there, it makes me look better. That's the whole thing.
Right.
And I don't know if it does or not, but that's part of,
No, it doesn't. I would concentrate on just eating better. So, Andrea, I don't know if you've ever been fishing. I don't know that about you, but we're going to talk about fishing a little bit. And one of the things that I talked to Fly about last time, and the connection between fishing and baseball is very meaningful to me, in that they're both sports that allow you to really hang out, engage, tell stories, and be with somebody in a much more meaningful way than other sports. In fishing, Fly, correct me if I'm wrong, the vast majority of the time is actually waiting and talking, right?
You know, it's so funny because I just interviewed somebody the other day and I was talking to them about there's a difference between fishing and catching, and people get that confused. Catching is actually reeling in the fish. Fishing is the time that you spend with your friends and family on the boat or prepping up to the boat and building those bonds. So whenever people have an idea for me and they want to talk, hey, I have this idea, I want to do something, I always say, hey, let's go fishing and we'll talk about it. It's like a lot of people use golf to do it. I use fishing to do it. And that's how I build my friendships. I build, even on the content that I put on social media, the majority of it is the time that I spend with my friends and family. Do I show the fish? Absolutely, because that's the ultimate goal. People enjoy that, the outdoors. But I enjoy sharing all the things that I get to see and I get to look at while I'm out there. When I visit all these countries between Japan and China and Canada, Australia, the fish is the same everywhere you go. But when you get the opportunity to see a boat with the backdrop of the Great Barrier Reef, that's what I want to share. So for me, it's the time that you spend on the boat between fish that I try to share. And that's what I'm trying to sell, is trying to get people. And you're a perfect example. When I speak with people and they come up to me, I say, listen, the way I see my job is there's somebody out there that is looking for a hobby. And my job is to introduce them to fishing or boating. It's your job to sell them a boat. It's not mine. I'm trying to sell the experience. It's your job to sell the product.
Right.
And how many times on social media and in your conversations, I get a lot of companies, and I think I've spoken with you before, when I went from working on boats into the social media world, a lot of people were reaching out to me, hey, run my social media. And they thought that social media is like Andrea was saying, is just posting on Facebook, and it's not. Social media is engaging with your people. My phone never stops. I have fishermen literally from all over the world. I wake up and I'm answering questions from the Middle East, from Europe, from Africa. And as I'm going to bed, I'm answering questions from Japan, Australia, New Zealand. And it's an engagement thing. And that's when I started stepping away from dealing with companies like yours and dealing more with boards of tourism, dealing with marinas, because I'm trying to sell the fishing experience. And that's what I want. When I started helping companies, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, I'm just going to use you for an example. If I was working, I'm not, no.
Please use somebody, just throw somebody else under the bus.
No, I'm not throwing you under the bus.
So many great companies you could throw under the bus right now.
But let's just say there's one engine manufacturer, and I'm helping them with their social media, and suddenly they say, well, you went on a boat that has different engines on it. And I'm like, listen, I don't care what engines a guy uses. I just want to go out there and promote fishing. Right. I don't care. So as I build tournaments and experiences, I've been very, very fortunate not only to help put on tournaments all over the world. I've told you, I'm helping the Saudi government. I helped them put on their first international fishing tournament. We were working on the second international fishing tournament before COVID hit. I'm helping them put on or build their first ever fishing club for the country or the kingdom. Right. And as I help them build this, because my company, I'm always looking at the social media side, I was allowed to invite 6 teams. I invited 6 of the biggest fishing influencers out there. And my reach with the 6 teams I had reached out to 5 million people. And as I was working before COVID hit, the 19 teams that accepted, I had a reach of about 25 million. So now, and how the fishing world works. Everybody kind of knows everybody, and social media is the same thing. So when all these fishing guys, when I started reaching out to them and said, hey, this is who I am. My name's Fly Navarro. I own Fly Zone Fishing. I'm curious if you'd be interested in to come to Saudi Arabia. And they're like, hey man, I know exactly who you are. I saw you on so-and-so's video, so-and-so's video, so-and-so's video. Right. And they told me about it. Yes, we'd like to participate. So, well, and I think that speaks to also sometimes it happens in our industry where yacht brokerage firms are so consumed with competing against each other, when in reality, it's not so much competing against each other as it is competing against other hobbies and other interests. And I think that's one of the cool things about what you're doing is that you're creating awareness about the fishing world and how cool, what that is. The sport. And it's actually kind of like, how can we get more people to think maybe a little bit less about skiing and more about fishing, or a little bit less about going on a cruise ship and more about yachting? So it's that kind of a thing. And I think it's neat. And you've been a great collaborator with other people where you're posting other people's fishing photos on some of your channels. It's not just about you, Fly Navarro, having the big fish. It's also other fishing guys, other people just on their own, enthusiasts bringing up the big one and then you sharing it with you. So I've actually had to split. From the very beginning I did, and now I'm having to do it online where I'm splitting my company from me. I have 30 years of experience in this industry, and the company now has its own identity that everybody knows. And now I'm splitting it, and I've actually spun that off into, which you guys see Fly Zone Fishing, but now I'm spinning that off into Kids in the Fly Zone, which is these young 11, 12, 13-year-old kids that have unbelievable content for an 11 or 12 or 13-year-old, but they can't compete against the 25 or 30-year-old that's on a 40-foot boat with 27 GoPros. And I'm like, listen, I have the reach. Let me give you access to my reach. And as we know on social media, pressing the share button it doesn't cost you a dime. And a lot of people, and I had a big problem. I've had a lot of big problems with big agencies, and I've turned down a lot of money. As I build content, I give it away. And all I ask is share my content. And I've had some pretty big players in our industry that say, oh, our agency won't do that. And I say, well, then I can't work with you. Because I describe it like circles, like cast nets. And we try to cast these cast nets to cover as much area as we possibly can. I can only be in so many places at once. And there's so many people that are doing such cool stuff. And I want to share their stuff. I mean, there's a group of charter guys out of the Maldives. I had them all as my judges in my tournament in Saudi Arabia, but I know them all because I've been sharing their content for about 4 years.
Right.
And literally 4 weeks ago, they caught the first ever in the Maldives, a daytime swordfish, and they tagged me in it, and I've blown it up. And in my interviews that I've been doing on social media since COVID started, I've had 2 real prominent daytime sword fishing guys, and they jump in and watch it, and I give them the props to the people that are watching. Hey, just so you know, Abdullah Neef just joined in, and they caught the first ever swordfish daytiming in the Maldives. It's never happened.
Right. What's so cool about that? Not only are people aware of the fact that that's a rare thing, now people are aware of this group of charter guys that exist in the Maldives that wasn't on anybody's radar a minute ago.
Absolutely. And I have no problem sharing the limelight. I don't, the limelight's not for me. The limelight's for my industry. I feel comfortable in front of a camera. I take pictures. I mean, I see the picture you posted up. People want to see that. Can
you tell us what kind of fish this is?
So that's a golden tile. We caught that on Sunday.
How cool is that? That is a golden tile. I would imagine that's a pretty deep living fish, right?
Yeah, it was 800 foot.
So 800 feet of water. What are you using as bait to catch something like that?
Squid.
Frozen squid or live squid?
No, it wasn't frozen. It was thawed out. Okay. But they were whole squid, and we caught a couple, and then we went offshore and went swordfish and daytime swordfishing.
You want to know my favorite part about that? That represents to me my favorite part about fishing is the second that you hook that thing, you know it's 800 feet down. How insane is that, Andrea? 800 feet down, it's in the darkness. My favorite thing is the moment that he hooks that and everybody on the boat are like, we don't know what just attached itself to this thing.
You have no clue.
Is it a freaking shark? Is it a refrigerator that somebody dumped down there 20 years ago I hooked? Is it a fish? Like the mystery and exciting thing about fishing is
that sounds terrifying. What size of a fish? Great, but when your mind keeps being more creative, that could be. I go into the dark world.
Could you imagine catching something that no scientist has ever discovered, and now suddenly you're the first person to actually catch this fish and share it with the world?
It better not bite me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with her. I agree with both of you guys. I'm uncomfortable being in the water with any fish, any of them, shark, and the reason is I don't like animals or trust them if they're incapable of smiling, because you don't know if the thing's angry or not.
Well,
right?
you know sharks smile because you can see their teeth all the time. Come on.
It is a
I'm sorry.
thing.
I saw Jaws, and every time I would be in Aruba, and you would fly off like the banana or whatever you were on, I would go dun 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 dun. So I would scare myself.
And just to let you know, that is one of my favorite sound effects on TikTok. Is the Jaws theme. It's one of my favorite ones because I have so many great videos of either sharks or I was in the Seychelles back in February, and they took me to a fish farm, and we were feeding the fish, and I put my GoPro underwater and got the opportunity to watch all these groupers eat and snappers and jobfish. So I got some great underwater footage of this, and I always use the Jaws theme.
By the way, I can't believe you guys are both on TikTok. I've resisted. I just downloaded the app, and I haven't done it yet. It sounds like you're on there all the time, Fly, or is this
I've been on there for a while. The thing is, it's such an open space. It's a great place to grab attention. And right now I'm starting to get, first of all, I'm getting backfed from TikTok across all my social media channels. Yeah. And I've actually been reached out by an agency in China to see if I can go on the Chinese version of TikTok during
awesome.
all of this COVID stuff. But I do a lot of stuff in China. I got asked, and I don't know if I've already said it, but
Andrea, can you tell in real life he's social? Like he gets the social media thing? Like, like he is, there's some people that are like good on social media, but then you meet them in real life and they are the most antisocial people of all time. Can you tell that Fly's is not that?
Well, actually, you can't get away with that when you do video. You could get away with it a lot when Instagram didn't have stories and you would only see pictures. It's like looking at models that only work in print, but you can't have them on a movie because it does not translate. So you just cannot do that in video. It is what it is.
And video was probably the best thing that happened to me on social. When it started coming out, I started noticing the tick up in it, and that's when I started. And I'm sure you can see the name. Well, on Zoom here, you can see the name. I'm creating a fishing encyclopedia, and while I was watching your interview, I'm loading up my fishing ID videos. I've created this encyclopedia for anybody that wants to learn about fishing, and everything is situated from 90 seconds to 5 minutes. And I hear somebody talking in the background.
Hey, I think that's Devin. You just got to mute yourself. What they're trying to tell me is I need to have another break here in a second. So unlike last time where I've been like sort of in control and very gentle, I have people now talking saying, you need to get this. We got to go to the next one. So just to warn you, we got like 2 or 3 minutes and it's not my fault.
So, it happened the last time we did this. It went by way too fast.
I know it does. And I gave you each of you 30 minutes and it got compressed. But first, hold on. I need to ask you about the banana thing. Do you have an opinion? Are you okay going out of the boat with the banana?
I personally, I won't wear anything yellow. No banana boat suntan lotion, but it comes from an old wives' tale or a fishing lure. And it's one of two stories. It's either back in the day when they used to move bananas all the time, the bananas had spiders in them that were lethal. And the second lure is bananas are the first thing to go rotten. And once they get rotten, they'll spread that rot to all the other fruits and vegetables on the boat. So, but
nowadays, that's not so much of a concern. It's more of a bad luck jinxing thing, right?
Well, that's where it came on. And am I superstitious? No, but I don't want to take the chance, kind of a thing.
So that means
that's really cool.
That means
I like that.
And I'm trying to make it as fast as possible because I know we're on. You're going to cut me off, and that's why when I interview everybody in the afternoon for the No BS World Tour, I don't give them a time slot. We just talk for as long as they want.
I would love that. Did you just see how he dropped another one of his channels? It just comes out of him like, look.
It's natural.
You mean the encyclopedia one?
No.
Nine of them so far. I wish we had a counter.
I have my. To promote all the fishermen that have not been able to work, I started going live on Facebook every day, and they joined the No BS World Tour.
That's awesome. I love it. That's so good.
So, and we just talk about fishing 9, 8. Right. Go ahead. Shut me down, dude.
Thank you guys so much. So I have Congressman John Shadegg coming on in a second, and we're going to have a slide to introduce him, and they're kicking not just you off, Fly, not just you off the yacht, Dame, but they're kicking me off too. And then I'm going to resurface in a few minutes. Fly, I wish we could keep going. I really do. I like the idea of a more open format. We've kind of structured this differently. I'm just looking at the board over here. We have like 30 people come on a day, and it is a challenge.
I'm going to drop again. I've got 5 people, all veterans, joining for Memorial Day on Monday, the No BS World Tour.
Dude, that's awesome. So Monday, tune in. Seriously, Fly's got an awesome channel and channels, and he is so much fun to talk to. Even if you don't like fishing, it's impossible not to like Fly. He's great at talking to people, as you can tell, and he always brings on really, really, really cool people. So tune in on Memorial Day. We'll be talking to some veterans. Andrea, thank you so much for hanging out with us again.
You're welcome. Bye, guys.
Thank you so much.
See you guys in a few minutes. Up next is Congressman Shadegg.
Thank you so much.
Hi, we're back, and we are with Congressman John Shadegg, who I am a big fan of, and happy that not only as a guy that spent a lot of time in DC and affected change for many great causes, I'm very partial to the marine industry, and you have been a huge supporter of our industry for a long time, and I'm excited to have you join us on day 5 of the virtual boat show.
There you go. Happy to be here.
And I know you are a West Coast guy, so you are in Arizona currently, and you said you are going to be heading west to California for Memorial Day weekend. Is that right?
That's our plan.
Excellent.
Head it out.
And so I've got a bunch of questions for you. Sadly, we have a limited amount of time, so I'm probably going to miss a bunch.
Okay.
But I would love to know, you are a boating guy. What did you grow up on the water? Did you grow up on lakes? Do you have like a recollection of the first time of being on a boat or falling in love with just being on the water? Was that as a kid?
Yes, it was as a kid. Back then, and I don't know if the statistic is still true, but there was a time when Arizona had more boats per capita than any state in the union. I think it's because we had a gazillion little fishing boats. I kind of fell in love with boating twice. Once when I was in Boy Scouts and a troop leader had I think an 18-foot Seafarer, which is a little cabin boat. You might remember it. You're younger than I am. You might not remember it. And we went to the lake with him a couple of times, and I thought this is really cool. We did not own a boat. Then when my oldest sister turned 21, we went to a hotel in San Diego in Mission Bay called the Bahia. And the room we had a porch, a small little porch that looked out over the water. And early in the morning, while the rest of the family was still asleep, I would go out on that porch and watch the boats, and they were all flybridge boats. So I'm a passionate flybridge guy going out, and I said, wow, that's just really cool. And then that first we bought a 20-foot Crestliner, and then I talked my dad into a Bertram. We tried to buy a 25-foot Bertram, but there weren't any in any decent condition. So he decided that he would look at 28s, and we ultimately bought a 28. He considered it a quantum leap, and I just got seriously hooked. And my son is now seriously hooked. He's on the boat at the moment. He went fishing out of San Diego yesterday, but sadly reported last night they didn't catch anything.
Well, yeah, that's actually one of the things we were just talking to Fly Navarro about, is that difference between fishing and catching, right? You can still go and catch nothing, but still be fishing and have an awesome time just being with the people that are on board with you.
I told him I like to catch. I'd rather, he can fish. I prefer to catch.
There you go. And it is cool to see. So it's a third generation thing, at least.
Third generation.
Where you have men in your family just enjoying the sport and enjoying getting out on the water.
Although we can raise the issue of whether or not it might be more than third generation, because I think my mother's father had, I'm told, a boat renting, selling facility in Pennsylvania. Going all the way back.
That's awesome. So it could be 4 or 5.
Yeah, it could be 4 or 5 generations.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. It's one of the things for me as I get more involved in our industry and with different associations, NMMA, EBA, which is the Yacht Brokers Association. One of the things that we work hard on as an association is to get attention on the marine industry. And it's one of the most difficult parts for us is to approach DC with some of our issues, because many times it reflects the 1%, are benefiting from any change that is going to help out the industry as a whole. Was it challenging for you being in DC to support organizations like NMMA? In reality, the thing is a blue collar industry. There's a lot of jobs attached to running boats, supplying the boats. All that stuff has a lot to do with the 1%ers and a lot more to do with just families in real life that earn a living with the this thing called boating.
It was really not difficult for me. I'm a conservative Ronald Reagan Republican, and before I got to Washington, I watched what pardon the expression, what the idiots in Washington did with the luxury tax, the boat luxury tax, and saw how much damage that did to the industry. And I had actually kind of studied that before I even ran for Congress. And I looked at it, and those people who thought it was going to damage, say, the 1%, the uber wealthy, if they had paid any attention, they would have realized it actually did almost all of the damage to working class Americans. The uber rich went ahead and went to someplace outside the country, Europe or wherever, Taiwan, you name it, and bought their boats. They still got their boats, or they paid the tax. But the guys who built the boats here in the United States, the craftsmen who were either wood craftsmen or emerging fiberglass craftsmen, and everybody else involved in the industry were the ones that really suffered. It didn't destroy boating per se as much as it destroyed the boating industry in the United States. And there actually is a funny story there. The Congress asked there you go, there's my lake, Lake Powell. They asked Congress, or they asked the people at Congress that estimate things and said, well, what if we enacted 100% tax? And the estimators who worked in the bowels of the Congress said, well, okay, we'll take the number of sales last year and multiply it by the dollars sold, and that will tell you how much tax it would generate. Which means they didn't even consider that anyone would stop buying boats if you doubled the tax. Well, my friend with an you have to laugh at that. My friend with an 18-foot seafarer probably paid, I don't know, $2,500 for it. Back then, he couldn't have spent $5,000, and he didn't. So it just destroyed the industry. Now, sometimes people in Arizona would ask me why I was involved in that. And it wasn't the issue that I got the most publicity on in Arizona. I had my own fights over too much spending or the government getting too big. I try right now, I lobby for a living, and I'd love to lobby for anyone in the boating industry. But I help people that have a problem with the government. And in this instance, it was a perfect illustration of how the government is completely out of touch. So it was easy for me to advocate. And it's also, as you say, it's not the 1%. We were in San Diego last weekend, and the parking lots around the city were empty, except now they've opened up fishing, and the parking lot at the launch ramp was bumper to bumper.
And it's so great to see. Here in Fort Lauderdale, activity on the waterways makes it feel like home, like normal. And I know San Diego, I think, shut down for a little bit. And when they opened it back up, it made San Diego feel like San Diego again, to have boats out there.
Absolutely.
And we're not talking about 200-foot yachts either. We're talking about families that are out there responsibly social distancing with the people that they're living with anyway, out on a boat, breathing in some fresh air and all that fun stuff that you get to do when you're out on the water.
It's
so this
crazy to close it.
Sorry, I was just going to say this behind me. You had referenced it, Lake Powell. I wanted to mention this because the dominant part of our theme so far, the last 5 days, has been East Coast boating, yachting, West Coast a little bit, definitely some in Europe. And we haven't talked at all about what it's like to boat in a place like Lake Powell. I have some of these images right here of obviously somebody paddleboarding, jumping in the water. I've got another one coming up here in a second, but I wanted to the backdrop of being out on the water with some of these lakes in Arizona is so unique to Arizona, right? I mean, I've never seen anything like this anywhere else in the world.
Right. We kept our Bertram on a lake that's about 40 miles from Phoenix all my young life once we got it. And then every spring, my dad would say he wanted it at Lake Powell. And we had to get a wide load permit to haul a Bertram 28, but either my brother or I would haul it up to Lake Powell and we'd use it there. The lake is drop dead gorgeous, great for water skiing and everything else. It has more shoreline. Lake Powell has more shoreline than the west coast of the United States.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. And it can be a dangerous lake.
And then the shoreline's so dramatic too. I mean, look at that.
Yep. And there are, I guess I'm going to think about this, 2 or 3 other lakes. There's Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, and Lake Havasu that aren't as beautiful as Lake Powell, but are very large bodies of water used for recreation, water skiing. Lake Powell is now predominantly houseboats. People go up and stay a week at a time.
Yep.
It's a great place to boat.
Yeah, it's really neat, and it's not a small lake in that you can just swim across it. Some of these lakes are massive.
Oh, no.
You get the true like blue water. I don't know what's out there type of a sense,
Right.
which like my favorite kind of boating is if I just wanted to go in that direction for a few hours, I could and encounter something that I've never seen before.
Yeah. My son has more long distance ocean experience than I do. I have more long lake experience than he does, but he's a fisher person. So he comes back with big fish.
Yep. And we were just talking about how much fun that part of it is. And that's the neat thing about boating is there's so many different types of ways to experience it, whether you're sailing, whether you're on a catamaran, whether you want to go really, really fast, which I know some of those guys do on the lakes there. You got some of those guys going 80, 90 miles an hour, or fishing, or just hanging out with your family, trying to grab that like perfect day, perfect sunset moment with a glass of wine in your hand.
Yep. It's the lakes are awesome. I've gotten hooked on the ocean now. I like it. I have more fun there. But as I said yesterday when we chatted for a minute, East Coast boaters have an advantage, at least in one way. If you're cruisers like my wife and I are, on the East Coast, you can go from harbor to harbor to harbor, and you can decide, well, I want to run for an hour today, or I want to run for 8 hours today. And there's a nice port at the end of either of those runs. Whereas the West Coast, we've got fewer ports and fewer nice places. We all go to Catalina. It's
right. Yeah.
Awesome.
I still have never been to Catalina, and I'm dying to go. It's
you got to go.
It's something we've got.
You go to
there.
Go to Catalina. You go to Avalon Harbor, and it's this little kind of half-round shaped harbor with breakwaters in front. And as the sun sets, one of my favorite experience there is as the sun sets and the lights come on in both the town and on the boats. It's like you're in like I imagine you're in Greece or Italy, someplace absolutely incredible. So if you enjoy a cocktail cruise, we get on our raft and then just cruise among the boats and start chatting with them. And
that's awesome.
Lots of times they'll say, "Oh, you have a Bertram 28,"
right.
And then they want to talk Bertrams.
Yep. And I was going to say, I was introduced to you by Morgan Bertram, who is one of my favorite people, and he's a yacht broker here, and he carries that legacy on well, and it's one of those brands that unite people from every single pocket of boating in the U.S. East Coast lake boating. I mean, there's just everybody appreciates and loves that family and that line of boats.
We've been trying to move up for now maybe 8-10 years, and every time we get close, we'll go past the back of somebody in the boat we want to buy, and they'll say, "Oh, Bertram, nice," or they'll say, "Nice Bertram."
Right.
And we've got to sink a lot of money in it to keep it in good shape. We think it's the nicest 28 in the country. Could be wrong about that, but not by far. But it's just for people to talk to you about your boat is kind of a high compliment. The problem is we repowered it 2 years ago, brand new engines, and we love it now. It's much better than it was. But I tell people that no one tells you that when you repower a boat, it doesn't get any bigger.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
It stays the same size.
Right.
They're better engines. They're more reliable. They'll cruise at a better speed. It's no bigger.
Yeah, that is a perfect ending point on this conversation, because we're about to talk to Gregory Marshall, who's responsible for some of those really, really, really big boats. And I am so grateful, Congressman Shea. I mean, it's so neat to have you on and talk to you. I appreciate, and not just me, but people in our industry appreciate your voice advocating for us as a group of people that make a living supporting this industry. It means a lot, and thank you, thank you, thank you.
Say hello to my friends at NMMA.
Yes, no, I will for sure. And we are going to hopefully have them back on soon. We had Tom Damrick on day one, and he's one of those guys. Just like it's a shame that we can only talk for 15 minutes because there's so many different directions that we could go here. But thank you so much.
Call me next time.
And
we'll do it again.
You at a real life boat show soon.
Take care.
Okay, see you later. We will be right back with Gregory Marshall in about 2 minutes, and I will see you guys then. Thank you, Congressman.
My pleasure.
Hi, welcome back. I am here with one of my favorite all-time designers, Mr. Gregory Marshall. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great, Bob. How are you doing?
So we both have the same boat in the background. I like my picture better than yours.
Really? Why is that?
I don't know. It's just not as many people have seen it, and I love. So I come from a boat building family, and I myself have never built a boat, so I can't take any credit for it. But there's a romance for me when I see a boat in the shed, especially head on like that. I can almost like, it's just very nostalgic. I can almost like smell it. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? That smell?
Yeah. Well, when we were visiting the boat a few months back, was just kind of standing in the shed and looking at almost that same view that you have behind you there. It's pretty emotional.
Yep, no, it is. And so we have to tell everybody what boat we're talking about, called Artifact, which is, I'll just give a quick kind of intro as to her basics. If you could speak a little bit more in depth. I know a lot of people are talking about what was going on at Nova Scrubba. It's an 80 meter. I got to see, I did not see the boat. I actually was at Nova Scrubba right before they started. And a lot of people are absolutely delighted with what the result was. And I'd love it if you could just speak to us a little bit about what the project is and where she is right now.
Absolutely. Well, the boat is left the yard and it's in transit right now. And the owners are, I'm sure, pretty excited about using it. It's been a while since they have been able to get to her and enjoy her. So I'm sure that'll be coming pretty soon, though.
So it's an 80 meter, and from what I heard, and tell me if this is correct, this actually started out on the drawing board as a 50 meter and was
That's correct.
Expanded in
Actually 55 meters.
Okay, 55 meter, which is, anybody in the industry knows the massive difference between a 55 meter and an 80 meter, but they might not know, if they're tuning in, they don't know a lot about yachting, but the volume of an 80 meter is absolutely massive. And I believe this is currently the largest gross volume 80 meter ever built. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And how did it go? What was the conversation like when you're sitting down with owners and you show them a 55 meter drawing and they say, we like it, but we want it a little bit bigger? And you say, how much bigger? They say 80 meters.
Well, it absolutely had to be 55 meters and no bigger. Then it had to be absolutely, I think it was 65 meters and no bigger.
Right.
Then it had to be exactly 70 meters and that was it, no extensions. Then it grew to 75 meters and then finally 80 meters at the final discussion. So it grew quite substantially. Volume, which you were talking about, is twice the volume of a 55 meter version.
Yeah, and one of the reasons, so there's a few things that are incredibly special about this, but one of them is the fact that it is a hull that is steel superstructure that is fiberglass, correct?
No, it's a primarily steel boat. With you can probably see it. See if I can get that right on the. It doesn't work so well right there. Those little extensions there are all fiberglass. So all the peripheral decorative pieces are fiberglass.
Okay, and that's what allowed you to achieve that look and that style, right?
Correct. Yeah, it certainly helped us get some very exotic shapes.
So the house is a combination of steel and fiberglass, and a lot of people are talking about the use of glass. 60 tons of glass. Is that correct? As far as windows and.
Yeah, it was actually about 72 tons of glass.
That's absolutely amazing. And yeah, when you start at 55 meters and you keep growing and growing and growing, I think one of the challenges as a designer has got to be keeping the purity of the original concept intact as you get bigger, correct? How did you achieve that?
Well, in terms of the overall scope of it, this owner was phenomenal in his desire to sort of maintain the overall aesthetic of the boat. You know, very few people have the endurance to sort of drive all the aesthetic all the way through in terms of how we do grills, how we do, connections and details, like no other owner we've ever had in terms of the endurance for a truly custom boat. So.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that some people don't realize is the importance of obviously the designer, obviously the yard, but also to have a build team and an owner team with the right captain, the right to bring that all together. It's not easy developing something that's never been done before, and it's got to be a meeting of all of the minds, not just the yard and the designer.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, there really was only one shipyard in the world that was capable of building this boat, that was also willing to take it on and actually do it, because there's so many things on this boat that had just simply never been done before.
Yeah, it's a special yard. We were there a number of years ago, and one of my favorite moments and terrifying moments, because I'm really afraid of heights, was they took us up on that big crane.
Yeah.
Did you go up there during the build?
No, we did go up to the top of the mast though, and had the same terrifying feeling. So you're a long ways up.
It just really gives you sort of the scope of how big that place is.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna change the background for a second to Big Fish, and I don't know if I've ever told you this, but this goes down. Big Fish is one of my all-time favorite boats, and I remember there's one of the shames of being in the industry and going to so many boat shows is you can go on so many yachts and they can blur together, because you can go on 20 or 30 in a day. And I remember distinctively a few yachts when I boarded her, sort of like I'm never going to forget this moment type of a feeling. And Big Fish was one of those boats for me, where she was at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show. She was over across the bridge over at Pier 66 on the other side there, which is now owned by Pier 66. And it was such an incredible experience for me just going on board and exploring her. Can you tell us a little bit about that project? Where is the boat now?
Well, they're off the coast of Chile right now. They've been there for, I think, 3 months. They're on the second owners. And the first owner, I think, put about 140,000 miles on the boat. The second owner has put well over 200,000 miles on the boat. They are on board for 5 months continuous each year. And they explore every nook and cranny around the world. So they spent 3 months on the British Columbia coast when they stopped by last year.
Yep.
And they went in and out of every single little channel and every little nook and cranny. So they're I think now about 320,000 miles. And so the boat has had an extraordinary amount of usage.
It's got to feel good as a designer to know. I mean, it's almost like a child, right? Like a baby. And to know that your design, your boat is doing the things that she was intended for. Because a boat like Big Fish was not meant to just be hanging out in Fort Lauderdale.
It never has.
For a few weeks. No,
it's never sat around. It's always been exploring and very very ambitious places, and so it's been fantastic to see it. It's as you say, it's definitely one of my children.
Yeah. And but before we go, because we have this short amount of time here, 15 minutes, I would love to ask you kind of where you are right now. How are you doing in this new world that we find ourselves in? Are you guys able to get out up there?
We we're all locked down, but oddly enough, our business has accelerated in all of this. So we've picked up about 5 new projects in the last couple of months in lockdown.
That's great.
We've got 29 people in the design office, and everyone's running absolutely flat out. And I think a lot of wealthy people are locked down in their houses, and we're part of the dream process of what's going to happen when they get out, I think so.
And how are you doing that? Are you starting because normally you'd fly in, you'd meet somebody in their team, maybe sit down at their home or their office. Are you doing most of those conceptual birthing of ideas and projects? Are you doing it in meetings like this?
Yeah, it's actually been incredible. Just saying, everyone's kind of gotten used to, we've been video conferencing for years, but lots of people aren't. And now, because we're forced to, people have gotten much more comfortable with the idea of doing substantial deals on video conferencing. And I think that's going to fundamentally change our whole industry. And you guys, to be honest, have led the way with what you're doing with this show. It's great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been, I've said it a few times. For me, a boat show isn't a boat show without running into friends on the docks and having conversations like this, paying a compliment to a designer about your favorite boat, saying hi to your competitors, and all that stuff that kind of makes a boat show a boat show. For all of us, I think has always been more than just seeing the boats, but it's also seeing the people, and having people like you on make this feel a hell of a lot more like a real boat show. So thank you.
Well, nice job, Bob. I really appreciate you having me.
Thank you. And I hope to see you in Fort Lauderdale. That is an event it looks like is definitively happening, the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show. So I hope to see you on the docks. And thank you very, very, very much for coming.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And in a few minutes, we're going to be joined by David Parnes, a guy that I respect and like a lot. Give us about 2 minutes and we'll be rejoining then. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you in a second.
Great. Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. And I am excited to have David Parnes on, who is joining us from California.
That's right,
David,
Los Angeles, baby.
LA.
The sun is shining.
The last time I talked to you was on a Zoom call, kind of like this, with a few guys from the yachting industry. And I think you were in the same setting. It looks identical, like the birds chirping, the magic Los Angeles, like fresh air. Yeah, so it's the same spot. Is this your backyard, I'm assuming?
This is my backyard. This is where I'm quarantining some of the time. And it's actually very, very nice. So yes,
no, it's
well,
awesome.
well noticed.
I have some friends that live in LA. And some of them are actually in a condo or like an apartment. And this seems to be one of the worst times to not have a house, right? Like, but there's some cool aspects to a condo and the view and the amenities. But at a time like this, having an actual backyard has got to be great, right?
For sure. I mean, look, I moved to LA about 12 and a half years ago. And it was only up until maybe 3 years ago, I actually lived in an apartment or a condo the whole time, which was great because that was pre-corona, don't get me wrong. But now I live in a house. It took a while to get there, but now I do. I appreciate it so much, especially now. Like to have a pool with my 2-year-old. She just wants to go swimming the whole time, and the sun is beautiful and shining. As you can see, the birds are chirping. Probably because not many people are out on the street right now, right? So the wildlife is like thriving.
Like it's safe for us to come out.
Yeah,
So,
isn't that crazy?
I have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, just turned 3, a 1-year-old, and and for us, so it's a bunch of small little kids in the house, and we are really blessed too to have a pool. And it was one of those like COVID-19 things that has saved our life. Is your 2-year-old actually getting in the pool yet? Does she know how to swim?
I mean, I wouldn't say she knows how to swim, but she gets in the pool when I'm in there. Like she loves it. Like she is obsessed. I have to hold her. She's like slowly learning.
That's like the best thing is when they start to grasp the idea of floating and kind of pushing off. It is really exciting. So I sadly only have 15 minutes with you, so I'm going to just jump right into some stuff.
Go for it.
Real estate. We actually have Tim Elmes coming on next, who is a great real estate agent here in Fort Lauderdale. And does a great job with social media. You are one of those like leading minds, thought leaders when it comes to social media, digital marketing, in real estate. Can you talk a little bit about that and what your kind of preferred platform is? Are you doing more on Instagram, Facebook? If you could only choose one to use, what would be your one?
So I'd probably choose Instagram, which is where I do most of my social media anyway, because you get more. It seems like there's more immediate engagement there. Like Facebook seems to be a lag when you do a post or a video. I don't think people are logged into Facebook the amount that they're logged into Instagram, especially for videos and photos. That's just my experience. So I think people that are looking for content like videos and photos are going to go to Instagram first. And don't get me wrong, like you can post everything to Facebook anyway that you're posting to Instagram because they own it. But I would say my preferred platform is Instagram. It's more instant. I love the Instagram lives, which I'm doing a lot of in properties, listings, and even interviews. So yeah, I'd probably say most of our social media as a team right now is on Instagram.
Yeah, and it's cool because Instagram for many years was seen as this post a pretty picture, like the one behind me that we'll talk about in a second. But Instagram has very much become one of those like conversation places where it's not just post and move on, but there's a lot of engaging. There's a lot of like, get me some more information, great house, whatever it is. And it seems to be much more of a social platform than some of the others.
Definitely 100%. It's I find that they bring out more features. They make it more user-friendly. You can, even for example, the Instagram live feature, right? The fact that you can record an Instagram live, you can have questions while you're going, come up on the screen, which is, I think it's really, really cool. But then also you can save that video, which means you can post it to YouTube or wherever you want, your website, whatever you want to do with it, it's there permanently. And of course you can save it on your story for 24 hours. So I just think it just really, really works well for live tours of our properties as well. It doesn't even have to just be Instagram live. We can just literally take a video and post it on IGTV. So there's just a lot of ways to do it. And I think it works very, very well. And the engagement's great as well. Yep.
And we referenced this a second ago. I'd love for you to tell us about this property. I'd love for you to tell us where this is. I believe this one was in Beverly Hills. Is that correct?
That's actually in the Hollywood Hills.
Okay.
We sold that last year. It was actually the largest. It was the largest sale at the time when we sold it last year for the last preceding 7 years before that in the Hollywood Hills. It's a magnificent property. I mean, it's 20,000 square feet. So for the Hollywood Hills, that's huge. It's actually the biggest house in the Hollywood Hills as well, at just over 20,000 square feet. The architect is Sayota, who's a South African architecture company. They do some of the most beautiful, as you can see, designs. What they've done is they've veered away from having to be a white box, right? To have a modern property in the hills with a view. They've taken away that, no, you don't have to have that stale, cold, modern white box. They've created warmth. They've created texture. They've created a timeless architecture through a modern design. And I love that. And that's the use of the limestone. It's the use of the wood. It's the landscaping. And it's really just that warmth that they create. I mean, they are super talented. So yeah, it was a pleasure to be able to sell that.
And it's so important because it's hard to just describe all of that in a photo, but you guys did an awesome job here. I would imagine when you're marketing a property like this, is there a video component to it? Are you using virtual tours? Are you leaning more on photography? How do you go about the process of listing a property like this? Because I would imagine it's a lot like we list a super yacht. It's not just throwing up a few photos on the MLS and waiting for people to call, right?
No, for sure not. I mean, look, we wouldn't be able to operate like that. I mean, if we were just put a property on the MLS, wait for people to call, then we'd never be able to separate ourselves from everyone else. And therefore, I don't think we would be in the position we are right now to represent properties like that. I think, for that property, it's about who you know. It's about, rolling up your sleeves, making calls to those clients that you can get in directly. Of course, the photography is hugely important. So we put a lot of emphasis on getting the perfect photos. We work with the best photographers. We're very particular. We're very hands-on in that respect. We obviously got a property video as well. We use a company called Tri-Blend Media for a lot of the videos, and Simon Berlin for the photography. They're amongst the best, in my opinion. But what's interesting is for that particular property, because it was such a big deal, right? It's a story. You've got the biggest house in the Hollywood Hills. It has the longest swimming pool. It has the biggest roof deck. It's Toyota. It's awesome. The views are incredible. My client actually spent about $2 million burying power lines because there were power lines all around. It took them 4 years. So basically there was a whole story to that, right? So I got CNBC in there. I did, and it's all online. I did a CNBC interview, talking about the property, walking through the property with drones and just looking at the scale and the details, and actually talking about the power lines, because I actually got CNBC in there like 2 years before while they were cutting down the power lines. So they got the footage of the power lines being cut out and they edited it. They cut that into the video of me standing in the house done, talking about, $2 million or whatever it was is a lot of money to bury power lines, but you've gone from like a 5 out of 10 view with a 10 out of 10 house to a 10 out of 10 view with a 10 out of 10 house. So it worked, and I think it was really, really good. I also got Fox News up there. I did Instagram lives. I did social media tours on Instagram. Like I did it, the whole works up there, because it's a house that's worthy of that.
Yeah, no, that's a great story. I love the idea of including the media and creating a narrative with them. So not just like, hey, the house is perfect and done, but to actually invite them during some of the process of the improvement of the property, and they feel like they're now sort of a part of the story, right?
Right, totally. And it's really good. It's just to get that footage. It's like, wait, this is cool. Like this house is like 2 years away from being finished, but you're spending like a couple of $1 million burying power lines. I mean, that's more than most people spend on their entire house. This is just to bury the power lines. So to have got that actual footage at the time and being able to use that to show I suppose in the respect of the house being complete and how great the views are, it really worked. It was a great little piece.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that you're great at, is the storytelling part of it. And I think sometimes, whether you're a yacht broker or realtor, it's not just the $100 million property. It could be the $2 million boat. It could be the $10 million yacht. It could be a $500,000 property in Fort Lauderdale. But there's a story attached to all of these things. And to be the guy that can discover that story and then retell it well, I think is one of the things you're awesome at. And it's the mark of somebody that's good at sales, right?
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess it's just, listen, we have the tools. When I first started in this business, I didn't have these listings. Like that would be like, I didn't have the track record to get a listing like that. That would be like my dream, which would never happen, right? So basically we got, what we could, our first listing was actually a little duplex that I built and converted into single family residence, right? So we were at like, the $1 million range, the $2 million range, and that would be a huge, just to have a listing would be amazing. Right. But what we noticed is whatever listing we had, that's our time to shine, because when you have a listing, it gives you a great opportunity to get your brand out there, right? Because people are going to be looking at your property. So I'm talking about from open house signs to social media, to advertisements, to press if we can get it. If there's any like celebrity pedigree and, any storyline, which we always think about, any angle. So it's really about getting our brand out there as much as it is about getting the property out there, because that's what we need to do in order to grow as a business. So we did a lot of that. We were very, very hands-on. with our marketing and making sure that we really did that. But at the same time, we would be marketing the property heavily, and we would be rolling up our sleeves, calling up client after client, getting them into the house. We've never been the people to sit back and broker load onto the MLS and let everyone else do the work. We've always been the guys that are always going to think ahead and sell our property, not rely on someone else to sell it.
Right. And that's part of the grittiness too, that I think that makes you guys great. It's it's not just a glamorous job. It's getting in there, making those calls and being gritty about it. That gets the results. David, I wish we had another like 20 minutes to talk. We don't. I have these set up in such short little sequences. It means a ton to me that you came on our little boat show. We have talked in the past, and I hope we get to do something collaboratively. We'd love to have you come down here to Fort Lauderdale or Miami. We got some boat shows coming up in the fall, and we'd love for you to be our guest.
Would love that. Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the interviews. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. All right. See you, man. So that's David Parnes, everybody. I am going to take a break for about a minute. We're going to be welcoming on Tim Elmes, who does the same thing, but in a different market here in Fort Lauderdale and is regarded as one of the very best agents down here in South Florida. I'm going to introduce him in a second. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back with Tim Elmes, who is, and I've got the logo of Compass behind me, but he is like his own brand, really. But he is with Compass. It's Tim Elmes Group, and he is very much considered one of the top, like, all-time realtors here in South Florida, specifically Fort Lauderdale. As a kid growing up here, it was impossible not to encounter Tim's name and face everywhere you went, attached to some really, really cool properties. It's an honor for me to have you on here, Tim. Thank you.
Welcome, and likewise, an honor to be interviewed by you.
Thank you. And I don't know where to start. So I've known you for a little while. We only have a few minutes, so I'm just going to start throwing some stuff at you. My first question is going to be, how is the real estate market here in Fort Lauderdale doing through all this this craziness that we're living in?
Right now, really well. We had actually our best January, February my career. And then, of course, things came to a grinding halt. March and April, both for Broward and Dade County, that's Fort Lauderdale and Miami, are 70% off volume-wise year over year, which is obviously not exciting. But just the last couple of weeks, it's really kicked into gear. Before that, people couldn't get here. People who were here, we had a guy want to look at one of our homes for 10 million, one for 17 million. The families were locked down. Kids were in from New York.
Yep.
They said, no one's coming in the house. So between people not traveling and no access, it was a challenge. Yep. But things have really kicked in gear. We're negotiating 5 offers right now as I speak, from an opening offer that came in a few days ago at 12.5, and that guy's at 14.5, sellers at 16 and change, and to as little as $1.5 million. But 5 offers, which is extremely rare. That with us, with Waterfront, generally $1 million plus that we operate with 5 offers in hand. So we're very, very busy. We're seeing a huge influx, Bob, from the Northeast, but both rentals and purchases.
Yep. And I would imagine, so in our industry, there's a lot of activity lately. A lot of people that want to say, hey, I really like the idea of having a boat, or maybe before they were considering it, now they're actually buying one. Are you seeing some more activity with homes on the water because of that same reason, where people want to say, hey, I'd like the idea of a little more freedom during these weird times of being able to take a boat out and sort of escaping from the house?
100%. You've got guys, I think there's a lot of guys in the big cities, I mean, from DC, Boston, Philly, New York, who may have planned to retire next 3, 4, 5, 7 years, whatever. And you're just going, whoa, I could have died last month. I'm getting out of Dodge and going to go buy my boat and play now. Yep. A lot of our clients who are up there and have a small place here, they could afford to retire whenever, right? They're just workaholics. Now they're coming down here in droves to get away from the coronavirus and to come and actually play while they still have their youth and health.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing. There's so many industries and so many markets geographically that are just absolutely getting their teeth kicked in. And then you have other industries that seem to be thriving, and other cities that seem to be almost benefiting from this world that we're living in. And it seems like South Florida is one of those places, like you said, that people like the idea of retreating to for that very, very reason.
100%.
I've got this logo behind me, Compass. I am a big real estate fan. What people don't realize about me is we don't pay as much attention to the marketing and social media strategies and all that stuff of our competitors and people in our industry. We have our eyes on real estate like crazy. And guys like Robert Refkin with Compass, I admire and I watch constantly. I'm a big fan of Inman, so I'm constantly looking at that stuff. What is it like working with Compass, and why did you choose to go in that direction?
Actually, kind of driven by my daughter. I'm very fortunate. I've got 4 kids. My eldest daughter, Addison, has been with me as a partner now for between 4 and 5 years. And she's more digitally oriented. I'm a bit of a caveman when it comes to marketing.
Right.
But to endorse what Dave said before me, yeah, Instagram is where it's at. Facebook really isn't working. It's not viable for us in our business. So Addison found that the marketing with Compass was very upstreet, New York style, advanced marketing. And, I'm a salesman, right? I'm famous here for stopping cars. If you're driving, sell you a nice car and selling them a house.
Right.
But I'm not good at like creating an ad and doing all that. And Compass gives us a great leg up in that. Plus, they've managed to recruit a high percentage of the top agents around the country. And I just got a $25 million referral purchaser from Texas through a Compass agent. So that's also working well. We're very fortunate, Bob, because the company we had before with 600 agents, mostly in Miami, and I was the only principal in Broward, we sold to Cole Bankers, some years ago. Right. So there's every year there's an increasing migration from Miami of Americans moving to Florida for taxes.
Yep.
They think Miami, they go there. They'd rather have less traffic and speak more English, if you will, and they migrate up here. And that's an increasing acceleration every year. So we benefit from that as well.
By the way, I keep trying to adjust because I'm blocking you 100% right now. I hope you're okay with that now.
Perfect.
For me.
You can see my daughter. That's more important than the other guys. That's great.
There you go. Perfect. And what is it like right now as a realtor, day-to-day, real life on showings? How are you doing that? Are you wearing a mask? Are you putting gloves on? What's the normal Compass, Tim Elmes group protocol for that stuff?
Yes, both gloves and masks and distancing. So we have the clients coming in wearing masks and gloves. We don't let them touch anything if it's a home that's lived in. We open the doors and close the doors. They're not allowed to touch a single thing. They keep their hands in their pockets or wear gloves.
Yeah.
And then, you take your gloves off when you leave and toss them. So very much so, and distancing. So yeah, it's a challenge, right? Obviously, and there's obviously very, very limited showings compared to normal, but we've been, as I say, exceptionally busy. I think to the point you just made, I think both parts of California and down here, we're fantastically blessed. I mean, if I was in Michigan, right, people are leaving.
Yeah.
People are coming here. There was a $33 trillion transfer of wealth happening. We're in the middle of that right now in the US. 2/3 of the US wealth is controlled between DC and Boston. Those people inheriting that money, they're going to buy a vacation home down here. That was already happening, right? Florida, people are already migrating here in the winter. Now, with the coronavirus, people live in the cities. And last year, Bob, we did 4 all-time city records for price per foot for different asset classes because of tax people migrating here to get away from tax states, particularly California and the Northeast. So this is just added to that. We're very fortunate, like you say, some places are suffering, we're benefiting.
It makes me excited and bullish on South Florida real estate. We should talk and maybe buy something. Is that's what you're trying to do right now, right? You're trying to
Absolutely.
Say, Tim, I need to talk to you about buying. So the listing side of it, so you have this team behind you, and you mentioned Addison. What is she doing? What are you guys doing to market listings these days? Are you using things like virtual tours and Matterports? Are you doing video tours? What are you doing to make a property attractive to people that are stuck at home?
Yeah, exactly. We're putting Matterport in more and more homes, especially like pretty much across the board since coronavirus. Before that, I think people tended to prefer video, but the Matterport allows them to like literally walk through the house. And we're doing virtual tours, right, with people who are in New York and in Philly, and in fact in Chicago. Chicagoans historically have trended towards Naples, but we've got as many Chicago buyers right now as New York buyers here, which is surprising and good. So yeah, Matterport, we've always done high-end photography because over 90% of buyers today, Bob, especially the higher end buyers, start on the web. They haven't got time to come down here and schlep around with someone like me and look at something that doesn't work. They get very focused online. So photography and video and Matterport, very important.
Yeah, it's huge, and it's nice to see the multi-generational thing. I work with my dad also, and I'm wondering, do you ever do the thing that my dad does to me where you make Addison like come over and fix your computer because you don't know how to send an email? Does that happen, or is it?
Sorry, let me just close this door. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, what was the question, Bob?
So the question was, do you ever abuse Addison to the point where you make her like fix your phone if like a text message can't go out or you can't figure out how to print something? Or are you pretty good with that stuff? Or is she constant?
No, I'm horrible. I've actually got an ancient phone because I'm scared to buy a new one and make all the transfers. So my nephew, my brother's son, is our tech guy, and he's very helpful with that. Addison is better than me, but yeah, I'm a caveman tech-wise. Yeah, so I abuse them all the time. Just fix this. Would you make it work?
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Dad, I've got important things to do right now. Cool. Well, thank you very, very much for joining us. It was awesome having the local guy on. Real quick, before you leave, and then we're going to introduce Billy Springer, who I'm psyched to talk to. Who's your favorite broker at Denison Yachting?
David Johnson.
I knew it. Okay, perfect. He is going to be happy to hear that. If he's not watching, I will tell him later, but he is
great.
Awesome
he's really
guy.
great. He's great. He's available, and he's candid and honest with my clients. He's done multiple deals with one of my clients.
Yeah. No, he's a great guy, and I had to, since you've been spending this entire time plugging yourself, I wanted to make sure, or plugging the local market. I wanted to make sure that I could plug a guy like David Johnson. Tim, thank you very,
you guys done an amazing job. How many contracts? Someone told me you had a ton of house boats under contract recently. How many was that?
Yeah, so we have about 104. Right now that are under contract with deposits. So it's really good. Our people, and it's not just us as a firm, but we're doing some special things. Our marketing team and our brokers have really taken this time and done some really unique, fun things. And they're just continuing to taking awesome care of clients the whole way through. Because it's not just marketing, right? In real estate and yachting, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as much how cool your Matterport virtual tour is, your video walkthrough. You still have to, in real life, take incredible care of people. that have trusted you to sell their house or buy it. And sometimes that just means showing up and being nice, taking that call at 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Congratulations on all the sales. Now, we've got many clients we've done multiple deals with, so thanks for your time. Cheers.
Thank you. And that is Tim Elmes, one of my favorite people here in Fort Lauderdale. And coming up next is Billy Springer. And by the way, I have notes on every single person except for him. Billy just said, what I want to do with you, and I used the quote, bro down. So I don't know what that means, but I'm going to be hanging out with Billy, totally unscripted, and we're going to bro down. So tune in about 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. I am back live with Mr. Bill Springer. I also know him as Billy Swizzle, and I am going to start out with a photo of you. Oh, by the way, in the last interview, I have notes for every single word or the words "bro down."
Yeah, I think we should just wing it, Bob. You know, we could talk about super yachts. We could talk about bald little babies sailing around. So it's funny that you chose that picture because I just launched my new magazine today, Ocean Exclusive Magazine, literally.
That's
today.
awesome.
And the first, yeah, and I'm really excited about it. And the first story that's referenced in that. So that's my son. He was 6 months old when we did our first charter down at the BVI's. And just before all the coronavirus stuff hit, myself, my wife, we went back to the BVI's with our now 7-year-old and did the story down there, recreated the picture, and he's got a full head of hair, and he had lost the 2 front teeth, and taught him how to drive the dinghy, and was like bawling my eyes out with
awesome.
pride, you know?
It's really, when you're able to pass that like love of all this stuff that I see in the background to your boy or to your girl is such a cool thing. And I keep having a hard time today positioning myself because I'm right in the middle of the picture.
No, you're good.
I could do this, and it makes it look like he's actually on my shoulder.
Totally, like you're a pirate. Like that's a baby parrot, and you're a pirate.
So will you remind us? So so you just launched this new project. You are a contributor writer for Forbes, a bunch of different magazines.
That's right. That's right.
That people love and respect. You have been a huge, not only supporter, but just a nice person to us. And I'm so thankful for that, and very, very much have become friends. And I'm so happy that you joined us again. Tell us a little bit about where are you right now? You were on with us day one, which was like 8 weeks ago.
Yep.
How have things changed up in Boston since the very first days of quarantine? Are things looking and feeling a little bit more normal right now?
Yeah, you know, Bob, I'm really psyched to be here. I'm really grateful to have been on the first show because you know, I write about super yachts and luxury travel, you know, and I mean, you and I, we've been impacted pretty significantly by this sort of situation.
Yep.
And what I'm so sort of, you know, kind of grateful for and proud of is that I was involved with what you've been doing, because I think you've led the way in how this new reality can be in a really good way with boats and with travel and with, you know, keeping people involved in the things that we love to do. I mean, I know for myself, I know for myself, I want to go sailing. I want to go out on a boat. I want to get on a plane and go traveling now more than ever. You know, that desire, that it's almost like a human desire to have adventures.
Yep.
Go away just because we have all this craziness happening. And I think it's kind of cool because it was pretty, you know, I got to admit, I was pretty scared when things really started to clamp down in the beginning. And I'm not as scared now, you know. Are you
getting out of the house?
I think part of it is.
Are you getting out of the house? Like, are you actually hitting downtown Boston? Or are you still pretty much holed up?
Pretty much not holed up in a like a super quarantine way. I mean, I go for runs, I go for bike rides. You know, obviously, I wear a mask. I wear a mask just out of respect. Yep. You know, I mean, there's no real need for me to wear a mask when I'm running through the woods necessarily.
Yep.
But I feel like it's a small thing that I can do. Why not do it?
Yep.
So wearing a mask, slowly kind of venturing out. I mean, up here in Massachusetts, I'm in Boston, by the way. The governor has just sort of opened up a few things. So intellectually, you know, almost like psychically, that has helped us all, I think, relax and realize, okay, you know, we're going to get back to normal eventually. Yep. You know, so, I mean, it's kind of weird that, you know, wearing a mask while running through the woods is becoming normal, but, you know, we humans can adapt. So I've been adapting.
Yep.
Work-wise, I've never been busier, which is great.
Yep. And are you, when you say busier, so let's talk a little bit about the things that you write about and that you're passionate about.
Absolutely.
Really cool thing, by the way, when you can do the thing that you're really good at and you can attach to the things that you really love, and that doesn't happen for everybody.
And you can look so good while you do it, right? I mean,
I don't know if anybody has said that, but yes, and also look really cool with the badass jacket and the really cool white sunglasses.
Bob, I'm telling you, like, just say no to sweatpants. I don't care if you're working at home. Just say no to sweatpants.
I
Please,
totally agree with
know?
you. I have not once done that, and it's never even crossed my mind, because there's something about, and I don't think I'm in the minority here, there's something about putting your big boy pants on, a nice shirt on, to make it
Totally.
feel like,
With a collar. You got to have a collar. It's a button.
Yep. And pants.
Yep. Now, look at the salmon. I like.
I got my salmon boat show pants on. There's just something that feels good about that, and it makes it feel, I don't know, a little bit more normal.
Hey, Bob, just a little bit of biz. Let's talk a little biz, because you probably saw that the Monaco Yacht Show is probably not going to happen.
And you and I, the last time we talked, day one, we said with confidence, see you on the docks in Monaco, right?
Right. But the reason I'm saying this now, I mean, I can't say for sure, but the Charter Brokers Association and the Big Builders Association have both said that they don't want to go. So we'll see how it all plays out. However, my thinking is Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show is going to be off the hook.
Yeah.
It will be the center of the super yacht universe this year, which I think is actually kind of cool.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to be really nice to have, like, again, this thing that we do, just to plug it for a second, what makes it a little different than others is we try these live interviews, because it's the people that make a boat show a lot of fun.
Yep.
And I think that, like, electricity of running into people on the docks and just hanging out with friends you haven't seen in a really long time. Like before, it would have been maybe a few months or
right.
Now you're going to be seeing people you haven't seen in a long time. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah. Are you guys going to do interviews on the docks?
We've been playing around. So this is our last.
That could be really cool.
This is our last day of this thing that we're calling a boat show from your couch, but we are going to have another reiteration of it. I don't know what it's going to be exactly, but I think we're going to tie in something live at the Fort Lauderdale show and kind of have a virtual thing at the same time. But we have been like playing around with the idea of that. I'm not sure what it'll look like, but it's still cool, because by doing stuff like that, you get to engage with people that are like, can't make it down to the boat show for any number of reasons, but still want to feel the energy and talk to the people. And at that point, it might be safe for guys like you and I to travel. It might not be safe for somebody that's got a pre-existing condition, still might not feel totally comfortable jumping in a plane and head down to Fort Lauderdale. So we're trying to figure out ways to connect with those people.
Yeah, no, I think that's a brilliant idea. And then just the other stuff that I've been working on, I've been doing a lot of profiles for the different super yacht builders as well, you know, which has been really cool. Some of these owners are just really fantastic and really interesting people. Do you know Carl Allen?
Who's Carl with?
Carl Allen. He owns one of those Damen yacht support.
Yes.
vessels,
Okay.
And he's very connected in the Bahamas. He actually just bought Walker's Key. Well, a couple of years ago. Anyway, I interviewed him, and he is doing some treasure hunting around the Bahamas.
I know exactly who that is. I don't know him personally. I know of him. He is really doing what those boats are meant to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not only that, but he's really given a lot back to the Bahamas, and he was like on it, like on point with the hurricane relief effort. You know, I mean, he loaded up like, what was it? It was like 500 tons of relief stuff onto that boat and brought it over. Yeah,
it's really cool. Because the hurricane and now this is just as devastating for the Bahamas, because their economy so much relies on gentlemen like Mr. Allen and guys like us, even just hitting the Bahamas for a great time. They are so much connected to the tourism dollar, and right now they're truly suffering in some significant way. So it's good to hear that. We had a few marina owners in the Bahamas on 2 weeks ago, and they said, and it still looks like we're looking at a mid-June, early July kind of grand opening, which is going to be really, really nice.
Are there just a ton of boats in all your marinas down there in Florida now? Like, did everyone basically go to Florida before everything locked down?
Yeah, so we have a number of boats that we personally know of, and many more than that are actually heading right now from South Florida to the Med. So there's definitely people.
Like it opened up and they hit the road.
Right. So Croatia, I'm not sure if you've heard, but they've been one of the more progressive, like, hey, by the way, we are going to be the first to open. And there's a lot of people taking their boats from all over the world heading to Croatia. They certainly hope that the French Med will be open, the Italian Med. It's still a little bit of an unknown there, but I think at the very least, if you're a private yacht owner, you'll be able to visit those places on board it'll be questionable as far as what the charter part of it's going to look like and when that's going to happen. But definitely a lot of activity. If you look at one of those ship tracking maps, you'll see a ton of big boats heading east right now to the Med.
Totally. I checked that out right when the whole COVID stuff happened, and it was like an armada leaving from Southern Cal going to French Polynesia. You know.
Yeah, 100%.
But I ended up interviewing a few guys that sheltered in place out there, and it was a little bit. It was great, and it was sort of amazing, but it was also like they didn't want to get trapped there either. Yeah. You know, one guy in particular, the French aircraft flew over them. They were on a distant atoll, and he radioed down to them like, "Yep, you can stay in that atoll, or you have to leave the waters. Right. Like, there's no, there's no like having fun, you know."
Yeah.
So
it's going to be really interesting to see all of those different countries and then locally the ports, how they interact. I mean, this is going to be an unknown part of it, but I think what you see is that you see a lot of people in the midst of the unknown treating each other with kindness. So I think you're going to see a lot of dock masters and harbor authorities welcoming incoming ships, even if it's not allowed right at the exact right time. There's going to be at least some humanity to not keep those boats offshore. What they can do when they get there, I think that's an unknown. But I think across many industries, you're seeing a lot of that humanity thing kind of resurface as one of the great things that have come out of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it, Bob. Like, getting on a yacht, I mean, if you can't have a little humor and have a little bit of love of your fellow man on a yacht, I mean, it's like the most amazing thing, and it's good for us all, I think, to remember that. But I've got a question for you. Have you had more people sort of come to you because of this, saying, "Hey, I've been putting off buying this boat, but now, life is short." What's that been like?
So we've all-time high as far as web traffic, all-time high inquiries. We have we have a lot of boats under contract right now, a lot of yachts, and we do all segments of the boating types. So whether it's sailboats, super yachts, Centercon, and every single category of yachts right now is on fire with inquiries. As far as the number of people that are actually inquiring, and then the number of people putting down a deposit to buy something is obviously a little bit different. But there is a ton of activity, and definitely some portion of that activity is deciding, hey, now's the time. And they may have been on the fence before, like, I'm not totally sure if I should do that, sure I should make that investment. And now they're kind of like, that investment is not so much a fiscal investment, and you got to pardon the plug, but with boating and yachting, it's an investment in like relationships and memories and all that stuff that's so important. And so there's people that were on the fence before that are now jumping in. But a lot of the activity are people, these people haven't necessarily totally made the decision yet, are people that never even considered boating or owning a yacht
that's
before.
Cool.
But they're seeing.
See, those are my people. Those are the people that I write for when I write my stories in Forbes.
Well, it is. I mean, it's working.
I think it's important to obviously sort of talk to the people that love boats and love yachts and just want to know the latest thing. But I found for me, what I really kind of get jazzed about is spreading the love and sharing the magic of yachting to a more bigger audience where people may have the means but just never really thought of getting on a boat, and then realizing like, this is amazing.
So it's an interesting thing. And if you look at all like spectrum of boat types and wealth types, it's almost exactly the same. The number of people percentage-wise that buy a boat that can financially afford it is somewhere between 1.5% to 2.2%. So it's
interesting. Whoa.
Really wealthy down to the guy that just wants to spend a few $1,000s on a little tiny boat is about 2%. And one of the frustrating things for me about our industry is often we're so, as brokers or builders, we're so concerned about what the competitor is doing, and we're so hyper paranoid about that. And when in reality, our competition is not the broker next to me. It's the ski slope. It's the ultra luxury cruise. It's all these different experiences that people are spending their money on. And for us, I think as an industry, we need to do a better job of saying we want to go after that 97.8% that have never owned a boat but could.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and that's been fun for me too, because, like I just love telling these stories. I love sort of, the industry. I love the people in the industry, like you say, the relationships. I mean, it's just a really special thing.
No,
and
it's really cool. And it is a totally different experience, right? Like I always like to say being on a boat is the easiest place to lose your cell phone because you just forget about it, you know?
Right.
And I think the other part of it is people assume just if you're on one of those big white yachts that you're hanging out with people that are really stuffy or hanging out with people that are doing the pass spray coupon thing or drinking things that you've never heard of before. But in reality, most yachting experiences are with really cool, ordinary people in sort of storytelling mode, doing very normal things, but just in a different way, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's important. I mean, you know, our audience here probably knows this, but on a super yacht in particular, however big it is, I mean, a super yacht, a large yacht to a super yacht, you're going to have a crew of people, and you're going to spend your time with a crew of people that are really psyched to be there and really psyched to help blow your mind with the most amazing stuff that they've seen. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you go to a resort and you've got some guy giving you a towel. Right. It's a whole different deal that people probably don't think of. They probably think of, you know, the great coupon thing, but in reality, it's actually more soulful and more, you know, memorable.
Yeah, I like that word, soulful. So tell me, we only have, somehow the time flew by. We got a few more minutes. Tell us a little bit about your current project and how that's going to be different from the things that you've been doing in the past.
Yeah, so my current project is, I've kind of always been focusing on other websites and other publications, and I've taken this time to really sort of think about what am I good at? What do I want to talk about? Where's my sort of strengths lie? And it's talking about super yachts, luxury travel, and the sort of the complements of luxury products, but in a soulful way, like we were talking about, you know? It's not like, hey, you know, I want to have a really fancy boat so I can look better than the other guy. I want to tell a story about the like you'll see on the post today, it was like me and my family, and the lead sentence is, I cried like a baby, honestly, because I, you know, being able to go back and recreate that trip from 7 years ago, it was emotional. And I mean, that's another thing that I've learned in my writing career, is that to not be afraid of actually kind of sharing some of the emotion and some of the style and just be myself and, you know, be a little bit goofy. And so there's just going to be more of that, you know, kind of fun, luxe, going to places that not many people get to go to. You know, I mean, I've got some pretty cool plans once travel starts opening up. So hopefully I'll be able to, you know, tell some pretty exclusive stories.
That's awesome. Well, we'd love to be a part of it. We want to support that in any way that we could. What I'd like to do, if you can drop me a link, we will definitely share it across some of these platforms here. Cool. You are a great ambassador for our industry, especially, like we said, to those people that aren't sort of in it. And we love that, not only as a firm, but as somebody that hopes very much that my son, who's now 5 years old, I can pass on that fourth generation baton to somebody that is excited about the industry as much as you are. So thank you.
Yeah, Bob, and you know, thank you for doing this. I mean, again, I'm really impressed with your leadership in the industry to pull all these things off. I know how hard it is to interview one person for a half-hour interview. You're doing 8 hours of interviews, not to mention all the back-end stuff. So just kudos to you, and I just wish you all the best. And you know, we'll see each other.
Sure. So I got 2 requests. One, that Monaco jacket, I asked that you bring it to Fort Lauderdale.
I will. Absolutely.
Okay. 2,
the tie is also velvet. The tie is velvet as well.
Yeah, the tie's cool. The tie is, I wasn't expecting it. I like it. I was not expecting the glasses.
Well,
I
mean,
like
you know,
jacket I love. And the chair too.
Good.
So our producer of the show, Devin, somehow has the worst collection of chairs in his office, and he thinks that I don't like any chairs. But now is proof that I do like a chair. So you need to step it up. Devin, thank you. Or sorry, Billy, thank you very much. Bob. Devin's going to take us offline here as we introduce our next guest, John Jarvie. Billy, it is an awesome honor for me to talk to you and hang out with you. I appreciate it a lot.
Namaste.
Namaste. All right, cool. Well, I'll see you guys back in a few minutes when we will have John Jarvie from Oversea Insurance talk to us about yacht insurance and boating and yachting, and also YPY, and also being a new dad. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. I think I'm off, but I'm not sure. I'm just... All right. Perfect. Hey, guys. Bob Denison here. Cool. Take your time. So, guys, we got John Jarvie. I'm going to be making fun of him. I think I'm still on, so I'm just going to talk about John Jarvie. I'm going to talk about his obsession with the most boring sport in the world, which is soccer. And I'm also going to talk to him about the most boring part of our industry, which is insurance. Both are important, though. Am I still on? Perfect. Good. So here's why soccer is boring. I'm just going to tell people why I think soccer is boring, and then John can defend himself when he comes on. So what people say is that soccer is exciting because there is no answer. Soccer is not exciting. People say it's interesting because, again, can't think of anything that somebody has told me as to why soccer is interesting. Am I still on, by the way? Perfect. Perfect. So here's what I don't like about soccer. A lot of running. I played soccer as a kid, and you're not running towards something. It's just like you're constantly running in different directions. Confusing. Like as a kid, the most terrible thing about soccer for me was being called offside, because you're trying to beat the defender. And if you do beat him and then the ball comes at you, you've somehow committed a crime, and then you get in trouble. Also, I don't like soccer. And there's just not enough goals scored. I think that what would make soccer more interesting was if they would force the goalie to, I'm trying to think, maybe only use one hand or just his head to block the ball. That would be more fun. There'd be a lot more scoring. Okay, sorry. We're going to go offline for a few seconds, and I will be right back with John Jarvie, who is going to talk about soccer and insurance. See you guys in a Okay, so I'm off. Hey guys, we are back with John Jarvie, who is known as the son of Scott Jarvie, which we'll talk about in a second. But before we talk about legacy and family businesses, I'm going to allow John the opportunity to defend soccer. So go for it. Tell me why soccer is not the most boring sport in the world.
That's a great photo behind you. That was taken at the Euros in France.
Yeah.
So I played it my whole life, so I was a little biased. I was addicted to it as a young kid. Brought the ball to church, brought it to the mall, brought it everywhere the family went, and I just couldn't get enough of it. But I love that it supports a team, right?
Yeah.
It's not an individual sport.
Okay.
You have the benefit of a team. All of the action in soccer happens off the ball. It's very much like hockey, actually.
Yeah.
Where if you don't have the ball, there's a lot of movement going on outside of it. But you know, the rest of the world does call it the beautiful game. It is magical. The soccer for me is a lot like music. You go anywhere in the world, if you share in a love of music with somebody, you can immediately bond. It's like a language, and so is soccer, except in the United States, of course. And the other thing about it is you don't have to be the same type of athlete. You have to be for some other sports. Some of the least physically fit, the least muscular, Lionel Messi, one of the best in the world, is a short, skinny guy who uses his agility to work through. So those are some reasons.
Just so you know, I'm still not convinced. I mean, I got the beauty part of it. You're using like whining poetic on some of this stuff, but I still, and it probably is because I don't really know what's going on. So like, I love baseball, and people that don't like baseball are usually not sure of what they're looking at. So it's kind of like, I think what you mentioned, the activity and the action that's happening away from the ball is probably the stuff that I'm not picking up on, right?
And for those who really enjoy the game, it's that much more worthwhile when someone scores.
Yeah.
Whereas I think most Americans think, hey, a 1-to-1 game is a boring game.
Right.
Where not necessarily, but I totally understand that.
Okay, so let's talk about something even more exciting, insurance.
Okay.
That was my joke of the day. I didn't get any louder here. Okay, so insurance. It's obviously not as exciting as some of this other stuff we've been talking about, but it is obviously one of the most important parts about buying a boat, about owning a boat, is how do you be prepared for if something goes wrong? I guess my first question for you is, during this COVID-19 thing, have there been any shifts in insuring a boat? Is it easier? Is it harder? Is it the same? I know there's an influx of activity of people that have never boated before that are buying boats. Are there any challenges associated with any of that stuff, or is everything pretty much normal?
It depends what you define normal as. You know, since 2017, we've lost 75-80% of the marine insurance companies that were in the business. So the market itself has shrunk in terms of the available options and the good competitive premiums out there. But also in Florida right now, it's a little bit more difficult than usual to get insurance if you're not ahead of the game, because we have all these large yachts that were supposed to go to the Med but didn't. We've got a lot of yachts in South Florida that are supposed to go to the Northeast but didn't. So the insurance companies can't have all their eggs in one basket. They can't have every boat they insure in Fort Lauderdale. So they have to spread that risk. Right now, they've got a lot of their eggs in the South Florida, Bahamas basket. So some boat owners might feel that, in that where they otherwise would get a very good quote or 2 or 5. Some of these insurers aren't actually allowed to write any more boats in South Florida right now, depending on what the value is. So that could be a concern. But we'll see when this opens up in the Northeast. Thanks for that photo.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, when you're talking about insurance, we need to spice things up a little bit. Lauren, so there's 2 different feeds here. Lauren's going to add the, I think I marked it, John Jarvie is so dreamy under a palm tree. If you could put that one on.
Have you ever been to Bermuda?
Yeah, so that was at a wedding in Bermuda, right?
That was at Nick Duke's wedding, who works with you. I was at Nick's wedding in Mexico, but we all had this like bonding thing in Bermuda. So we all wore the long socks and the Bermuda formal attire to his wedding.
That's awesome. And what were you posing there, or are you actually playing the guitar? What are you playing?
I was playing an Adele song while Nick's fiance walked down the aisle. And
that's pretty impressive.
I tried.
That's awesome. So yeah, Nick Duke does. Well, let's give our charter fleet plug here. Nick Duke is one of our charter managers who works with Herman, and we have the best fleet of yachts in the industry. Wouldn't you say, John?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I mentioned your dad before. Let's talk a little bit about that. Your dad is Scott. and he is in California, where you are from. I also work with my dad. Tell me some of the high points and low points of working with your dad, and you got to be honest. So the high point would be,
working with your family, you get, I think, I talk to my dad probably far more than I would if we didn't work together.
Yep.
We're in much closer touch than we otherwise would be. Another huge benefit of it is yacht insurance is so specific that you almost can't even go to school to learn it.
Yep.
So to have somebody to teach you the tricks and the tools and the strategies to be good in a sector of the industry that's hard to get good at,
yep,
was invaluable to get me to where I'm at today. And to have him maintain our home base in San Diego. But he did tell me when we moved out to the Bahia Mar office 10 years ago, all you have to do is plug the phone lines in, and the Fedships and Lursons, they're just going to ring off the hook, John. Middle of the recession. It was terrible. But I'm glad we did it.
Yeah. And worst thing?
Working with my dad.
So what's...
no, we probably, maybe it's the same with you and your father. 90% of running our business, we are in 100% agreement. But all of the arguments happen in that 10% where we differ. And we have slightly different management styles, slightly different marketing styles, old versus young. So we've got some different strategies that we use in his world versus mine. That seems to cause a lot of the disruption about different ways to do business. What about you and your dad?
Well, first, hold on. We've got updated the picture here because one of the things, it's cropping out a little bit weird. Now it just looks like I'm surrounded by 3 women, of which I know them. They're nice people, but it just looks weird. But one of my questions for you, West Coast and East Coast, guys and gals, you seem to only hire really attractive people. Is that just because insurance is so hard to sell, is so boring? You need to like spice it up.
That is purely coincidence for starters. We try to qualify and hire very good people whenever we can.
Yep.
But yes, coincidence, they happen to be good people on the inside and outside. But anything you can do to make insurance more exciting is helpful.
Yeah.
Even sometimes it's hard for me to get excited about it. So it's not quite as boring as you think it is, but it's quite a dynamic business. But yes, we are always looking for ways to make it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, as much as I tease you about it, it's one of those things you don't want to think about, but when you do have to think about it, when you do need to pick up that phone and call your insurance agent, it's in that moment, it's the most important thing, that most important decision that you made. Not only of the, are they going to cover, are they not going to cover me, but just the process of it. If it's not done the right way, you didn't get the right policy, you didn't do it with the right people, the process can be so grueling. And one of the things I love about Oversea and why we send so much business to you and recommend Oversea so much is because you guys answer the phone, first of all, when things go wrong, and you help people through the hard process of it, because it can be really grueling.
Thanks, Bob. I mean, insurance is interesting. All we sell is paper. That's all we're selling. We're like Dunder Mifflin. All we sell is paper. And so does that paper mean anything? That's something that you need to establish and hope that it's as valid as it should be before you need to use it. But I appreciate you saying that, sir.
No, yeah, it does matter. It's the mark of, I always tell young brokers when they're starting out, they ask for, like the tips, like, what do you do? And one of the big things that I always say is, when your phone rings and it's an unknown number, or if it's somebody you don't want to talk to for any number of reasons, always hit the green button. And when you hit the red button, when you start ignoring people and you start sending stuff to voicemail and you don't get back to people, it really crushes people's experience and consequence their opinion of you. And you guys always hit that green button, even when the calls are hard. And I think that's one of the reasons why you guys get so much repeat business.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm just trying to make up for the insurance is boring and soccer is boring thing. Am I doing okay?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. So the beard, tell me about that.
I'm new to the beard thing. I will say you were partial inspiration.
But yours is perfect. It looks heavy. It looks like if you were to take it off your face, put it on a scale, it'd be like 7 pounds.
You should have seen it on Monday. We just had it trimmed up. I got my first COVID haircut. And I don't know if you ever saw that TV show, The Last Man on Earth.
One of my favorites. Huge fan of the show. What's his name? Tandy. Thank you.
Yes. So my barber was calling me Tandy on Monday, and it was getting pretty bad. But I went and I figured if I'm gonna do the beard thing, I got to give it a real shot here.
Right.
And I don't know what your process is. If you know, I went and got the grooming kit and the brush and the oil and it's a little over the top, but I'm going for it.
So I don't, and we're digressing here, and we only have a few minutes, but let's just talk about my beard while we have the opportunity. I don't actually do much. You can probably tell. I just let it kind of happen, and then when Danny, my wife, starts complaining, I usually start trimming it up, or I'll go get it cut. But yeah, I like the tandy look. I think
it works for you for sure.
Plus, for me, the beard, the reason I have it is it hides the double chin. So I like it to go long and kind of crazy, you know?
Kind of like the vest hides the wrinkles.
Yeah, please. Quick question, by the way. We have a comment here. It says, I have a few clients that need insurance in Florida for their catamarans. Would John Jarvie be able to assist them? I'll be happy to pass on his info. Thank you, Michelle. I think the answer to that is yes.
Probably. Everything depends. As long as they haven't sunk their last 3 boats, you know, under normal circumstances, we absolutely should be able to help you. If you've got quotes already from someone else, I'll be happy to look at them and tell you if that's a direction you should go and take the quote, even if we don't work together. But happy to talk to you about it for sure.
So one of the things that I know people are, and I see Daryl Wakefield from Westport's here banging on the door, so we have to get going in a second, but a lot of people are now buying things like catamarans and using it as a business, putting it into a charter fleet and having a company manage it. Will you guys actually bind policies like that, or are you only doing policies for things like catamarans or motor yachts that people are using for private use?
No, absolutely. We do full charter boats, whether that's a Sunset Cruise catamaran that goes out every day at Bahia Mar, or whether that's a shark research vessel, or just an owner who wants to put their boat in a charter fleet, for sure. As you get into the Coast Guard rules and regulations of what you're supposed to be doing during a charter, licensed captain, maybe less than 7 passengers, it can get a little bit more difficult and more expensive if you want to have 12 passengers on a boat under 100 tons. But it's all insurable. We do all of it.
Cool.
Anything on the water.
John, thank you very much. You and your dad are considered some of the great guys in our industry. I appreciate you coming on here. I am going to say goodbye, sadly, but thank you for your insights on insurance, soccer, and beards. I couldn't have gone better. We are actually coming up next. I'm going to be introducing Daryl from Westport and also my Uncle Ken, who's going to be taking over the interview for a little bit. John, thank you very, very, very much again. And
hey, I got a question real quick, Bob.
Sorry, what was that?
Real quick. I've got season tickets to the Inter Miami, the new MLS team here in Miami.
Yeah.
Can I pay you to join me for a game?
I honestly would love to go. There is a lot of excitement around the city for that, and I would be honored to attend a game with you. I'm assuming it comes with like cots if you need to take a nap in the middle of the second period, or is it just standard seating?
Yeah, we're club level, so there's cots.
Thank you very, very, very much. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes with Daryl from Westport and Uncle Ken Denison.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, John. Hi, this is Bob Denison. I'm back with Daryl Wakefield with Westport, and Uncle Ken might be joining us in a few minutes, might not be, but I will be gladly taking over the reins to talk to Daryl about the U.S. market, Westport, and what life is like for you up there in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest. Does anybody call it Northwest?
Yeah, Pacific Northwest, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody ever calls it the Northwest. I don't know why I said that. But anyway, we have an office in Seattle. It's one of my favorite places to visit. I love the restaurants and the people on Lake Union. You guys are obviously down the map there a little bit, but how's everything going at Westport right now? And I saw recently you guys delivered one of the new big boats, or in the process of delivering. So you guys are still at it. And how are your phones? Are they ringing? Are they not ringing? What is the activity like these days?
Well, the phone's definitely ringing. We've had some good activity. The plants are real quiet. Of course, the manufacturing or the production side, we're completely shut down, have been now almost 2 months. Okay. And so that's a bit of a challenge. We took advantage of that time to do some maintenance on some things that we didn't like to shut down, you know, when you're in the heat of the moment. So this gave us an opportunity. But no, it's quiet. From that standpoint, we have had some pretty good success. We delivered just before the shutdown. We had 2 125s in the water here waiting for a ship to go to Florida. We have just about completed 50 meter that we built on spec. We were fortunate enough to put together a deal on that boat, and we sold it. And it's going to stick around, have some modifications done for the buyer. So that's positive. And we got the 2 125s loaded on a ship in Canada, which was no easy task with the border being closed, but we managed to get it done. And they're down and delivered now. And so the boats that are in the buildings, they're just on hold right at the moment. And first time for me in my life to ever, we've always had force majeure in every contract, but first time we ever had to use it.
Yeah, that is a weird thing. Even to hear the word is a little bit weird. And when you say, so are the, I would imagine there's discussion at some point here to bring back the workers. You have to kind of reframe what that looks like, right? As far as social distancing, what kind of materials they're using, mask and all that stuff. Have you guys started those conversations, or are you still in a real waiting mode?
No, we're well into that. We've put together a plan. Now it gets submitted eventually to the governor's office here, and they'll yay or nay it, and we're anticipating that they'll be, you know, in favor.
Yep.
And so the soonest that we could start back, if they do like the numbers, they won't get, you know, any reply until the first part of June. So right around the 1st of June, we should be able to start bringing people back. We're going to have to split the ships up. We're going to have to change the access on and off the boats so that there's multiple ways. You know, some of our models, it's real easy. A 112 is less so because you don't have full walkarounds on that boat. So it's just, we're getting a little more creative about how we get in and out of the boat and managing the body count on board. So we've got a plan. It's ready for submission, and just waiting on some feedback.
And we talk about boat shows a lot in our industry and how important they are. I know you guys have sold not only a lot of boats to new clients, but to repeat clients, like show up at a boat show and they own a 112 and they wander around and find themselves on one of your new 130s, and those conversations happen. It is a scary thing for me to hear things like the Monaco show might not be happening, the Cannes show maybe or may not. It looks like everybody's full steam ahead on Fort Lauderdale. Are you guys 100% in? Are you planning on being there?
We are. I mean, the shows are very important. There's no question about it. And that's, we meet new clients, we meet old clients. It's a great, time that we can spend with clients, and that's where our leads come from. So they're important as anything.
Yeah, we're really, really rooting for that. And I can't imagine. So when we first started this, it was 8 or 9 weeks ago, and we were all the guests we were talking about, I'll see you in Monaco, I'll see you in Monaco. And then out of nowhere, of course, that's not happening. I'm hoping that Fort Lauderdale will be a reality. It looks like, it most certainly will be. If it doesn't, I think it'll be a real kick to the teeth for boat builders and yacht brokers everywhere. It'll be a really sad thing. Getting down here, so you have a few boats that you said, 2 125s that are on board or getting ready to be delivered to Florida. Both of those are.
They are delivered there. They arrived about 2 weeks ago now, and we got them out of here just at the time that everything was shutting down, and we were just waiting on a ship that was headed that way here for a short period.
And the boats in the shed right now, are those spec builds or are those boats that you guys have already got?
No, there's three boats in the shed right now that are sold, and one spec boat that we just barely got started.
Okay,
on.
gotcha. So you're not too deep into that. Okay, good. Well, we have Robb Maass coming up next. I think his son David's going to be joining him, and we're going to be talking about some of those things that you had mentioned, like things like force majeure. It is, they seem to be having more and more activity, of course, in Holland and Germany, some big boats in Italy. Your yard is always referenced as sort of like the last standing North American yard that's building. And it's one of those things that we are proud, especially our family is, we used to, of course, build boats down here in Florida and up in Michigan. It's good to see that there's still people on this continent building boats, and you guys sort of give hope for hopefully that coming back one day.
Yeah, we're ready and willing and able to get going. As soon as we get the green light, we'll be at it.
Yeah, I will look forward to seeing you on the docks in Fort Lauderdale. Daryl, thank you very, very much for joining us. And the countdown to Fort Lauderdale is what? I should have had like a number. November, it's going to be somewhere around. Yeah, but I would love to bump in on the dock and grab a coffee.
Sounds great. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thanks, Daryl. Back in a few minutes, I'll be joined live with Robb and David Maass, who should be here in about 2 minutes. So stay tuned, and I'll be right back. Thank you guys very much.
everybody. Rob, how are you doing? David, how are you doing?
Doing well. Doing okay.
Great, guys. I just wanted to make sure that we got all the technical difficulties. That's been a little bit of a problem, except there's a guy outside with a leaf blower and maybe interrupting your sound. But other than that, everything's going well here. How are things going up there in Palm Beach, Rob?
They're actually going fairly well. I mean, we've seen a shift from people trying to get out of transactions when COVID-19 really hit to now in the last week, 2 weeks, we've brought in had a number of new deals come in. So I think that the shock is wearing off and people are adjusting to life with COVID-19.
Well, that's interesting. At our sales meeting yesterday, I think we have 104 contracts right now at Denison. And I think it was a record, the 7 closings yesterday, which was for the company, Bob's size, is pretty remarkable. And of course, they're all not, $50 million yachts, but to me, it's an indication that exactly what you said, what is occurring right now is the fact that people have said, okay, we understand what this disease is, we understand what the problems can be. And basically, from my viewpoint, I live here in Lighthouse Point, I've never seen so much boat traffic. And it's not people all getting together, it's just single families, whether it's a paddleboard, whether it's a fish boat, or whether it's a cruiser, they're using their boats now. I mean, and I will tell you, boats that I've never seen leave their dock are out here. They're out here now. So what you said is true.
No, I think I've been following like everybody else, and they talk about 2 ways that the pandemic can end, and one is sort of a medical solution, and the other is a social solution. And I think right now what we're seeing is a social solution. And what is meant by that is the pandemic doesn't truly go away, but we learn how to coexist with it. And that doesn't mean we don't have to be take precautions. We do, but it also means we have to carry on with our lives.
Well, a couple of the aspects, because, Rob, you and I have known each other for over 30 years. And when the gentleman to your left there, I was about the age when I showed up at the Bar Marine. And you were still, it just had to deal with the terror of Frank Denison, I think, on one of your first transactions.
I was younger than he was.
Yeah, and you said, when you met my dad, he said, I was terrified.
Yeah, he was an intimidating guy.
Yeah, well, think about what it was like to live with him. That's why tigers eat their young. But the thing is that when we go so far back into where we are in the present, and you're still very active in this industry, and your firm is regarded as the authority transactionally, and from medium side. I think my brother just did one with you yesterday with a client down the Gulf Stream. And also right up to the very biggest boats being built in the world. You were part of that. On those big transactions right now, is it a pause, or are people starting the negotiations again to transact for the contract? Do you see any of that?
Well, we're close to concluding a contract on a 90-plus meter Northern European yacht. We've got a couple in process that aren't quite that big, but are in 70-meter range. So that activity is still there. And we even are doing several new construction projects right now, negotiating contracts on new builds. So that hasn't stopped.
Well, that's encouraging, because they're at a point, they could simply say, let's just wait 6 months. Let's wait another year. Let's see how things happening, but they're not. And again, we're seeing that on a smaller level at some of the business that we're doing, and there's new construction in this as well at our place. But again, when I see the health of that very, very large market, it indicates that there is an overall coming back to the table, so to speak, of the industry that we regard. When the boat show stopped, everybody panicked. Like, no boat shows, no business. Well, guess what? That's not the case.
I think the shock is run off. I know that people aren't concerned. They are concerned, and they should be concerned. But they're coming out of their shells, which is good for everyone.
And on new builds, there's such a long lead time, and I think people understand that you don't know what the world is going to look like, 3 or 4 years from now, it's sort of like that Mitch Hedberg joke about baked potatoes. They take 45 minutes in the oven. I'm not hungry now. By the time it's done, who knows?
Yeah.
And, people they see it in their future and they want to start planning for it now, expecting the world to be very different in a few years.
And those people that do that, we've seen this before in the 90, in the 87, turn back, people that stopped going forward, and the ones that did stay in the game, they were rewarded 3 years later because it was virtually nothing in that time span being offered that you could buy because people had stayed away. Those people that did, they did really well.
And they had the only recent new builds, and therefore they had a very large audience, and there was a small market. So
let's talk a little bit about chartering, because I know every once in a while, one of my clients and you are talking about having a charter boat over there. What's the biggest reservation that they're having about this, about booking charters? Obviously, they can't fly there right now, but other than that, are you seeing anybody coming back into the charter world anymore?
No.
In Europe, for Europe?
No, not yet.
So that's
the problem is the situation in Europe is still so uncertain that even if you're talking about August, September, people aren't booking boats for that period. It may, once as the restrictions lessen and it becomes more apparent that you actually can do it, we may have some late season bookings. But frankly, what we've been doing to date on the with the charters in the Med is force majeure and frustration issues from both sides. Owners who don't want to take their boats over and charters who want out of the contract. And what's happening with the latter, the charters who went out of the contract, in most cases, they're being rescheduled for next summer. They're not being terminated.
That's some of the worst stuff that we can have in the right now in that particular venue. But we're seeing, at least I hear that from our charter department, New England is actually booking.
Yeah.
Are you seeing, in other words,
New England's the alternative.
Where are they going? Where are they going now? That's my
No. We do see people looking to book in New England, and the difficulty for us is that our clients with the larger yachts, that's not an area that historically they've used or been to, and there are some regulatory issues potentially because these are all foreign flag.
Many are not
mostly not duty paid. So that's an opportunity only for a select group of the owners we represent.
So exactly. So the U.S. flag boats are going to probably do the business because they can do the business.
That's right.
And the very largest boats, which almost exclusively, I mean, there's a handful of the big stuff, 50 meters and above, that's U.S. flag, but there's not a majority of it. What did you say, 80, 90% are foreign flag when you get over 50 meters?
Well, it's really when you get over 300 gross tons.
There you go. So either way, those are the big boats. So they're the ones that aren't going to be able to do much business here in the U.S. And if they're stuck here, they can't go over as well. Do you see a timetable? Are you getting anything from the associations that you probably know of that are saying that they have a predicted opening for Europe? Do you have any idea?
Well, we're following it daily, and different European nations are, the Mediterranean usual Mediterranean cruising itineraries. I mean, it's the countries that matter are loosening restrictions. But if you take Italy, for example, you can charter sometime in early June, but there's still restrictions in terms of the social distancing on board and hygiene concerns. So it's not yet a traditional charter experience. And that too will get better as the summer goes on, but we're not back to normal by any means.
I mean, we've also heard concerns from owners about liability if somebody contracts COVID on board, even if the owner takes whatever steps they're supposed to be taking, that they could be exposing themselves to liability. Even after they're allowed to charter, there are other reasons why people are reluctant to charter.
I can see that. And also the guests coming on, quite often, a lot of the charters, they book other guests that fly in. They go back to back. There's another issue, a point of which, how do you know who's flying in could be infected? And then the whole crew gets infected as well. But I think I've read a couple of these exclusions that they show up as addendums to the contract that are longer than the contract.
Yeah.
And by the time you finish reading the 4th page, if anybody would sign, they'd say, forget it, we're not even going to go on this trip.
No, I mean, most people don't feel compelled to charter in the Med this summer. It's something they maybe wanted to do or look forward to doing, but they're not going to put their health at risk, the health of their guests at risk, if that's what they perceive would happen. And right now, I think it's still too much of a hot area for people to feel comfortable booking, and very few even feel comfortable following through on charters they booked previously.
And the MEBA contract, the form contract, is really tilted toward the owner on force majeure. And so as a charterer, you don't want to sign it without an addendum. And then the owner has to get comfortable with an addendum that potentially gives the charterer an out from the charter. So I wouldn't be surprised if after this, MEBA took another look at that and maybe came up with a more balanced force majeure regime. But as it is, it's really tilted toward the owner.
Well, it's like Daryl Wakefield said on the last segment, is we've always had these force majeure provisions in contracts, but regarded them as boilerplate and never really paid much attention to them.
They never did. We never. It's never going to happen, is what people thought.
Exactly. Why bother spending time on it?
Exactly.
But now it's real, and it's something that we're, at least till this pandemic is completely gone, we're going to have to contemplate the possibility that it could affect transactions going forward.
Well, guys, thanks so much. I've been given the cue to wrap it up. Rob, great to see you all. Always, David, same way. Just your father-son team works out well, just like, me and my dad. That was like, perfection, right?
Exactly. Never a problem. Never a problem.
Yeah, just perfect. Right. But just want to thank you guys for doing this. It's our way of keeping this all alive. And you're a big player in the industry, both of you guys. And just the fact that you could come and sit down with us and give everybody watching what this reality is legally in the industry are in is very beneficial. You're at the top of the game. Rob, David, thank you so much. And I'm going to pass it off to my handsome bearded friend without a mask. And by the way, I just want to check here. I'm okay. I'm fine. Good.
All right. So thank you guys so much. I'm actually going to go straight on with Mr. Josh Flagg. Thank you guys, Rob, David, Uncle Ken. Thanks for giving me a break for a few minutes. And I am ready to bring on Josh. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You guys. Josh, I am hoping that you are there. It looks like you are. Thank you very much. And sorry that we are a little bit behind here. David and Robb Maass are... Okay, I see him on the side. I'm just going to introduce him really quick. I have one of the neat parts of his story. I mean, there's a lot of really cool things about Josh's story. One of them is his grandmother, and I want to talk a little bit about that. Josh, how are you doing? It looks like you're coming on here. Good. I think I hear you, but I can't see you. One second. There you are.
I see you.
How's it going?
I'm well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect.
And you're joining us from California, is that right?
Yes, but not by choice. I can't leave.
Yeah, I heard there is a serious crackdown there. You're in the Los Angeles County area, right? Over in Beverly Hills, is that right?
Beverly Hills.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, tough times, huh?
Yeah, we are. So we actually have an office in Marina del Rey, and we get out there as often as we can because it's just a great excuse to go hit that coast. But our team out there, things have seemed to slow down a lot more in California than they have here in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, things are slow. I'm not talking about boating. I'm talking about house-wise. Things are slow here too. But I mean, things that are priced accurately are actually moving. So believe it or not, so I would assume if you boat that's priced accurately, it's going to move. If it's something that is, the owner wants a ridiculous number, probably not going to move.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we have here in this industry, and I've got your Instagram handle here in the background I want to talk about in a second, but the boating thing's actually picking up quite a bit because there's a lot of people stuck in their homes that like that idea of sort of social distancing with their family that they're with anyway out on the water is kind of a neat escape. And we try to sell, hopefully effectively, that it's a healthy, good way of doing that. Get some fresh air and sort of get out of the house in a safe way. That's a lot different from just like hitting a beach, you know?
Correct.
So I have a bunch of things to talk to you about. I've only got a few minutes, so I'm just going to go rapid fire. Also a weird thing. It's just a pretty cool thing. My first name is Robert and my middle name is Boyd. And so my closest friends call me Bobby Boyd for like my entire life.
How weird.
And I've never once heard the name ever until the news broke and you guys got married. And I was like, man, there's finally somebody else out there. And is his middle name Boyd or last name Boyd?
Last name.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, I am Robert Boyd Denison, and I've never met somebody with those two names put together. And I was raised Bobby, so they always used to call me Bobby Boyd.
Oh, that's hysterical.
How crazy is that? So anyway, we have that in common. Real estate sales. Forbes has said that you have sold over $1 billion in real estate. That sounds absolutely amazing, but also unbelievable. Is that true?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. $1 billion. Yeah, definitely more. That must be old.
Okay, I have a research team here that dropped the ball. So, and you got started out really, really young, right? Like when you were 18, 19 years old?
Yeah, I started at 19. Yeah, 19 years old when I just was finishing. Actually, I think 18 when I was still in high school, so 18.
And at that point, obviously, $1 million listing wasn't a thing. And you're 18, 19, 20 years old, already successful before you got to $1 million listing and became one of those like figureheads in the industry. This thing about which was social media, we're huge in our industry and attacking that. Lauren is changing it right now on the background of the main channel. Can you speak to that a little bit? How are you using social media and what are the platforms that you find most engaging for meeting new people and just getting your brand out there?
Well, I mean, it's so funny. I just asked somebody the other day if people still use Facebook. I don't even know if that's up there anymore, but I mean, I assume it is, maybe in a different age demographic, but Instagram, I think it's all Instagram. So Instagram, I would say only Instagram, to be honest with you. Everything I put on Instagram, we put on Facebook also, because you can just automatically put anything up on Facebook from Instagram. But I don't know. I mean, I don't do TikTok really, so I really don't know what else besides Instagram.
Yeah, so we're huge Instagram, but we do Facebook also. It's our demographic that was a little bit older. So, and it's weird for me to say this because I don't consider myself old, but I guess that my generation, 40, 50-year-olds, there's a lot more of us on Facebook than the other channels. And most people buying these yachts tend to be older white guys, right? So you're looking at 40, 50, 60 years old. And I think Facebook might be a little bit more popular than Instagram, but we do both.
Yeah, I would say Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, I mean, but I don't I don't think what else is there besides Facebook and Instagram? I really don't know.
Facebook, Instagram. You want to go really, really old demographic. You got LinkedIn.
What? I don't even know what that is. Like, I've never been on LinkedIn.
Come on.
LinkedIn. No, I know what it is, but who uses that?
I don't think anybody uses that. We don't use it. It's probably the only channel that we don't use at all. But then we just talked to somebody who was on that's using TikTok to actually market themselves.
I don't even know how you do that. Are they dancing? What the hell are they doing? Like, are they dancing to market? Unless they're dancing, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
So I guess you could maybe do a walk through a house while dancing. I don't know. I am not going to try it, but we could be the first yacht brokerage firm to try it. And if we do, I hope we catch somebody's attention.
Actually, it's not a bad, I know this sounds silly, but there could be a good marketing. Like if you have like a bunch of captains or whatever dancing on a boat, it could be actually kind of cool.
And the cool thing about TikTok, and I'm not on there yet, but I think it's new enough that it'd be easier to build an audience, right? I mean, right now to start from scratch on something like Instagram would take a long time.
I think probably, yes. How many followers do you have? I love how I'm conducting this interview. How many followers do you guys?
So we have 4 different channels on Instagram. Our biggest one is Denison Super Yachts, and each person does a different one. We have 148,000 on that one by Alex Clark, and then our other one is 20,000. YouTube 75,000, Facebook 50,000.
Okay.
Look at that, 460,000. That's going to take us a little while.
That's
and are you?
Not that, it's not that much, to be honest with you.
That sounds like you're humble bragging. Are you doing that yourself, or is somebody else managing and posting for you?
No, we manage and post. We used to have somebody, but now we have we manage and post, and then we have some people we work with at Brillstein Gray, or now it's just Brillstein Partners. Yep. We're actually transitioning the team right now. So the answer is no, it's not just me. Actually, at the moment, it is just me and my assistant doing it as we're making a transition.
There you go. Yeah, we like the idea of a lot of people handling ours and sort of taking ownership of it. Real estate, I'd like to talk a little bit about that. How is that world right now, specifically in California? Are you still going on showings? Are you, obviously, if you were, you'd be using the mask and glove stuff. What is your world looking like?
Well, as I mentioned, things that are priced correct are moving. Things that are not are not. We are listing properties, but we are just listing them. Oh, that reminds me, I have to follow that guy today about a listing apartment. Sorry about that. I think that people are still looking at houses. I feel that there's opportunities to buy now, and the reason why is elections are coming up, and it's so funny because all that's on the news is Corona. We don't even realize that we have something major coming up, the elections. Normally we would be talking about that right now. But the market's always soften during election season in houses, which obviously means if it's houses, that's going to soften everything, market, even boats. Everything will soften 10% always during elections. Yep. So you have basically 2020 was the year of not a disaster, nothing tanked, but just it's a boring year. Yep. How's that?
Yeah.
So we have a boring year, prices slightly down, but there's opportunity now.
Yep. There is a lot of opportunity in our world. I think exactly what you said is true. If things are priced aggressively, really in any market, you'll get phone calls, and your job as a yacht broker or, of course, as a realtor is to convert that activity to sales. But we have actually in the last 30 days seen a huge spike, and we hope it continues. But again, anything that's priced too high in any conditions not going to get any phone calls, and the opposite for houses and boats that are. I just put up a picture of your grandmother, Edith, and I wanted to talk a little bit about that. My grandmother was very much kind of like the matriarch of our family and affected generationally changes in how we do business. She was very much involved in the building of boats. And I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. Your grandmother was certainly important to you, and I know you're active in some things that were important to her. And I just wanted to see if you could speak to that a little bit.
My grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. She was a businesswoman. She very few. I don't know of any other Holocaust surviving women that. I mean, I'm sure there are, obviously, but I don't know any women that actually started a very successful business after the war. She came here with $2 in her pocket and ran a very large women's sportswear company, and obviously was very important in importing fabrics like polyester that were never here before. She was the first person to bring polyester here. So that was a big success. And then she was a fantastic, very, very smart, independent woman, no bullshit, straight to the point, charitable, just great person.
Yeah, no, it's awesome that you carry on her legacy. And I think it's really neat that she's such a part of your story and a part of who you are. And I think that that's important to people, and it's neat to see that carried on. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm sorry we only had a short amount of time. It means a lot to me that you did. Thank you very, very much. And if we can ever do anything for you on the yachting side of things, you just need to let me know. We'd love to take you out in a boat sometime.
Well, I love that, but how about you just give me one? I'd rather have that.
No, I'm not sure who negotiated this contract, but I don't know if I can afford that.
I'll just pay for the gas. You just give me the boat.
Perfect. Thank you, Josh.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, man. That was Josh Flagg. Really, really appreciated him coming on. And next, we actually have somebody else coming in from Los Angeles who is going to be joining us in a minute. I believe we are 2 minutes away from that interview. Adrian is coming up, and I will be back in a second. See you guys soon. The countdown begins. I'll see you in 2 to 3 minutes. Thanks a lot. Hey guys, I am back, Bob Denison, and live from Marina del Rey, we have Adrian Pasdar, who is, I just mentioned this, has one of those epic beards that you hope an actor in LA would have, and I am not disappointed. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Quarantine beard, but yeah.
You are one of those guys that is known in the LA kind of Hollywood scene as being a great avid sailor. I've got a few questions about that. And I also need to ask you, you played LT Chipper on Top Gun, which is one of those all-time movies, at least guys my age, like I think I was 12 or 13, and
right.
That sort of affected what I thought cool was.
And I wasn't much older than you, Bob. I was 19.
19 years old. Did you know when you were on set there doing the Top Gun thing that it was going to be a cultural phenomenon?
It was kind of it was a whirlwind for me, to be out there. I was sleeping on the beach out here, and all of a sudden got the call that I got the job. I didn't have a house, I didn't have a place. So I rolled down to Riverside where they were filming the first scene. I had a beard then and long hair.
Yeah.
And they put me in the makeup trailer to put a white T-shirt on me and put the 10X in my hair, cut it down, shave the beard, the whole thing. And I walked out of the trailer. As I was walking out of the makeup trailer, Tom was walking in.
Right.
and he was wearing a white T-shirt and jeans. It was the love scene that he had with Kelly. That was the Oceanside. Sorry, not Riverside, Oceanside. So he walked in and he saw me walking out, going, same as me, but just a little younger.
Right.
So right then off the bat, I knew that they were onto something. I mean, it's a little different than as simple as shoot down the MiG and you get the blonde.
Right. Yeah.
But pretty much that's the story.
Right. But done so well, that story.
Oh yeah, no, it was. I can't even talk. The stories, but hanging out with Val and Tom and everybody on that set over the course of that 2-month run was amazing. And they took us up in F-14s. We got to do just below Mach 1 over San Diego. We went from San Diego to Reno, Nevada and back in, I think, 22 minutes.
That's unbelievable. I thought it was so cool. I hear those stories about the Top Gun filming and that there was actual real live time spent in those planes is such a cool part of not only for you guys on the acting side, but it obviously transferred to us as an audience watching it. You sort of got it. It felt like you guys knew what the real thing was.
Well, they took everybody up in the planes, and I guess the hardest part was when you landed back on terra firma.
Right.
It's like when you get off a treadmill after running for an hour or whatever, and you step on the ground and you still feel like you're moving.
Yeah, which is a perfect transition into a transpac. So we've done, by the way, this is the 5th day of this, and we've had about 150 people on, and you are the only one of the 150 that has actually sailed. Actually, no, you're the second, sorry. But just think of that, 2 out of 150 that have sailed across the Pacific Ocean. And I think you have done that twice, is that correct?
Yeah, back and forth. It's an amazing journey that every single person should do. I mean, it's 22 days from Marina del Rey to Maui.
Okay.
Or to the Big Island. It's roughly 22 days. We weren't in any hurry. I wasn't racing anybody. I had a dual helm. I had the Jeanneau, 43. So it's built for speed and comfort and all that stuff. But we weren't in any hurry. And we left. We were going to try and join the Transpac race, but because of my filming schedule, I had to leave earlier because I had to be back before I would have been.
Gotcha.
So we left on St. Patrick's Day. It was March 15th, and the weather wasn't friendly at times. At other times it was, but it was the most beautiful journey I've ever taken in my life. The ride home is a bit wonky, but you're downwind, so.
Well, and that thing we talked about where you're on a plane or you're on a treadmill, you're on a boat for a while, and then you hit land. And during part of that journey, you're just desperate for land. You're desperate for stable footing. You're sort of like, you just kind of want things to get back to normal, I would imagine. But then once you get there, you must immediately miss being out, right?
Yeah, I didn't mind. Once you get your legs underneath you at 3 or 4 days and you're fine out there. There is such a purity to the experience that, first of all, there's no dirt on the boat. Everything's clean because, and then you don't see any land. So it's beautiful. We tried to catch fish, but there are no little fish out there. They're all big. So we would catch some stuff, but we'd just reel in ahead.
Right.
Because something else would eat it on the way in. No, but I got used to that. And it's funny because I think the biggest thing, the takeaway I had from that was that your days aren't bookended by the sun coming up and the sun coming down anymore. You have to readjust to that, 3 to 4 hour sleep, your shifts. It's you don't sleep more than 3 hours in a row. And that's if I had a buddy that I was with, so we were able to do that, except for in pressure situations. We got into 60 knot winds and 20-foot seas out there at night, and it was a little, but so we were all hands on deck at that point. But no, it was bittersweet making landing in I think we were in Oahu, because if I had not had my family there and did not have a ripped Genoa,
right,
I would have just reprovisioned and headed straight to the Marquesas. I never felt more at home than on the boat. That was where your comfort zone. And it's a 43-foot boat, so you're crossing the ocean 43 feet at a time, basically, right? That's it.
Right.
It felt like home. It felt really, when you realize that you're at least 3 days away from help if something goes wrong, and you're really on your own.
Right.
It kind of changes the paradigm of the way you look at the day. You know, you really take care of things that you need to. And of course, as everybody knows, sailing happens all at once or not at all. It's like there's hours of nothing, and then everything's panic mode for 15 minutes. You know,
well, and you must, I've talked to people that have crossed the Atlantic and the Pacific. Again, I've never done it myself, but one of the things that they tell me is that you never have felt so small. And I get that sometimes. Like, I live in a city, I live here in Fort Lauderdale, and when I even just go out at night on a boat, or if I walk through a forest or anything sort of away from things that seem proportional to me, I immediately feel the sense of smallness. That must be exaggerated when you're out on a boat underneath an enormous sky on top of an enormous ocean alone.
Yeah, I mean, it was very humbling at the same time ennobling. It's kind of gives you one of those senses that you're really in control of your destiny. Yep. At the same time, you're at the mercy of Mother Ocean.
Yep.
So it's kind of making that transition work in your mind and lowering your center of gravity and just being able to ride. I wrote an article for the Mariner. It's a magazine down here. It's a local sailing rag, which is great. And but I remember the one thing that happened to me out there was I was on watch at 4, 5 in the morning, and all of a sudden you hear this, and any sailor who's done it will tell you, you hear this voice that comes from over your either one of your shoulders, depending on where you're sitting, and it sounds like it's very strange. And if you if you turn around that the Kraken is right there, but if you don't turn around, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
And once you give yourself over to the rhythm and the chaos of the sea, then you become a part of it, and then you're not fighting it anymore. And that really becomes the catapult toward, I think, wanting to do it again.
Yeah. And like you said, maybe even go further. Have you put any serious thought recently into going further?
Oh yeah. Without a doubt. This is my escape pod. This is my boat is my vessel. There is no other opportunity for me that I can see that would bring as much joy or pleasure than having to sail around the world. I follow these guys. I don't know if any of your viewers do you know the SV Delos?
Yes.
Okay. So those guys, I've been following them forever. They sent me a piece of their ripped Jenny when they had a little bit of a storm. They sent it to me in the mail, a little piece of it. And
that's awesome.
Been in contact with them, but those guys are doing it right. And so what a journey that would be. Yeah, around the world, that's where I'm headed.
So guess what? The next guy that's coming on, his name is Stephen Moll. He is doing it and has a show on Amazon Prime called Dangerous Waters. He's doing it on a jet ski. How different is that? So you're talking like every guy that I know or woman I know that owns a sailboat and enjoys sailing, one of the things they love is the quiet, and you feel connected to the water like your ancestors did 300 years ago.
Yeah.
Ain't none of that on a jet ski. And it
must
is
have a follow crew so they can refuel. I mean, what's he towing something?
I'm trying. This is me trying to get you to stick around to hang out with us.
I'll stick around, man. I'm in. I'd love to hear how that goes down.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool thing. He's on this show, or it's his show called Dangerous Waters, and it is unbelievable.
I'll check it out.
And the experiences, it's just kind of neat because when you think of kind of long distance over the water voyages, you never think of anything but sailing. Not even a powerboat. You just don't do it.
Well, there's those guys that row. They row. I mean, there's been those, but those boats are not like canoes ananymore. They're like
it's like a spaceship.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. My last question for you, and I wish I had more time. We did the 15-minute segments, and I so wish we did 30 minutes. But the voyage across, it's you and I believe one other guy who I'd imagine is a very good friend of yours. What is that like during the trip? Is it mostly quiet? Are you guys talking? Are you reflecting? Or is it each man to himself? What is that like? And is it
Bob? It's all those things.
Must get sick of each other.
Yeah, no. I mean, they say a boat gets smaller by a foot every day, right? That you're on it, and then you end up starting to bump into each other like like that. But that happened. Everything happened. Like, we became great friends. I actually fell off the boat at one point. Was up doing some work on the Genoa and trying to fix a patch that needed to be, and the boat took a thing, and I ended up going off. And it was the only time, stupid me, that I wasn't wearing my life jacket. I wasn't wearing anything. I just thought I'd go up there and fix this thing, and I got jumped off the boat. And it was about 4:30 in the evening. Sun was starting to go down, and I was off the boat. And then, you know, they say everybody drowns in abject silence because once you go underwater, you don't hear anything.
Right.
So I went under, and my buddy and I had a deal where if anybody fell over the boat, we were going to pick them up under sail, never turn the engine on. So obviously, as anybody knows that's done the MOB drills, you got to go away from the person at first in order to make that circle 8, right, to come back. And I remember thinking here's the funny thing, and I know we got to go, but I'll drop this one on you. Yep. I had my boots on that I'd got from West Marine, which were great. I bought them 15 years. They're great leather boots. They're the sailing boots. They go up to the, you know, and so I had those on, and I was in my jeans, and they started to fill with water. And I started thinking, if I'm going to drown here, I'm going down with my boots. I'm not going to kick my boots off, but I should kick my boots off because they're making me heavy.
Right.
I'm thinking, if I make it and kick my boots off, I'm going to be so mad because these are the greatest boots ever. So I managed to keep my boots on. My boat came, stopped on a dime, gave me 9 cents change. I went right up on and it seemed like an hour, but it was only 5 minutes or whatever. Yeah. But I made it back on the boat, and that's when I realized the absolute power of the sea. And I was grateful to have had the opportunity to be in it with 2,500 feet below me. Yeah. And like I said before, there's no little fish out there. So I was thinking I was snaps. But anyway,
and I know a few people at West Marine. I'm going to recommend that as their next great adventure commercial. That'd be a pretty good one. Especially with a shark kind of lurking in the shoes. They're the boot. That's perfect.
Oh, I saw it all in my mind, Bob. Somehow I made it, and I'm still here. We didn't talk for 2 days, he and I. There was nothing to say. Yeah, just silence.
Just the look, yeah. Adrian, thank you very, 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 very much.
Yeah, Bob, thank you.
A pleasure having you on, and we'll be back in a few more minutes, or actually 2 minutes sharp, with Stephen Moll from Dangerous Waters. So we'll be right back. See you guys in a minute.
All right, great beans. Thank you.
Hey guys, I am back with Stephen Moll, who many of you guys know through a show that all of my friends are talking about called Dangerous Waters. And if you see behind me, this picture is absolutely terrifying. I'm going to ask him exactly. Sorry, Stephen, where is that?
That's actually Lakanee Tidewater Glacier in southeast Alaska. I think on our journey around the world, that was on day 3.
Day 3. Yeah. Holy smokes. So for those that don't know what this whole thing is, they need to know, because you're the only person I've ever heard that has, first of all, ever done it, but also even thought of it, because it sounds so insane.
Sure.
And I mean that sort of in a nice way. But what is this? How did you come up with the idea? And does the people that love you, are they trying to talk you out of it, or are they just like, yeah, go do this?
Oh, I think it was just not believing that we'd actually do it, because from a logistical standpoint, it's a massive undertaking to do this, right? So this was back in 2011 when the economy was in the toilet, and a friend of mine said, hey, you want to go on a jet ski? And I hadn't really ever ridden a jet ski, right? And they took me out underneath the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and it was so cool. There was whales out there, dolphins, all this wildlife. I came back feeling like I just had a massive weightlifting workout, right? Yep. All the endorphins are going, but I couldn't afford to buy a jet ski. I mean, I just couldn't. I had a wife, 4 kids. We had just built a house. I mean, there was no way. Right. So I went to my local dealer and I said, hey, listen, I own an ad agency. How about you trade me for a jet ski? And he did. And so I started taking that thing all over the place, out to Catalina off of Southern California. I think we're one of the only people that's been out to the Faroe Islands. Do you know where the Faroes are?
Yep. Those are some dangerous waters out there with sharks too.
No doubt. It was my first big ride was out to the Faroes, and I sat on the seat eating my sandwich, just scared. Just like, I don't belong out here, right? Yep. And then all of a sudden I heard this sound. It sounded like an elephant, like this. I look behind me, and there's a giant humpback whale, and it came underneath me, maybe 4 or 5 feet underneath me, and it took its big pectoral fins and spun, and it looked like a bird underwater, right, with that big eye looking up. And I thought, dude, I got to go to Alaska. I got to go to Alaska. And so hence the journey began. We left Seattle with just enough money to make it to Anchorage. Yep. We went through the inside passage of Canada, Alaska. We got to Anchorage, and I actually pitched a company called GCI. I said, we're out of money. We need another 25 grand to get to Russia. Right. And right there on the spot, this incredible company in Alaska wrote a check to us for $25,000.
That is awesome. That's so great.
Continued out to False Pass, Alaska, way out. And they were talking about the Aleutians. Turned up into Bristol Bay, and we got all the way to Nome, Alaska. Crossed the Bering Strait, but it was so rough. It was 20, 25-foot seas. I ended up rolling over on my jet ski with my buddy next to me. And we're up on top of the jet ski, just floating there, right? In the middle of the Bering Strait. And the first thing I think of is, I don't think my wife actually knows what I'm doing.
So there's so much to unpack there. One of the coolest parts of the story for me is that you are not a millionaire running around there just buying a bunch of jet skis and paying a bunch of people to follow you around. This is a self-funded thing. You're very gritty, and it's not just the adventure part of it, but it's finding creative ways to fund it and to make it happen.
We came back from that first season of Dangerous Waters. To give you an idea of how close it was, we arrived home after being gone for 65 days on the water. Got up to the Bering Strait, failed in crossing, came home. I had $148.63 in all of my bank accounts combined.
Right.
We had stopped paying the mortgage in our house. My BMW had been repossessed out of the driveway.
Unbelievable.
And we couldn't afford groceries. But I came home, and my wife had a giant banner in front of the house that my kids did. It said, "Congratulations, Dad. You did it."
Yep.
And all the kids signed it. It redefined me as a human being on what's important in life. Totally. And there was no stopping us. From there on, with the support of my wife and kids, I was going all the way around, period.
That's awesome. And so at the end of that season, obviously you go on to do other seasons. At this point, I would imagine it's much easier for you to have that conversation of, hey, this thing I'm doing is meaningful. And if you want to be a part of it, I'd love your support. It must be so much easier now that people know who you are and the show's success and all that stuff, right? Or is it still a challenge?
It's still, I mean, great things usually are challenging, right? Crossing the Bering Strait, we didn't succeed that first year. And to go home with less than $200, and I got to produce a television show, and we finally got it produced and sold just enough of it to have enough money to go back and try to go across the Bering Strait again.
Right.
Only to go successfully cross, come to shore in Chukotka is the name of that area of Russia, to have a tank coming down the beach and the military detain us for 6 days and 5 nights. I mean, it was a amazing story, but we kept going. And
so what is that like? Because that's some of the more interesting parts of the show, where you show up and you have these interactions with, I don't know what they call them there, border security or whatever that is in Russia. Are you guys calling ahead of time to letting them know that you're there, or do you have an agency calling ahead of time? Like, how does that stuff work?
Well, everything when it comes to our international travel, everything we do ourselves. We can't afford to hire anybody really to do anything for us.
Right.
So I had gone to the Russian embassy in San Francisco and gave them, in essence, a flight plan. We're going from here to here, from here to here, and down the coast of Russia. And for the small fee of $4,800, they issued us a permit to go. But when we arrived in Russia and were detained by the military, this is not border service, this is the military. They got a tank, right? Yep. When they came down the beach and detained us, they said we had the wrong permits. And that's why we sat there for 6 days, 5 nights under armed guard, right? And then finally the White House got involved, and so did the Kremlin. And I mean, I could not believe that was going on. But I mean, Americans detained at gunpoint, right? I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And we ended up having to go back to Alaska, and we decided to gear up and hit the Northwest Passage, and that's where we went through.
Very cool. And
we saw those guys in the boats, by the way, your last guest was talking about, in the rowboats.
Yeah.
We saw those guys in the Northwest Passage.
No kidding.
And in fact, I was on a ferry up in Alaska not too long ago, and I opened up a book, and it was the guys wrote a book, and there's a whole section on our meeting. It was kind of
wow, man. Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, that was really cool.
You must have saw them and thought, what the hell are you doing out here? And they must have looked back like, no, what in the hell are you doing out here?
Right. Well, it's actually in the episode, right? Because everything we shoot ourselves. The first camera gear that I ever got to shoot, I went to Best Buy, and it said high definition. So I just said, okay, we'll take this one. And everything was just so rudimentary. And when they saw us coming, they said they thought it was a UFO because we have headlights on the jet skis. It was about 3:30 in the morning, so it's just dusk, right?
Right.
I mean, the Arctic is probably one of the most spiritual places I've ever been. And they saw us coming. All they saw was headlights going back and forth across the water. They had no clue what was about to arrive. Yeah, that's one of our camps there, too, right the day before we met them.
And so that camp, could you describe that a little bit? What are you, so you've got all this gear that you have to bring with you. It's not like you have people ahead of time setting up these camps for you.
No.
There must be a lot of preparation there. So you
Massive.
Find a spot, and together as a team, you set it up, pack back up. And that must be one of the most challenging parts, is just the gruel of setting up something like that every day, right?
Since I led the expedition, the hardest thing really is keeping everybody focused on the mission. Because every step of the way, there's challenges, right? We had no idea. This is called Bailey Island, this picture behind you, and that's up in the Arctic. And we had no idea we were going to stay there. We literally rode as long as conditions and daylight allowed. Then if conditions got bad, we go to shore, set up tents, and then someone stays up on polar bear watch, because there's a lot of polar bears we saw up there. Guys get some sleep. Next day, conditions allow, we're back on the water moving forward.
I mean, at any point, Adrian, are you considering this as your around the world vehicle instead of the sailboat? As you
absolutely not.
I understand.
No, I think our man here, Stephen, has done this. I don't need to get into that one. The funny thing is, as a sailor, I just want to stay, oddly enough, on top of the water.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure, Steve, that was your goal as well, right?
Yeah.
I'm not an in the water guy. I mean, I surf, I scuba dive, but when I'm on a vehicle or a vessel, I'd like to stay in it and on it. I mean, what you guys did is so ballsy.
Well, we're in full dry suits, right? So we're in dry suits. We've got all our U.S. Coast Guard safety gear. I mean, we're as prepared as any vessel on the water individually.
How many days? How many hours would you go in a row?
The longest day we did was about a 34-hour ride.
Wow.
From the time we woke up until the time we went to sleep. And that was in the Arctic. We knew we had a low pressure system that was right on our heels. So we just tried to stay ahead of it and ended up doing like 600 miles to get into the Mackenzie River Delta of the Northwest Territories.
What kind of navigation did you have?
Excuse me?
What kind of navigation did you have in place that you were?
GPS.
You had that's on your dock between your handlebars. You were looking at.
Yeah, and I'd also done a lot of reading because if you've been to the Arctic, there are so many mirages up there where ice will gather on the distance and that ice stretches out. So it looks like just this wall of ice. So you've got to be able to read the GPS, but also the research that I did allowed me to point out like what a mirage was, so we could keep going that direction, knowing that we wouldn't get in too much trouble. But eventually, we if you've seen the show, we got in big trouble.
Oh, I'm watching it now. I'm gonna tonight. Did you guys have any chart plotter situation going on your GPS that was giving you a guidance or
Navionics? I run Navionics on everything. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
What about refueling? When you did that 34-hour stretch, what about refueling? How did that go?
Well, we got into a small native village right on the border of Canada and Alaska called Aklavik. No, it wasn't Aklavik. Anyways, a small village up there on the border. And we just hunted through the village to find someone that would haul fuel for us, native. And so he took his boat outboard and just hauled fuel for us along the coast for a few hundred miles. And then he turned around and headed back home.
Did you guys go through the Johnson Strait, or did you guys go on the outside of Vancouver Island? Did you guys?
Even today, everybody thinks you get into television and you make a bunch of money and life is good. Life is good if you make the right decisions, but it's not Dangerous Waters was never a financial windfall at all. So now I operate a tour company, an adventure company, where I take people that come in from all over the world. We put them on a jet ski in Seattle. We run them across the Straits of San Juan de Fuca.
Right, yeah.
Up towards Johnstone Strait, Discovery Passage.
I know it well. I sailed up there many times, yeah.
Straits of Georgia.
Yeah.
Then we'll go across the Queen Charlotte, up into Fitzhugh and over to Shearwater near Bella Bella.
Doesn't Johnson Strait drop you off right by Cape Scott? When you have to get out of Johnson Strait.
If you were going to go,
you're going to go left. You're going to go south. Yeah, that's where they lose 25 boats a year there. I mean,
sure they do.
Like,
these are real adventures, real expeditions that we take people on now, and we end up going up. Grenville Channel.
Yeah.
Okay, up Grenville Channel up through that whole area, then into the Dixon entrance.
Sure, it's beautiful.
Ketchikan, up Clarence.
Yeah, Ketchikan, the whole deal.
Yeah.
I think you guys just gained a client, Stephen. You might have Adrian up there soon, but I have a bunch of people tell me I have, as much as this is by far some of the most. So we've done this, by the way, for about 40 hours. We've had 5 of these, and this is by far some of the most interesting 15 to 20 minutes that we've had. Stephen, thank you very, very much. Adrian, thank you for coming on sort of as a...
Thank you, Bob. Good to meet you, Steve. I'll be looking at that documentary.
Stephen, I do want to connect with you offline. I need to figure out how we can do something together. This is absolutely incredible, really, really neat stuff, and it was a real pleasure to have you on.
Sure. I will. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome. Thank you guys both. And we are not going to take a break. I'm going to quietly kind of say goodbye to Adrian and Stephen and bring on Vincent, who has a special guest as well. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'm not going to do the formally produced transition thing there. We're going to bring Francis and Vincent on, and then we are going to continue our conversation with people that I find really interesting and leaders in the industry. So, Vincent, are you there? There he is.
I am here. Hello, how are you?
Vincent, good
Always great to see you. Thank you so much for bringing me back.
Of course, thank you. So you are gonna come. So we're running a little behind here. I apologize, and
no problem.
Please apologize to Mr. Lapp as well. But I'm going to be coming back on right at. Wait, are we that far behind? We are really behind, man. So you were supposed to have a half an hour. We have to have a.
It's all good. It's all good. I was so excited about Francis. We're gonna do the segment with Francis and don't worry about the solo. So okay. It's all good.
I'm just gonna let you. Perfect. I'm gonna let you just take over, and I will say that I really wanted to say hi to Francis. We are huge Sunreef fans here, and we actually have an 80 under contract right now that goes down as I think one of the coolest boats ever built under 150 feet. Yep. I think it looks cool. It's like a special effect. Like maybe he's hanging off of a. I'm more of a half glass full kind of a guy though than our producers here. But
Francis, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear us. Yes. Okay.
Excellent.
Hello.
So see if you can move your camera to a different angle.
If you can turn around the camera.
Yep, just to the other way.
Hold the side.
This is the perfect time for me to leave, Vincent, and just have you figure this out.
Let me deal with your technical problem. You can just leave and I'll introduce Francis.
Vincent,
il faut tourner la caméra.
He will figure it out.
Caméra. Yeah.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye.
Hey.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope that you're doing well. This is Vincent, and I'm very excited. Perfect. We have now Francis that is back. Okay, perfect. If you can go a little bit closer also with the camera, that'd be fantastic. Great. Here we go. So let me introduce you to Francis. So Bob Denison asked me, Vincent, I would love to have you back as a host on the show. And he said, bring your favorite guest, special guest. Okay. And I thought of Francis, and I'll tell you why. Francis, I know so many people in the boating industry, but Francis is the hardest working person in the boating industry. And I know so many people, but it's such, you know the difference between a pit bull and Francis Lapp? It is at some point the pit bull let go. Francis never let go. And that's why Francis, in just a short period of 20 years, he built Sunreef Yacht from a small beginning shipyard to today, this monster companies. They are the leading custom builder catamaran worldwide. They're doing wonderful job. So Francis, welcome. Thank you so much for coming for this webinar today.
Yes. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you. Yes, very good, Vincent. Thank you.
Excellent. So another thing about Francis that I want to tell you is I travel extensively. Like I'm literally last 12 years, I went all around the world so many times, but there is only one guy in the boating industry that travels more than I do. And it's Francis. Yes. Francis is always in an airplane. He's always going in the 5 continents, closing deals everywhere. So the first question, Francis, is how have you adapted? Because literally you were living in the airplane. So tell me about your new life right now and how have you adapted? Are you more at home? How are you organizing yourself?
Okay, now with the coronavirus, I'm more in the home, more in the shipyard. In generally, I travel more in the weekend. I start maybe Friday morning to Monday morning. From Tuesday to Friday, I'm in the shipyard. Generally, this way I work. I must be in the shipyard.
Yes. So the shipyard, so I had the opportunity to visit your shipyard last year, exactly, I think it was a year from now. And it was in between the transition. You guys were building the new shipyard. And I was fascinated by everything that you guys are putting together. So why don't you tell us about where you are at with the new shipyard and when are you going to move all the facilities now to the new shipyard?
Yes, okay, the new shipyard is finished in October this year. But the CNC machine is working there, all the woodwork is working there. Now we start to build the 49 meter also there, the 100 feet. We start in 1 month to build in the new shipyard. Yes. It's going good. I think in the next year we start to build the next phase of 150 meter building a new one, a second new project.
Wow. So Francis, for those that don't know you or Sunreef Yacht, why don't you give us a little introduction? How did you start Sunreef Yacht, and how did you tell us a little bit about the journey quickly over the last 20 years on how you guys became so successful in the boating industry?
Yes, okay. I started in 2002. 3 years before, I buy 3 catamaran, one French brand. I make charter in Madagascar.
Yes.
In this time, catamaran is 2 hulls, a little plastic. It's all. I'm not too happy to see the yacht with nice interior and all. I start to thinking, why people not build catamaran in luxury way? I go to the shipyard, I ask, okay, I want to change this. This guy say, oh, no, we not can change nothing. You must buy this way. Okay, I start to build the first Sunreef 74.
Yes.
I bring the first 74 to boat show in Cannes in 2003. The competitor, all this shipyard say, oh, maybe the next year we will see you in the boat show. Why the people not in this time believe in luxury catamaran? I think these people motivate me more. But I not want to go only one time. I start to thinking more. We start the 60 feet. I think we sold 50 units from the 60 feet. After we have the first 70-foot power catamaran, the transatlantic. After we build the 140, the 102. Okay, in 2012 we have the factory. We have a big fire in the factory.
Yes.
I start again from zero in 2012, and now we are here. We are going to the super yacht market for the 49 meter. I'm happy, and generally, why I can do what I like to do.
Yes. Excellent. So I've seen the growth, and because we started working with you guys, I think it was in 2009, so probably year 6 or 7, and I've seen the growth of your companies has been phenomenal over the last few years, and I know that you have a fantastic team, and you guys all are hard workers. So let me ask you this question: if you could give you a call, and I know you've been doing super well, with the company, but if you could give you a call in 2002 with the experience that you have today, what would you tell yourself?
Not start a shipyard. No, joking. I like what I do, what I said before. Shipyard is, when I start, I never think it's too hard. It's very hard work. First, when you want to be leader, it's hard to work.
Yes.
You must find the right way, what the people like, and not do only what you like to do. The new technology, all this, I think Sunreef in the last 18 years, we bring on the market. I bring the first fly bridge in the catamaran. While before 2002, you not find fly bridge on the catamaran. After the 70 power also, with transatlantic and all these things. This is a challenge for me. Our company also, we make all in-house. This is for me very helpful, and I like this. Why I see in what way we build the boat. It's not we buy parts left, right, we assemble all the boat in the shipyard. We make all in-house. I see the last 3 months with the coronavirus, it's also good for us. Why we are not waiting for parts from outside. This helps us.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense, yes.
Excellent. So I mean, we've seen growth in catamaran for sunreef, but we've also seen a tremendous growth in other catamaran builder worldwide. Why do you think there's been such a high demand and such a big growth in terms of the catamaran demands over the last few years? And why do you think catamarans are a better choice maybe than monohulls?
Okay, maybe it's not a better choice for monohull. I think it's all monohull is good, catamaran is good. It's a different lifestyle of catamaran. It's more for family, it's more for cruising, it's more for toys. You have more space. It's clear when you go on the monohull, it's different, a different lifestyle. When you want to cross the Atlantic or go on place, it's more easy with catamaran for clear.
But so within your clientele, like the boat you're selling this year, for instance, are the customers, they had monohull before and they are switching to catamaran, or they had catamaran before? Like what?
No, okay, some clients have catamaran before, but more have monohull before, or sell monohull or power boats. We have these two clients, yes. This client want to change. Why? Okay, it's also more ecologic. We use less fuel. What on the whole, generally, it's what you can sell everywhere. This is the most important for our client.
Yes. Okay, because you guys are selling literally in all 5 continents, correct?
Yes, more private boat, not a lot in charter.
Yes.
Okay, some client make some small charter business, but in general, it's more for private client.
Okay. So, Francis, last year when I came to your shipyard, you gave me a tour, and we went to the research and development lab, and I was literally blown away. And I'll tell you why, because very often, you know, I work with a lot of boat builders, and very often they'll tell me, yeah, innovation, and you go and you realize, you know, they changed the cup holder from port to starboard, and they're talking about innovation, not to make fun of anything, but some people take innovation more seriously than others, and the innovation definition at Sunreef really means innovation. And I printed that. So that's the latest project you guys have been working on, which is Eco Line. And I'm literally blown away by the innovation and the research and development work you guys have been doing at Sunreef. So can you tell me a little bit about why such leap forward in innovation? I mean, when we're looking at this, this is literally a 360 innovation rethinking of the boat building process. And when I went to your lab, you were showing me about it's not just about the propulsion, or it's not just about solar energy. It's the entire boat. That
is something complex.
So tell me a little bit about it.
Yes. Okay. Last year we launched the first 2 150, 160 sailing electrical propulsion catamaran. What you say? It's not only the engine. Is the composite, is the solar panel. Example, we produce ourselves solar panel.
So tell me about that. Like, where did you start having the idea of producing yourself your solar panel?
In one night, I think, why I not integrate directly in the mast the solar panel? Why you can buy in the shop some square meter you make on the deck. Very early, I not like. Why I think, why we not buy only the cell, if we integrate in the composite direct. If we make one patent for this now, we build now the first catamaran with solar integrate in the composite.
Yes.
Also, what the material, we make tests with lin, for make the hull not in polyester or some chemic, in natural tissue, tissue composite, yes.
Yes.
Natural composite with bio resin. Yes.
So, and again, where did that idea came from?
Oh, I have a lot of ideas. It's more not enough time for my goal decide the same time on the boat. We have a lot of ideas.
And so,
what you say before also, we make all in-house. This whole idea we not buy from outside.
Yes.
We innovate in-house. This is also different.
Okay. And so what's the ratio of customers? So let's say out of 10 sunroof projects today, what's the ratio of customers that are asking you about the importance of integrating eco into a project?
Yes, the client now is different. 2-3 years ago, people speak only from eco, and not after 1 or 2 meetings, forget the eco. Now it's different. The people asking more and more. We have a client, the boat we launched last year, the 60E. The client is coming back to the shipyard. We are speaking, he wants to change this for more eco. The lighting, the LED lighting, we change the brand for have less power. The client now is different. I don't know why. Maybe why you see the world is changing also.
Yes.
This way with the plastic and all these things.
Yes. And so, tell me about the big one, the 49 meter. Where are you guys at? I saw the hangar, which is
yes,
absolutely huge. But where are you guys with this one?
Yes, okay. We are now working on the project. In 2 weeks, we start the first pieces to produce. Yes, on the CNC machine.
Oh wow! So I've seen your CNC machine. I've been blown away. So this is one of the biggest CNC machine in Europe.
Yes,
correct?
It's 38 meter long. I think it's 35 or 38, 8 meter beam, 5 meter high. Yes.
And so, how busy are you guys with that machine? Non-stop?
It's working 24 hours, 7 days in the week.
Wow.
Also, the factory is working 7 days in the week. Yes.
Wow.
All the factories working 7 days in the week.
Excellent. So, what's your next travel? When I guess it's probably hitching you to restart travel, or you enjoying?
I'm waiting I think I'm going to the airport when the first flight is going from down everywhere.
Oh yeah.
So the US or
yeah, you're going to go everywhere.
You must travel, yes, a little.
Yes.
Yes. Also, the client is calling to asking when we can fly to Poland for visit the shipyard.
Yes, of course.
We have a lot of clients. Yes.
And how have you adapted your daily schedule and daily work with to compensate the lack of travel? More, I guess, more video conference, more.
Yes, we have a lot of more. We have more video conference. Yes, for sure. We make also virtual visit in the shipyard with the client on the phone.
Yes.
Yes, we must change the politics now.
Perfect. Yeah, that's good. So where can we follow you guys? Tell us a little bit about, if I don't know about Sunreef, where can we follow you? What should we look at? Give us some little tips.
Yes, okay. Okay, the new brand now, we have a new internet site, the Sunreef Eco site. Also on Instagram, Facebook and all. Okay, we are here all the times.
Excellent. So you have a new website for the Eco line?
Yes, a different website, totally different. Yes, that's the new one.
Perfect. Well, Bob is back.
I'm back, and just so you know, we had a lot of our team excited that you were coming on, and especially the guest that you chose. Mr. Lapp is famous around these parts, and we love what Sunreef is doing, and are actively involved in a few projects there. And we are huge believers in the power catamaran market in general, and it's neat to have you on. So thank you, Vincent, for bringing him on.
You're very welcome. It was my pleasure. And thank you, Francis, for coming. And thank you, Bob, for inviting us.
Yes, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Vincent.
Perfect. See you guys later. Thank you so much, Vincent.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that was awesome. And I just realized when Francis set this up, when Vincent set this up, it is actually, I think around 10 o'clock where Francis is, maybe even later than that, 10 or 11. And it was really kind of him to do that. So up next, and we are going to do this without that transition. We're going to go straight in, and Jill is going to come hang out with us. And I think this is like everybody's favorite part of the day. And it's not just because it's Jill. Of course, Jill's the nicest person anybody's ever met their entire lives, but also she is bringing us on board a special boat with some very, very special people that are going to be bringing us some insight into working on a super yacht and specifically taking a dive into the galley, which I've been looking forward to a lot. Dean, how you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you, Bob?
Good. This is, if you could turn it, there we go. Perfect. It actually shows up a little bit better on our side when we broadcast this. And Jill, are you there? I think Jill's being brought on right now. She's going to kind of take over. Perfect. Hi, Jill. Is there any chance that Jill's going to come on and she's not going to be smiling? There's a 0% chance of that, right? Okay. How shocked would we be if Jill came on right now just screaming, cursing at us? Dean, your Instagram following is insane. I have to ask you about that as Jill comes on. There, she's smiling, of course.
Yeah, it's something I really didn't expect. It's I love videography and photography, so I just literally posted everything that I love doing, and yeah, that was almost 7 or 8 years ago. So it wasn't a quick building, but here I am, almost 15,000 later. So it's
That's
good.
awesome. Well, we have a lot of people here. I am one of those. I enjoy what you post. It's really interesting and insightful. And my favorite part about it is you're just a really nice, cool guy that encourages people and the whole thing. And it just sometimes people think the super yacht world is just so pretentious and full of just things that it's not. And you bring a lot of humanity to it and a lot of really good insights into the food stuff. So thank you very much. Jill, I'm going to let you take over. By the way, so we have Josh and Devin in the background. How are we doing with the way that Dean has it set up with the phone like that? Is that cool? Okay, perfect. Jill, thank you. There's a chance she's not frozen and she's just messing with me, by the way. No, she's just messing with me. So Dean, as Jill, who I'm still convinced is just sitting there messing with me, as she gets out of that, what are we doing today, and what type of dish are we preparing?
So I'm going to keep it nice and simple. I had a lot of requests for things because there's lots of takeaways and stuff that are closed. So I have a Big Mac sauce recipe. So I'm going to combine that with a bao bun. So, and a bao bun is basically just a nice little soft, pillowy bao like this, and I've turned it into a hamburger. So I'm going to recreate the Big Mac on a bao bun today.
This is too good to be true. Jill, I'm going to let you.
Am I still frozen?
Perfect. Sounds good. Jill, thank you very much. Dean, thank you very much. And Jill, make sure he plugs his Instagram handle before you guys get started so people know where to find him, okay?
Well, he is the yacht chef, so.
Nice and easy.
Hi,
hey, Jill, how are you?
good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Funny. I actually have not met you in person, so it feels like I'm meeting you in person. I have your boat that you're on in the background, so it gives me the essence of being on board with you guys. And I think it was like 4 years ago you had written to me on Instagram, and we communicated a couple times, and I've followed your account for some time, and you just seem like this really awesome, humble chef, and you have all these amazing stories. I'm like a little bit of a chef wannabe, so I follow some of my favorite chefs, but it's interesting. Like I said to you, I'm like, you're never in your stories. Like, you're so humble. I mean, so all we see is your food. So it's nice to actually see you live.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's I tend not to speak and just let the operation of what I do in the background speak for itself. So yeah.
Your work does speak for itself, and I know you're making us a pretty exciting recipe, bao buns with a Big Mac sauce, you had said, and that's bao spelled B-A-O, correct?
Correct, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, today, yeah, it's my kind of take on the Big Mac. So with all these closures and everything else, I think one of my favorite things is not really the Big Mac, but the Big Mac sauce. I don't know about anyone else, but so I wanted to really delve deep. I've kind of been doing this for about 3 or 4 years just to kind of perfect it. So I found a bunch of recipes online, and this is my version of the Big Mac sauce. So the two most important things here are the Heinz sweet pickle relish and the white onion. They're the two ingredients that really make this what a Big Mac sauce should taste like. So
why white onion over like a yellow or Spanish onion?
I just think that white onion is the best raw. So it's your classic onion that you'll put on your burger raw. It's a lot more palatable than the other onions. So so I'm gonna make it nice and easy for everyone at home. Got my knife. So I'm not sure. I mean, this is a Thermomix. I think Tyron kind of touched on this last time the boat show was on.
He mentioned his favorite galley gadgets.
Yeah, so this is probably my favorite piece of galley equipment. It does everything. It chops, blends, grinds, heats. It can cook things as well as pretty much everything, to be honest. So what you want to do is just chop your onion. You could literally just dice it. Nothing special. Literally just like that, straight into the Thermomix. So that's half an onion for this recipe. And then just take it to number 3 or 4. It's a nice dice. So
Dean,
then
196, but Abaking and Rasmussen, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's quite a large 60-meter vessel. It's it's a lots of volume. They say it's a volume of about 75 meter. So I'm happy about. So next up, I'm going to put in this is my favorite mayonnaise as well. So it's called Kewpie. It's a Japanese mayonnaise. It just has something extra special inside. So, but you can use any other mayonnaise and you can make your own. So that just goes in like that. And you can find this recipe on my website after as well if you forget any of this, which is the yachtchefs.com.
And I have the link to both of those. I have the links to the bao buns and to the Big Mac sauce, so I'll post those as well for people to see.
Fantastic. Awesome. So next you want to put in probably half a cup to a cup of sweet pickle relish. And then you're going to put in an array of spices. So, well, not exactly spices, but you have mustard, paprika, garlic powder, onion powder. So these are all the little secret flavors that you want to get into this Big Mac sauce. So teaspoon. Sorry?
So organized. I've actually started labeling things in my freezer so that way I know what everything is.
Yeah, we got to be ready to go on charter yachts, you know. Yeah. When the guests start swinging all these types of requests at you. So a teaspoon of each of those will go in. Then I also have we have 16 crew full time.
16.
Yep, and we have probably.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, how do you manage 16 crew as well as guests, and then I'm sure like everybody has different preferences and food,
So
favorites or food.
I have my second favorite piece of galley equipment sitting just over there. She's Leandria, the sous chef.
Amazing.
Yeah, she's amazing. She looks after the crew, so make sure they're well fed.
Cool.
So yeah, we the crew get looked after here pretty well. So,
it sounds like it.
Yeah. So next, I've got a white wine or any kind of apple cider vinegar. That's just going to give it that little bit of a tang. So that's a tablespoon of that. It goes in just like that. And that's it. So literally Thermomix on, and you can let that spin. I'm going to cook the burgers.
Now, interestingly enough, you were working on a boat that was completely vegan, and you went to like a special vegan school. I was reading that in one of your bios.
Correct. Yeah, I landed with a couple of vegan owners. So, and I was one of those chefs that literally had no idea about vegan cookery. So I was freaking out a little bit, and I went and did a course at Matthew Kenny in Los Angeles, and he's probably like one of the best vegan chefs out there that I know of. So that really taught me the basics of vegan cookery, and I needed to live the way that the guests were living. I was eating the way that they were eating, so I need to understand what good vegan food was. So I really took it on, and I became vegan for, I think I lasted maybe like a week, but I'm primarily kind of vegetarian, pescatarian at the moment. So yeah, it's turned me a little bit, but it's something that you need to have with charter guests. So
yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. So next, Big Mac has the iceberg lettuce. So you just want to kind of finely chop that. And it also has the classic American cheese, everyone's favorite cheese, which is the slice. You cannot go past that for a Big Mac. So we'll put that on there. So yeah, while we're waiting for that to cook, I have the buns here. So they literally, you can actually freeze these. They freeze really well, and you can cook them from frozen. So I'm going to put those in the oven.
And now, I think I read that you can actually change the color. You had like these really cool different colors that you made them using a certain type of like vegetable-based powder or something like that.
Correct. Yeah, I recently made some like activated charcoal bao buns. So this had this really pop of color and just surprise the guests. So it was a real big hit the last trip we have. So
it looked really cool.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So today I'm doing two versions. Speaking of vegan food, so it's quite easy to eat vegetarian food these days. It's all readily available now. So I have these ones here, which is Impossible burgers that I've made up. So it's a pea protein based burger patty, and it's very close. It's like you can cook it medium rare if you wanted to, and it has really great flavor. But I also have the beef ones here for the guys that I cannot turn vegetarian. So
have you ever tried to like trick them?
I do, and I have. So we started with almost everyone that ate meat on the boat actually, and it's quite rare that this happens, but we turned probably 2/3 of the boat vegetarian pescatarian. So
wow.
Quite proud of that. Making them eat their veggies.
Healthy crew.
Yeah, exactly. You got to stay healthy, especially during the charter season. So
Yeah. Now I understand you have a busy charter season coming up on Arians, and you'll be headed.
yeah, sorry, cut out a little bit there, but we have a couple of charters booked, and we will head to the Med on the 1st, and we hope to pick up a few more charters. If anyone would like to come try this Big Mac bao bun, that'd be cool.
That's cool. Now,
Yeah.
you have like a really interesting background. So maybe I'd love to share a little bit about how you got started also in the industry. I know that from what I understand, like you were cooking since you were really young, and then you worked on dive boats, and you're a diver, and you have like a really versatile background, which I find extremely interesting, especially working on a boat. It's just like you're someone that's so well-rounded, and I'm sure starting out that had a bit of an advantage while looking for a position on a motor yacht.
Yeah, it all kind of just fell into place for me. Like it couldn't have gone any better. I started on dive boats on the Great Barrier Reef, and then kind of for 3 years or so. And that was quite wasn't a large vessel, but I was cooking for 40 to 50 people on this vessel. So it taught me to really kind of move my, so it was, and then I moved on to diving, which obviously helped me with the next position because I was looking for a chef dive master deckhand. So I put my hand up for that, and I was on that boat for 3 years, kind of cruising Australia, New Zealand, and the South Pacific. So it all kind of worked out really well. Yeah.
That's cool. Now you've provisioned in so many different areas, and I always find it interesting just securing, all the different types of foods that you're going to need for the charters or owners trips. Has that been a challenge?
Yeah, it's always everywhere I go, it's always a challenge. You have the provisioners that can help you to some extent, but you need to, I guess, be prepared as much as you can before you get to these really remote locations. So, usually if we're here in the States at the moment, which we are, I'll stock up all the dry stores as much as I can, and before we get to a more remote location. But yeah, it's always fun. You always get to go out to the markets and get to hunt down the best produce and stuff. So
that's cool. Now I know that you've been in like Fiji, and you had some interesting experiences I've seen on some of your Instagram stories, and met some cool people along the way, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a really unique place to cruise. You're always meeting people that are, interesting where they've come from and how they got there, and it's always an intriguing story to hear from them. So yeah, we cruised some amazing places, some cool villages. We really cool story actually. We took a solar panel. It only cost us maybe $2,000 or $3,000, and we took it to a village. And 2 years later, they had fully operational running water. They had a freezer which they could freeze their fish for the catch, and they were making thousands of dollars a year now, and they were self-sustainable islands. So just something so simple like that we can do for them is quite nice. So
that's cool.
Yeah. So the burgers are cooked, and the buns really only take a couple of minutes because they're fully cooked, so they just need to reheat. So just to put it together, slice the bun in half. So it's quite nice. It's a nice soft bun.
Very good.
Everyone likes the soft bun. Then you want to put a little bit of Big Mac sauce on each side, depending how much you like it. This is for our special guest, which is our junior Stu Kelly here. She's our little token American, little taster. And then you just want to put a little bit of iceberg lettuce on top like this. Just like that. And then the Big Mac has some diced white onion as well. So to finely dice that onion, you basically make some cuts down the side like that. And then back this way, watch the fingers. And that's it. So we've got the vegan burger here. And the beef burger here. A little bit of onion on top. Just like that. A little bit of cheese. Got the other cheese. So Callie's going to be testing the Impossible vegan burger today. She's we starved her for lunch, so she's quite hungry. So, and that's that. That's the Big Mac bao bun right there. I'm not sure if you can see that properly, but
That looks so good. I wish I was on board with you guys.
so we're just going to get Callie here to test it out for us. Here she is, Callie Knight.
Hi, Callie.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm the resident taste tester on board. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. I already know
It sounds like a really tough job. Are you required to do this every day?
Well, you know, I take it upon myself.
Smart.
It's easy when you have a chef like Chef Dean and me, and we both. All right, so here we go.
I can't wait to hear your review.
How's that? I told her to say it has to be good, so.
I feel like there's going to be like this little dance going on now, like a happy food dance.
It's usually and I knew this was going to be good because his Big Mac sauce and everything he puts out of this galley is incredible, but seriously, I can't even put it into words.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Now, is that something that you would also feed guests in addition to crew?
Yeah, we like to treat the crew as if they were guests. It's good practice for us. They deserve it because they work so hard. And, you know, it's something they really look forward to every day is eating. So I like to bring the standard of crew food up. You know, there's lots of crew that come to me and say, you know, my crew food's not great and all the rest, but we really try to give them really the best because, you know, they keep this whole thing going. So it's something we pride ourselves into.
You know, everything, you know, all the charters, you know, all the guests on the boat, the one thing that they take away from that is their experience with the crew and the food. So you've got to take care of the crew. And it's so nice when you hear chefs that do that. I've heard a variety of stories, so it's a pleasure to hear things like that. And also,
100%.
like, interestingly enough, I understand like you have a really big passion for the environment and sustainability, and how does that transfer working on a boat and being in the galley for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the larger the vessel that you get on, the harder it is to control that, but you have provisioners on the ground to help you. If you specify you want, you know, organic and non-GMO items and all the rest like that, they can make it happen. But when I was on smaller boats, I'll try to go and source local ingredients from the villages. And, you know, when I was in the South Pacific and stuff, I would get as much as I can locally as I could, especially when you're in Croatia and Greece. It's a lot easier to do that.
And you'll be headed on over there shortly. When do you actually depart?
We plan to depart on the 1st of June. And so it takes about almost 2 weeks to get there. So we should be ready to charter roughly around mid-June.
Okay, very cool. Now, I understand Motor Yacht Arians has a little bit of a story behind the name, so perhaps you can share that with us.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the only boat called Arians, I'm pretty sure. And the boat is called Arians. It's art and science put together. So our boss is a fan of art and science, and he's just combined that together for all his loves, you know, all his passions. And this is also his other passion, which is the vessel. So yeah, that's how he got Arians.
That's very cool. So is there like a variety of different artwork around the boat as well?
A variety of, there is, yes. Yeah, we've slowly brought some pieces in that he loves. And yeah, decorated the boat with it. It's got some amazing artwork around the guest areas.
Oh, very cool. And I know we were going to get to see Captain Dean for a bit. It sounds like he's somewhat tied up. So we're happy to spend the whole time with you then in the galley.
Okay, great. Yeah, how much time do we have left?
Well, I think we've got about 5 minutes left.
No, we actually have, sadly enough, we only have 2 minutes because I have to transition. And just so you guys know, well, this has been amazing. We've been watching in the background here. You're making everybody hungry. But the next segment is just drinking. So I have to introduce them. And the couple that's coming on to do that part needs attention badly. So I have to psych them up and so you got two or 3 minutes. I'll come back on. It's going great so far.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
I'm not sure if you want to ask any more questions or if you wanted to get a little tour of the galley or.
Sure, we can have a quick tour of the galley. I think viewers would love to see just a little bit of your galley. And I'd imagine on a boat, a 60-meter boat, it's a pretty big galley, and it's an Abba King and Rasmussen. It's interestingly enough, our brokers go to this shipyard tour every year, and they've visited the builder, and they've always said really nice things about their tour there. I keep telling them that I think that they need to take the crew agent with them next time. So maybe someday.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've got probably a minute left to just show you the galley quickly, but this is our sous chef, Leandri.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And so, I mean, it's quite a long galley, as you could see here. It's lots of space. Yeah. And this is where nice big ovens, the rational ovens, which I think Tyrone actually talked about as well. They pretty much do everything. And then we have the hot plates here, the grill, deep fryer, a couple of bread machines, ice cream machine, which is the best ice cream machine I think anyone could get. And that's kind of the extent of it up here. And we have the freezer and cool room downstairs, which I probably don't have enough time to show, but you can check out the galley tour on Jared Watney's channel. He's done a lot of that in the past. So
I've actually seen it. It's pretty amazing. And you, once again, will mention your Instagram account at the Yacht Chef. And you have
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's been such a pleasure having you on, and it's somewhat surreal, after communicating for so many years and just seeing you on Instagram to feel like I've actually finally met you in person. So thank you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, hopefully we meet in person soon. So we're not too far away.
Yeah, I'll come visit the boat now that it's safe.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Very welcome.
Dean, thank you very much. Jill, thank you very much. As usual, you just hosted the most popular segment of the entire day. Thank you. Dean, how nice is Jill?
She's amazing, yeah. She's very, very accommodating and looked after me, so it's great. Thank you.
Seriously, Dean, thank you. I know this was a sacrifice for you guys and your team there. It means a lot to us, and I really, really appreciate it, and I count it as a personal favor. Thank you very, very much for doing this.
My pleasure.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Jill. See ya.
Bye. See you soon.
All right. See you guys. All right. So we are coming on next, and it is going to be my honor to introduce you to a couple. By the way, Laura, do we have this up yet? Okay, we do. Okay, cool. I didn't know. Of the couple, they're known as the Sharps, Wiley and Laura, who spent a lot of time in the islands where these were birthed, these special drinks called painkillers. And there he is. Hi, Wiley. A little tip. You might want to unmute yourself. Could you imagine being married to him? Anyway, that's Wiley, and that's his wife, Laura, and they are some of the most fun. You know what? They're actually in the next room over. So I'm going to get off of this one, and I'm going to go hang out with them for a second. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
I bet you Laura wished she knew how to mute me, though.
Hi. So we are, okay, I think we're good here. This is Wiley, and this is Laura. They are going to make us one of the most famous boating drinks of all time called a painkiller. And you guys have added, I think there's a his and her version, right?
Yeah, so Laura's going to make a painkiller, and then I'm going to share how to make a Caribbean rum punch like the real way.
Okay, and how much of this you think Patrick Hopkins deserves to drink tonight?
He's had a very tough day, so I think he could probably do like a level 4 painkiller.
I love it. Have at it. Thank you guys very, very, very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. How's that? Okay, so yeah, Laura, why don't you get us started here?
So yeah, like Bob said, we're gonna make a Pusser's painkiller, and Wiley's gonna show you how to do a rum punch. So just a little history first about the Pusser's painkiller. It started in the 1970s. A woman named Daphne Henderson, who owned the famous Soggy Dollar bar down in Yosemite Dike on White Bay. She started the recipe, and then you had the Pusser's founder, Tobias. He actually swam ashore, like many of the boaters, came to try her original soggy painkiller recipe, and was able to sneak one back to his boat, and then he created his own version of the painkiller. So that's what we're going to do today, the Pusser's painkiller.
So yeah, go ahead and show us how to make a painkiller, and then we're going to have some special taste testers here.
So it's super easy. If you just remember the 4-1-1 ratio, so 4 parts pineapple juice, 1 part orange juice, 1 part Coco Lopez, and then you add the rum for your preference, taste preference.
Where's your favorite place to get a painkiller?
There's so many good spots right now with the U.S. Virgin Islands opening up June 1st for anybody looking to do a yacht charter. One of my favorite spots would be Megan's Bay. There's a cute little beach bar there, and it's actually my dad's favorite spot too to grab a painkiller because they do a little rum floater on top, which is delicious.
All right, so that's you've done the 4 parts pineapple, 1 Coco Lopez, and Coco Lopez is key. If you can't find Coco Lopez and you can't find Pusser's rum, then it's not a real Pusser's painkiller.
Absolutely. There's other cream of coconuts out there, but if you can get the Coco Lopez, it should taste better.
Definitely way better.
Yeah. And then the last bit, the most important bit, is the rum. So we can add, I don't know, what level of pain are you feeling today?
I know Lauren's going to be our taste tester, so I'll do the honors for her. So
I would do at least 2 ounces in the drink. Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll just eyeball it. That looks like 2 ounces. Shake it up.
Oh, yeah, we got cups.
We've got cups right here. If you want to fill it with ice, that'd be great. Do you have a favorite spot you like to get a painkiller down in the Virgin Islands?
I mean, you can't beat doing it in White Bay at Soggy Dollar. I mean, that's obviously, the place that it was born. So there's something special about that. I think over in the BVI's, probably my favorite place would be at Hog Heaven on Virgin Gorda, which is this great local barbecue restaurant that overlooks the North Sound of Virgin Gorda. And in a clear day, you can see all the way up to Anegada, and it's absolutely awesome. Okay, so then you can do a rum floater on top.
Do another rum floater, but really the final touch is going to be doing a little bit of a fresh nutmeg on top. And you can get nutmeg anywhere in the grocery store. Just like that, shave it right on top, makes it look super pretty. And then, yeah, if you want to garnish it with an orange, there you have it.
So I'll let you have that one, and then Lauren, you can have this one. Lauren is the one sitting behind the camera while Bob's on there, and so she really needs a heavy drink after sitting in Bob's office all day today. So,
cheers. Here we go. Yeah.
So yeah, you can have that one, and then I'll let you compare it to the rum punch. So the painkiller is a really popular drink in the Leeward Islands. So you can really find it throughout the Caribbean. But if you're down islands, so in the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands would be U.S. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, St. Martin, Antigua, St. Bart's, that area. When you go to the lower Caribbean, it's also called the Leeward Islands. And the big drink down there is just the regular rum punch. And so there's a really easy rhyme that they use for the recipe of the rum punch. And it's just simple. It's 1 sour, 2 sweet, 3 strong 4 weeks. So I'll make a painkiller. I'm sorry, a quick rum punch. And like most Caribbean cocktails, it's not an exact science in my opinion. So I won't even. I don't even need the shaker. So the sour part is lime. So you do 1 whole lime juiced into it. So 1 lime. So that's your sour. Your 2 sweet is grenadine syrup. So let me see, what do we have in there for lime juice? So
And you just eyeball.
yeah, you just eyeball. There's no right or wrong way to do to do it. So we've got our 1 sour, our 2 sweet. We're gonna do 3 strong, but instead of using the regular Pusser's rum, I'm gonna grab the bottle of the overproof Pusser's rum. This was courtesy of our friends at Pusser's. So thank you very much, Gary. I'll eyeball that one. So that's probably 3 strong right there. And then for the juice, you can use any type of juice. So you can do pineapple juice, orange juice, whatever you want. I like to do a mixture of pineapple and orange. So just kind of like a little dab there, little dab there. Color's not quite right. Oh, you know what? I didn't do this right. I should have used the shaker. My wife's always right. I think that's the case for most of us yacht brokers. So I'm just going to do that. Oh, man. Dude, there's all kinds of wrong.
And the end product's going to be delicious, whether
I'm in the office right now, and I'm making as big of a mess as I make for Laura at home. All right, so then we'll just dump. I haven't even had anything to drink. So I'll just dump it over ice.
I don't know if I believe you.
I know, right? And then just like the painkiller, you always want to garnish it with nutmeg. Interesting fact, the nutmeg is actually on the flag for the country of Grenada. There's 7 parishes in Grenada, or is it 5? I can't remember now. But there's 1 nutmeg kernel for each of the parishes in Grenada on their flag. So it's called the Island of Spice for a reason. So this is a traditional Caribbean rum punch, a lot better than what you'll find at beach bar here in Florida or whatnot. So I don't know if Lauren, if you want to come try this, and then you can compare the two, and I'll drink my rum punch while you do that. Don't you love it when you can drink on the job?
Yeah, I'm allowed to.
What do you like better, the painkiller or the rum punch?
The painkiller.
Oh, the painkiller for the win.
Yeah,
This one's good.
yeah.
You can't even
rum punch
hardly
is
taste
good.
the rum.
No, you can't.
That's why they're dangerous.
That's why they're always dangerous. And the painkillers, too. Super dangerous. Yeah.
So that was great, guys. Thank you very much. I would like to let you know I don't have one yet, and I'm in the next room. So maybe somebody can bring me one so I could taste test. I would really love that. I am so happy about this because I need to use this opportunity, Wiley and Laura, for you to tell the story about you guys have your own following on YouTube, and you guys did a painkiller kind of vlog and a story of the drink and the whole thing, which I thought was really cool. And you got into a potential dust up with the maker of rum, and it ended up being one of like my favorite stories about just corporate people's doing the right thing and being human. Can you share that with us real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Laura and I have a YouTube channel that's primarily catamaran sales, but also Caribbean catamaran charters and whatnot. And during all this lockdown, we were trying to figure out a couple of fun things to do. So we did a video on how to make a painkiller. So we didn't use Pusser's rum in that video just because we didn't have any Pusser's rum. So we made that video, put it up, had really good reception. About 8 or 9 o'clock that night, I got an email from Gary Rogalski, the CEO of Pusser's, that I mean, you saw the email and it was kind of like, oh crap, what have I gotten myself into? But he ended the email with, please just give me a call tomorrow. But basically like a nice, take this crap off, you're breaking our trademark, blah, 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 blah. So the next morning I talked to Bob on the phone. I talked to my dad about it on the phone, and I was completely ready to go just fight with this guy. So I called Gary up on the phone, and within 5 seconds of talking to him on the phone, I'm like, I don't want to fight with this guy. Like, I want to become his friends. And we ended up chatting. And the long and the short of it is Pussers owns the trademark to the painkiller. I mean, it was the founder of Pussers Rum that really brought that drink to market. And, you know, we can get Pussers here in the States. You can get it all throughout the Caribbean. And we think of it as a, you know, large brand. In reality, it's kind of like a craft brand. I mean, they only brew or distill like, you know, a couple thousand cases a year compared to Bacardi or Cruisin that do, you know, tens of millions of cases a year. And you kind of, you know, we kind of came to learn that it was a bit of a David and Goliath struggle. And since then, I've done a few things with the guys at Pussers. Chris Allis, because they're based in Charleston, so one of our guys out of Charleston is going to, you know, hopefully do some stuff with them. And they've just been absolutely amazing people and converted me from somebody that wanted to fight with them to somebody that really believes in what they're doing.
Yeah, no, it's really, really cool. I love hearing that because the tone of the email wasn't necessarily good or bad or threatening. It was just kind of like, hey, maybe you didn't know, but like so many times in an email, you don't know and you can't tell the tone of something. So it's like an unknown, like, and I think you and I kind of took it like, all right, we got to like lawyer up. This guy's going to probably try to us. And you and I read it so wrong and then ended up being just very kind human people that started a really cool dialogue that I think will end up in a cool friendship between you and him and probably some free rum at some point.
Well, you know, this was courtesy of those guys, and they did send us a few free cups. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, we've already gotten our free rum.
So hopefully, as a result of this, they'll send me some free rum.
I don't know. Or should we let Bob try one?
Yeah.
All right. She said, yeah.
So here's the thing. I actually don't drink anything really but wine. Once in a while, like and I think it's because like on spring breaks or something, Panama City, 1997, I ended up drinking way too much because it tasted so good. And I was like, oh, this is cool. Whatever. It tastes like candy, you know? And I ended up drinking too much and I just did really stupid things. So wine, I don't get that so much. So I'll do it. But if I end up ripping off my shirt here in the last 10 or 15 minutes, I'm going to blame you, Wally.
I mean, look, that's what the last day of a boat show is all about, right?
True. And that leads us to the next little thing that we're doing. And I am really excited about this because we as a group and a community here at Denison are going to get together and you're going to see a bunch of different people from a bunch of different departments, from closings and accounting to admin, sales support, marketing, the brokers themselves, charter team. And we're all going to come on here and do like a virtual sounding of the horns. And I think it just really reflects what a team effort something like this is. This is the last time we're doing this, at least this kind of iteration or form of it. And we're going to come together and do a sounding of the horns. It's not going to be nearly as exciting as the real thing, but we're going to try to make it fun. So we will, in that tradition, start inviting some of our employees and brokers on. And I am going to grab a painkiller. And I am probably also going to start thanking some people and just expressing my gratitude because this has been a long 5 days. Keep in mind, there's 2 weeks to separate each of these days, but every single Monday after the last show, you felt this like force of the next day coming on you that would happen in 2 weeks. And it's been a real team effort. But I've asked 3 times now for one, and I still don't have a.
We're making it. We're making it.
Oh, I thought you guys.
Here's what I've learned with Laura. She's going to ask me at least 6 or 7 times before I do something. So if you're only on number 3, you've still got a ways to go.
Perfect. I see some of our guys jumping on here. And if you are a broker or an employee, just start throwing on your camera and keep yourself muted for now. We have a collection of different horn apps that are going to be our sounding of the horns. Some of them are really terrible and embarrassing. I'm going to tell you, this is the one that Ben Farnborough downloaded that I am really looking forward to. And it'll be a nice group effort. Wiley, are you done with the drink yet?
I mean,
we got
how long does it take? It's just a simple rum drink.
Look, you need to get on island time, man.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's
chill
not
out.
time.
You and Danny and the kids need to go do a catamaran charter.
So, by the way, that is like one of the things we want to do really bad. Unfortunately, we can't stop making children, so we keep having to like defer that to the point where we can leave them at home by themselves. We did investigate putting them in cages and leaving for the weekend, but we found out that that was illegal.
Really?
So we have to wait. We have to wait a few more years. As people start coming on, I am going to thank a group of people that have made this thing a reality.
We got one towards, at your way, Bob.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to start. I might cry, by the way, so this is perfect. I'll just blame it on the painkiller, but I'm going to sincerely thank some people that. Thank you. That is a huge drink.
No, it's not a lot of rum. It's mostly juice. It's good.
Look at this. With painkiller in hand, I want to thank Josh Ballos, who really was the visionary for this. And for some reason, I got an ounce of credit for this. I did very little compared to what he did. And the entire marketing team, and I'm talking about Mark Anthony, Megan, Cassidy, Andre, an intern, Megan, the name I just mentioned, she's an intern, and she went out there and did more virtual tours and more social media replying and just engaging than she was certainly even paid to do. She's been awesome. Andy Landis helped out in that regard hugely. Hunter, Ryan Alexander on the video front, Ben Farnborough. Actually, he hasn't done much. Tanya has been helping out with a huge amount with the leads. Mike Pullen is one of those unsung heroes that hardly anybody gets to see outside of our organization, but he's responsible for so much, along with Kathy and Marlon and Kate, the new Megan at the front, the receptionist. We have so many great people to be thankful for. Lysandra down in Miami. There's so many admins and broker supports that allow something like this to happen while we're sort of fully focused on, in this case, day 5. They are making sure that business runs as usual and that clients are well taken care of. Patrick Hopkins, massively helpful and supportive. He is a yacht broker by day. And anytime that we have a, hey, can you help us out with this thing, which we do often with him because he's just one of those incredibly smart, willing, and caring and thoughtful people. He's really helped out a ton. Devin up in Annapolis has helped us out today a lot. And Lauren is really more responsible for this thing than I am. She's been incredibly encouraging and helping out with this part of it, and really providing not just me, but a lot of people here in the office with a lot of encouragement when we've just said to ourselves, this isn't worth it. We need to just not go forward with day 5 or day 4 because it's just too much. And she has been a light and an encouragement to a lot of people here. So thank you to her. I am going to, and by the way, I see Richard Glazier on the call. It's his birthday today. So I've actually convinced him that this whole thing we're going to do with the sounding of the horns is his birthday sort of announcement. So if you see him in the halls, just let him know as much. I feel like I got everybody there that I know I'm going to forget somebody. Oh yeah. I'm going to have to thank. So what many people don't realize is this takes so much time, like late nights. And I've been here at the office an incredible amount of time. And Danny, my wife, has been just at home, like going crazy, supporting these little monsters that we have, and has really let this stuff happen. And these are obviously really challenging times for anybody, but especially the kind of like over the top stuff that we're doing, and just the extra additional things like this and other marketing efforts. She has been such an incredible support for me and just has let me do some of these crazy ideas, and she lets me do it without feeling bad about it. Yeah, and she's gonna have a baby soon, so like in a week. So that'll be cool. We thought it might happen today, and we were going to have Ben Farnborough kind of be the co-host and just step in for me. And then I told Danny that, and she was like, no, I'll make sure this thing does not come out. Please do not have Ben involved. And I said, fine. So the baby is stuck in there because she was terrified that Ben was in some way going to participate. All kidding aside, love Danny so much, and I thank her. And I do love Ben too. I'm waiting for, and I love you back from Ben, but it still hasn't happened. So guys and gals that are on the call, looks like we have about 50 people, which is awesome. I hope you guys have your horns ready. We are going to start asking you to unmute yourself. And one of the things that we had talked about, which is kind of true, and it'll be the case on the virtual boat show as it is in real life, is that the sounding of the horns always happens a few minutes before 5 o'clock. So we're going to do this a little bit early. and we are going to open up our apps. And I think there's a few people actually out on a real boat right now that might be blaring their horn. And please start to unmute yourself. And I am going to lead the sounding of the horns, and let's do this together. Try not to do it too early or it's just going to ruin everything. And I'm looking at Gary Hardcastle. He looks like he's ready to go. So Josh and Devin, I think we got everybody on there. I see a few people still muted. If you guys could unmute yourselves and open up your phones, we're going to do this in about a minute. And I am, but Wiley and Laura, what are you guys doing back there? How much did you guys have to drink before you got started?
Nothing.
Nothing, man. It's been working.
This is my first sip, by the way. That is a lot of rum in there. That is a lot of rum in there.
Nah, man, we gave you level 1.
By the way, Ben, I'm just going to do this in a very public way, and I hope you don't get mad. I'm going to ask you for an I love you back. I love you. Thank you for your help.
I did give you a thumbs up. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, doesn't count. That's not the same thing.
Love you too, Bob.
There we go. It's happened.
I love you too, Bobby.
Perfect. All right.
Like one sip, and that's big one, man.
Yeah.
What
is it's wine before, liquor before wine, never sicker, or is it the other way?
No, you can drink all the wine you want. Daniel will drive you around.
All right, perfect. Lysandra, I see that you're not unmuted. Andre, I need some of you guys to get on your cameras and unmute yourself because we're about to do this here. Looks like a few people are actually on boats. This is great. Juno, you got to unmute yourself. All right, perfect. So, on the count of 3, we are going to sound our horns, and then we're going to conclude our last final day 5 of the virtual boat show. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. It means the world. 1, 2, 3. I love it. All right, guys. See you later. And I hope to see you guys on the real life docs really soon. Good night.
Good job, Bob. Good job, team. Way to go.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Bob.
And we can